Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Greenline743,
Hello, everyone.
Random11, who is muted, and Reese2753.
I'm not muted.
And joining us, guesting tonight, we've got Perception Check Back.
And I'm not muted either.
Thank you for joining us. So I am going to last minute change this and say, if you would like to support us, because I will remind you that this podcast is brought to you almost in its entirety by my autistic obsessive compulsive masochism. But if you would like to help alleviate my mental and physical stress and make this a little bit more profitable, there is a Patreon that you can donate to in the description. There is also the Patreon for the Anime Collector channel. This is a per video instead of a per month thing, but I have not charged a single person going on probably more than a year now because I haven't put out any content. And then there's other ways you guys can support us on the website at ocapodcast.com/support. Many such ways. And let's get into it. So starting off, I just want to say we're going to be talking about VIC, but I want to start with Daman Mills here. So the Duncan Wentz account is back. Previously, it was deleted. I don't know if you guys remember that. Now, I want to remind you and explain to you why the account is back, which is, do you recall when we covered Deluded Dragon basically brought up, Daman Mills has been invited to GalaxyCon, but look what Daman Mills did. And then Duncan here had to be like, oh my God, calm down. We used to sign into each other's accounts all the time and post cringe shit to mess with each other. We just thought it was funny, right? So basically, the account exists as a way to circumvent otherwise bulletproof evidence, right? So of course, we noted when we covered this the first time that the exact reason that this was posted was because I provided the archive that showed this particular post, the actual archive of the Facebook page, right? Showing that if you clicked on Daman Mills's name in the comment that uses the N-word, that it actually takes you to his live Facebook account, right? Impossible to fake that. Unless, of course, you just happen to sign into each other's accounts all the time, right? So again, it's a way, it's an evolution of the story in order to cover yet one more thing that is being used to bring up Damon's past, right? Now, where we're going from here, we have again, the evolving story. Duncan's tweet says, I deleted this account because I was getting doxxed by some VIC MIGNOGNA fans. Convenient. Here's proof it's me. Still not going to be reading or replying to shit. Sorry. So he utilized the images here, right, from Lindsay Loveridge, right? Now, I did see that some people on Kiwi Farms were skeptical that this account actually belonged to Trayce and might instead just be Daman Mills putting it back up using the same images, right? But I have here, this was his previous proof of identity. So if I take this one, I'll just open the image in a new tab. Oh, great. That's not what I meant to do. And then I'll open this image in a new tab. Right? So this is what he previously had submitted. This is the same image. Okay? But this is the thing. The other image here is a completely different image. Okay? So this one to Lindsay Loveridge from Duncan Wentz, right? But this one is it's the same data, but a different image, a completely different image, indicating that So is this supposed to be Duncan's image or Lindsay's image? That's kind of weird.
That I wouldn't know.
So this one says March 14th. So this is just an email. It's a different email. Anyway, this is probably Duncan's, and this one that he snipped it from was this is from Lindsay. Got it. That makes sense. So this is okay. Duncan to Lindsay. Yeah. Okay, that's what it is. So that is Lindsay's image. Anyway, the point is that they're different images. Previously, this one, so far as I know, did not show up on the internet. Therefore, it is reasonable to believe, especially it didn't show up in the previous Duncan Wentz account. So it's reasonable to believe that this wasn't just some random person bringing the account back to life and using the exact same images. All right. Now, interestingly, so remember the name is Duncan Wentz, and literally right before the show was supposed to go live, I think I just found out where this name came from. So in the show on Disney, Good Luck Charlie. Hold up. Thank you.
You got your food?
Yes. In the show on Disney, Good Luck Charlie, there is a character. I've never heard of the show. I don't know if this is the main character, but there's a character, seemingly one of the main characters, right? As it says here.
I'd assume the main character would be called Charlie.
Perhaps. The point is,
well, kind of. The Charlie's the infant, but
okay. So the point is that this character's name is Teddy Duncan, and this character, who is listed as Teddy Duncan's best friend, is named Ivy Wentz. So I think this is probably where Trayce pulled the name from. Maybe not these two specific characters, but characters from these two families in this show. Again, I literally found this right before going live, so I haven't had any time to look into it. But I'm guessing that's what that's about. I never heard of the show before tonight. Anyway, so here is what Duncan's account, Trayce's account, decided to say. Now, I'm going to read this in just a second, but I wanted to point out this was the truth.doc that he had previously done. The truth is my allegation about Daman Mills are false, blah, blah, blah. I copied this text. This was also quoted in the CBR article, right? That's where most of the article's basis came from. I copied this and I went through line by line on the tweets here of this thread. And I just want to show you the stuff that is bold is word for word exactly the same. The stuff that is red is basically a stand-in for the same word. So in the doc, it says when Damon left our friend group. In the tweet, it says when he left our friend group, but they mean Damon, right? Dragon Ball is shortened to DBZ. It's mostly just a formatting thing to fit within Twitter's characters. And then the stuff that's in yellow is basically, this is said in a different order, but it comes up basically, or it's said in a slightly different way kind of thing. So basically the point is that it's not word for word exactly the same, although many of the same typos are still there. But it is, there's nothing new coming in here. Okay. Now I do want to mention, this document, the truth.doc, I showed that to you from an archive because the actual document is offline. When they nuked the Duncan Wentz account, they also nuked everything else associated with it. In fact, let me pull up. Watch me get this right on the second try. I'm guessing 180 by 186. Definitely not 185. Probably 187 then, actually. Yeah, okay, it is because 184 is when we started In Touch, and 189. It's got to be 189 because 188 must. Or no, 186 is when we started Daman Mills coverage. This one. Nope, it is 188. Okay, I got it. It only took me like 19 tries. So in addition to those other things getting nuked, on my WordPress site, I have a plugin that tells me when links get broken, meaning something gets pulled down. So that's what the line through it means. Now, I found that Tracy's Explore Talent profile has been deleted. Do you guys remember this? After he was doxxed, not by VIC MIGNOGNA fans, but by somebody who was friends with either him or Daman. Remember that as they try to spin that story. So this account has been removed in addition to the other things. Now, back to it here. So let's read it real quick. This is mostly just a refresher. There's nothing crazy here. He said, my allegations about Daman Mills were false. When he left our friend group in 2015, we were angry at him and I guess jealous because his career was starting to take off. I had a stupid idea about how to get back at him, so I wrote this document accusing him of stuff. A friend talked to me about posting it because, a friend talked me out of posting it because it wasn't true. But then this year, when I heard him in DBZ, a show I grew up watching, I just got angry about the way I felt like he just kind of disowned us, and I used the stuff from the old document to lash out. So again, this is almost word for word what was already in that document that we had previously looked at, the Google Drive document that he's deleted, the one that I had on the doc on our website that I bolded and all that. But just to point out, this is another cover story of addressing the fact that we pointed out that that document was months old. And the idea that as we pointed out, Lindsay Lover saying, if you wondered why I've been, what was her phrasing? Fried nerves for the last couple months, loose can't, whatever the phrasing she used was, basically that she's been under pressure for the last few months. Now you know why, right? And that was, I believe, tweeted the day that the Daman Mills article went up on Anime News Network, right? So basically he's saying, oh, that's why it's months old, because I made it a while ago and then didn't do anything, but then pulled the trigger, right? So he said, I just got angry about the way I feel like he just kind of disowned us, and I used the stuff from the old document to lash out. It wasn't right, and I have no excuse except that I was in a really bad place at the time. I know that isn't an excuse, and I am so sorry. This isn't who I am, and I had no idea how much pain this was going to cause him. I just wanted him to feel sorry for just abandoning me. The screenshots I provided were made up and not real at all, or happened between friends of ours, and we just changed the names and stuff. Just going to say once again, if this is true, it would be incredibly easy to prove if he actually wanted to convince people. The screenshot from Brian about being unrequited was one of the only ones that was real. It's interesting that he phrases it like one of the only ones that was real. Of the ones that are the official ones provided from Anime News Network, how many of them aren't damning that you would even be comfortable saying it's one of the only ones that was real, and indicating at least one more is kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Daman and I never dated, and he did not do those other things we accused him of. Notice the typo.
Yeah, but despite Daman saying that everything was consensual.
Right. So, and I point out the typo here because this is also in the doc that was deleted. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that I think it's important to understand why this account came back. It came back the literal day that Dragon Ball Super Superhero, actually I lied, this is August 16th. This is a few days before. August 19th is when Dragon Ball Superhero came out. So this was preemptively done literally right before it screened in US theaters, right? I think personally, if I just had to guess, what happened to Vic, Daman didn't want to have happen to him. This account being up and not being deleted is so that either his bots, the sycophants that follow him, certainly not himself, he'll have other people do his dirty work, sock puppet accounts, are able to link people accusing him of things, sharing the screenshots of the Facebook, N-words and molestation, like raping you both, kind of all these statements he made, that when people link screenshots of those things, that people who are close to Daman can reply linking to this as like, see, it's all made up, right? And then to the average person who doesn't know the background and everything, they're going to be, phew, I didn't want to believe the allegations were true anyway, right? People who don't want to believe that Daman is guilty of these things will see this and be like, oh, thank God, you know, and that's all they need to continue to be his fan, right? That's the purpose of this. And just to be clear, I don't think any evidence has come out so far that makes me comfortable with canceling Daman Mills. I think he did things that were shady. I think he did things that were borderline illegal, but most of what he did, I think, could be explained away based on, you know, the sort of 4chan B culture of the time in terms of tossing around the N-word and the way he spelled rape, like R-A-E-P, you know, and just these are things that were going on in the mid 2000s. In that sort of like internet culture with Pedo Bear and all that stuff all over 4chan. So I think it could be explained away. What I'm saying basically is that there hasn't been any hard evidence that condemns him outright, right? So just make that clear. I don't see it. You guys can feel free to disagree, but for me personally, I haven't seen anything that I think warrants him being fired or anything. I have seen plenty that I think warrants an investigation. I just want to make that clear. An investigation needs to happen because if he is grooming kids and whatnot, then Trayce is probably not the only one, right? So an investigation would need to happen to find out if he's been communicating with others. And anyway, it's pretty self-explanatory. So anyway, it says Daman and I never dated, and he did not do those other things that we accused him of. Right. So typo here. Sorry, I meant to mention this before. The fact that the exact same typo is here and that it's basically word for word what was in the doc. I think personally, that furthers the credibility of the claim that this was a settlement requirement from Duncan / Trayce for Daman to not take him to court. I think that almost proves it. Because the account, the truth.doc account, has been deleted. So this must exist somewhere that it could be pulled up and the typos even being retained.
Yeah.
For it to go back up like this. So, like, we literally never touched each other like that. And there definitely wasn't sex or rape like people keep implying online. Daman hadn't even had his first real kiss when I knew him. Weird thing to bring up. He was honestly an amazing friend like 90% of the time and someone who was important to me. I was just angry because I felt like he didn't want to have any of his old friends in his life anymore and I did something stupid. I don't know how to stop this once it started. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to stop this once it started. I kind of hoped that when Damon's attorney sent those screenshots that proved what I said wasn't true, the story would stop. But I guess it was too late for any of us to stop it. So once again, I'll just point out, this statement exists, again, so that people who don't want to believe that Daman is guilty of these things will be like, oh, okay, so Daman actually, his attorney proved that what he said wasn't true. Nobody has seen this. These do not exist. Duncan has never provided them. So he goes on to say, people on the internet keep coming up with random conspiracy theories about why I've retracted my allegations, but they are all wrong. Another typo that was retained from the original doc. I haven't been pressured by Damon's lawyer to retract my statement. I literally haven't heard from them in months. I also haven't been contacted by anyone in the industry about any of this. I don't even think they know who I am, improper question mark. And no one reached out to me about Daman being suicidal or pressured me to retract. I don't even know where people came up with that one, but it's not true. So nobody has made the accusation that Daman pressured you. They pressured Lindsay Loveridge. They wanted the article taken down. And obviously the reason why is because when you Google Daman Mills, him being a child groomer is the top result, right? That's what comes up when you look up Daman Mills. So they want the article deleted instead of just updated, so that the headline doesn't say Daman Mills grooms children, he's a pedo, right? I'm paraphrasing, of course, but that's the purpose of them trying to pressure Anime News Network. And I'll remind you, it was insiders in the industry who were doing that. Lindsay Loveridge claimed that when this popped off, people were creating accounts on ANN's forums, which are anonymous accounts, but the emails they were using were recognizable emails of people in the industry that ANN already had correspondence with. Basically the official email used to reach out to certain individuals in order to get comment, or even, just the one that they use to reach out for, events or whatever it's going to be, that basically people are using their real fucking name, their real email. Like I can't think of what was Jeff Becente, like Jeff Becente at gmail.com creates an account to say, you guys should be ashamed of yourself. Daman Mills didn't do any of this stuff, and basically pretends to just be some random fan, right? And say things on ANN's forums when the people with the back end information of the accounts can see, well, I can see who is saying this because the account is being run by somebody who has the exact same email address login as the email we used to communicate with them when we did an interview 2 years ago or whatever, and this kind of thing happened. We talked about this with James Carter Cathcart, the voice of, I think it was Professor Oak, when they were transitioning from the old dub of Pokemon to the Pokemon Company International dub. And he transferred over from the old dub. I think he's one of the only ones who did. And he was going to be taking over as the voice of Meowth. And he posted to the Celebi forums saying things like, the new voice of Meowth sounds so good, and basically jerking himself off. And then one of the people who is also a voice actor on Pokemon was one of the admins or whatever on the site. I think her name was Maddie Blaustein. And she called him out because for the same reason. You can see on the back end the stupid email that you chose to use to sign up, right? Anyway.
That's pretty pathetic.
It is, yeah. And it's one of those things people don't think about when they sock puppet. It's like, well, my account is what do you call it? Anonymous, right? But on the back end, people can still see what stupid email you're using. So anyway,
use a throwaway email. Pretty easy to create those.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the Daman Mills stuff when they doxed Trayce, and they shared a friends only Facebook post to do so, right? And then further down the line, more people are sharing things to try to move the direction that people are investigating this, and they're still using friends only posts. Like, you guys are so stupid. How are you this dumb? Anyway, let's see. So I haven't been pressured by Damon's lawyer to retract statement. I looked at her for months. Oh, this is the suicidal part. Anyway, so the last one here. I haven't talked to anyone about this except one reporter, Lindsay Loveridge, my attorney, although didn't he get his legal expertise from Reddit, as we covered, and a few close friends, and none of them pressured me to do anything. It might not be what people want to hear, but I'm just trying to do the right thing now. So again, this exists entirely so that Daman Mills has a deflection against the claims, right? Even though it would be easy to prove which of the messages were faked. Even though Daman Mills could even provide that information because he has access to the other end of the conversations. He could submit those and show us, hey, here is the actual conversations that I had. Here's where they Photoshop something in. Here's where, this message didn't happen at all. And Trayce/Duncan could produce that, showing actually it was my friend Matt. You can see that I have this other friend, and this is the name that he goes by. And when I click on his account, it takes me to his actual profile. Clearly, it's not Daman Mills. Right? It would be incredibly easy to disprove the things that they're claiming they've disproved, but they haven't done any legwork to actually disprove. So anyway, and it's the same thing with the WikiLeaks emails. The reason nobody ever came out and said that they were faked is because they could have easily proved they were fake if they were fake, but they weren't. Anyway, so that's the new messages from Duncan. He also said, haha, guys, this isn't like new information. I'm literally just putting it back up, and I won't be checking replies or whatever. Sorry. Now, there is one typo that did get fixed. And that's this part where he said, I didn't know how to stop this once it started. I kind of hoped that when Damon's attorney sent those screenshots that proved what I said wasn't true, the story would stop. But I guess it was too late for any of us to stop it. In the original one here, this was written with a Q instead of a G. The G was replaced. They fixed it to spell it properly for the tweets. Anyway, so some interesting things I observed here, because I think that I think it's very likely that this account is being run by Trayce. And I find it interesting because if you look at his likes, you remember previously, in fact, I've got it right over here. One second. In the overlays, I have, where are the likes? I think they are right here. The old account, right? Liking things that say, so like a message here, Funimation voice actor Daman Mills accused of misconduct. So they liked this account, right? That says hashtag kick Damon, right? This one over here saying make a video on the Daman Mills situation, right? This one over here says, I know people are mentioning that they may be keeping him in the company due to his sexual orientation, and he's part of the group of friends, but technically Funimation has to treat everyone fairly, regardless of what sexual orientation, race, gender they are, right? So previously, Duncan was liking things that seemed to go against the claim that of what he said, that he fabricated everything, right? He was liking these tweets that were favorable to believing Trayce's real first account where he said Daman Mills molested me, right? And now what we have here is just random likes from a bunch of accounts. And the crazy thing is, if you look at the people that he's following, his real account, the real account run by Trayce, is following almost all of these same accounts. So I don't know.
Oh, I think this also kind of highlights the problem with bringing allegations like this to the public, to the media, to social media. I guess a good example of this that comes to mind is the James Charles thing, and I haven't looked into that enough. The second wave, not the Tati Westbrook stuff, but the second wave where there's a whole bunch of kids on TikTok who were claiming he was sliding into their DMs or Snapchat or whatever. But they didn't go to the police with these allegations, and this is my problem with all of this. And it's why it's kind of hard. So when it comes to Daman Mills, I think my original thread, a lot of people were like, I think a lot of people wanted to read uncharitably that I was buying these allegations as they came out. And I basically, the first thing I think I said about it was, this is basically karma for him supporting the Kick Vic movement. But I also said something along the lines, if these are true, then this is pretty fucked up or something like that. But my problem, whether legitimate or not, these kind of allegations have no business being in the public sphere. It should not be put to the public because the public's, I mean, look how fast lies spread, and look how hard it is. So so if we give the benefit of the doubt to Daman Mills, and we believe that Duncan is Trayce is lying, and Trayce is sitting here trying to undo this damage, look how impossible it is to undo that.
As Mark Twain would say, it's easier to fool a man than convince him he's been fooled.
Lies or terminological inexactitude is Emma Stone's character in Easy 8 would put it. Lies travel faster than the truth, and once you put that out to the public, there's no one doing that, and it's very damaging. And I think that stuff
just
like
before
this,
you go on, I just want to quickly interject and say, while I agree with you that lies do travel quicker than truth and all that stuff, he, like AC was saying earlier, he's not doing himself any favors. There are multiple things he could do to make it more convincing that he isn't doing.
Oh yeah, like this whole situation's kind of sus because of what he was liking before. He was liking tweets supporting the idea that Damon really was a predator and stuff like that. Like his behavior is like he's not doing himself any favors, obviously, but like it's highlighting an issue. Basically, my general complaint about all of this coming to social media or the media is they have no business deciding things like this. What it needs to be done is put through proper channels. Whether if it was done in a professional manner, it needs to be reported to some sort of HR and done on the back end, not like put to the public. Or if there are crimes actually committed, then you need to go to the police. People always cite the statute of limitations on some of this stuff. When it comes to sexual assault, the statute of limitations isn't like a year or something. It's like there are a lot. Most of them are several years long.
Yeah, and one of the things that Damon did is actually there is no limitation on it, which is the propositioning a minor for nudes. Right.
Yeah.
That's basically propositioning for child pornography is illegal in all 50 states, and it doesn't have a statute of limitations. Now, the reason I don't feel like he should be canceled over quote unquote propositioning a minor for nudes is that I think there's plausible deniability that the way he asked for them, which was show me, right? About a supposed video that Brian had recorded where Trayce is in his underwear or something. That doesn't sound like somebody's actually trying to proposition somebody for child pornography, you know? And so I'm hesitant to outright try to cancel the guy over those things. And it's ironic because despite what the Kick Vic side would like to present and believe, you know, the opposing side believes, every person I've heard do a video on this and talk about it from the beginning was saying something is not right with the allegations that this Duncan character is making. Something is being hidden. They're being manipulative, right? And we've all been saying that from the beginning. And that's what's come out in the oh, I faked everything post, is that I think that there's some truth there. Like the lie constructed to cover up the previous things that he said is based in some truth, in that I did feel like he disowned us. I did feel the resentment and stuff, but that doesn't mean that he didn't also molest you or do these things. That's going to be harder to disprove, right? And when you came out and only showed us a couple of honestly pretty tame DMs, with the exception of the one that asked how big you are and do you ever touch yourself, right? Other than that, pretty fairly tame for the most part. But then we find, after you get doxxed by somebody who either knows you or Damon, or both, after we find his actual posts in history saying the N-word and doing all sorts of stuff like that, like that's where the genie got out of the bottle and you couldn't put it back in. You know? Mix my food here.
I'm just gonna stand by what I say. Like this stuff, like I just don't. The problem I have is that a lot of these people, they do this not to get justice, but to grab attention and to use it as some. And a lot of times they're using it as some kind of like cudgel against somebody else without any kind of thought of the actual consequences of their actions. I don't know if maybe I'm misremembering, but this kind of came up with the Duncan McLeod or McLid or whatever his name, not Duncan. Yeah, no, Duncan McLeod and Nick Rekieta's little debate where Duncan's like, he doesn't really think about it or care that people get canceled or lose their income or whatever by their actions. They don't really think about it because they are so callous in doing these kind of things. I have a problem with the whole thing. People coming to social media or the media with these kind of allegations are looking for one, attention, or two, like some sort of monetary gain, and three, they're doing this with no regards to what kind of damage it can do. And even if
I think it's an intentional thing to do it this way. This is a deliberate canceling somebody in public, you know, doing it through social media or you know, as what happened here, going to Anime News Network is worse
Yeah.
than going through the court.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day with the court stuff, it's like, well, the statute of limitations is up, or, yes, you're the person you're accusing did do these things and he has been charged a fine, or he goes to jail for 3 months, or there's a lot of things that could have happened in this particular story that the general public would never even learn had actually happened. Maybe Damien gets registered as a sex offender, but nobody ever looks it up, because why would we? There's no reason to believe it. Like stuff like that could have happened, but this is significantly more damaging because it stays with you for the rest of your life.
Mhm.
Again, the reason why Daman Mills' friends in the industry pressured Anime News Network to take down the article is because he will never get away from this.
Yeah.
Same with Vic, of course.
Same with anyone who's getting accusations thrown against them like this. And I want to err on the side of free speech, but I feel like that this is I don't know how we fix it either, because there's no really we get rid of we do some, well, not get rid of, but we do some serious overhaul on the anti-slap statutes, because I think the fact that you can declare someone a public figure by controversy, and then you could say whatever the fuck you want and be able to hide behind the protections of anti-slap, which I think in theory were originally supposed to protect private citizens from like big companies or super wealthy people from shutting up criticism. Whereas there's people running around legitimately doing some serious damage to people's reputations. And you get a lot of situations where like it's not just reputational. They lose their careers, their monetary support. They lose a lot of stuff. And I don't understand, like,
I think the anti-slap stuff, it's a relic from a time when you had celebrities, politicians, general speaking public figures, and everybody else. But now we've entered into a time where everybody's an influencer in some way, shape, or form. Maybe your audience is 50 people, maybe it's 50 million. But everybody, for the most part, there's very few people who don't have some sort of presence, be it just their own private clique in their own Facebook groups, or be it, like a YouTube channel like PewDiePie, that it's just like, we don't have that dynamic anymore where it's easy to see. And then of course we have all sorts of slap fights happening, but by, you wouldn't even call them public figures, but they are public figures in the sense that maybe you don't know all the people. Like, what was the recent thing that, Andy Worski boxed that other guy? It's like
Poppy. Yeah.
I had never heard of those people before.
Yeah.
But even I can tell that there is a following behind them that was big enough that was a major event when it was happening. Right. So in a way, they're at least limited purpose public figures. Right. And that's where the law has not caught up to the fact that now we have shit like that going on. We have beef between people with 1 million subscribers, and then people do underhanded things. And the law is going to have to catch up to this, and probably won't for another decade at least.
And then it'll still be behind.
It'll still be behind. Yeah. Because it'll evolve even more beyond that.
Yeah. I just, I mean, I guess we work on that kind of stuff, but at the same time, it's kind of disheartening to see how much damage can be inflicted to someone by another private citizen, and there's no protections for that person because they're declared a public figure. It just, I don't know, it's depressing and it's disheartening, and I'm like trying to figure out, how do we fix this? We go the public, we fight. I don't want to I was going to say, I see a comment about Johnny Depp winning his case. He actually got to have his case heard before a jury. And I think that might be because either Virginia has no anti-slap or has some really weak anti-slap laws. I can't remember which, but he was able to get that before a jury. But it's so hard to get there. And defamation suits are really hard to win already. There's such a high, it is such an almost impossible obstacle. And anti-slap adds a layer to that, because you don't even get your case heard. You don't even get a chance for discovery.
Literally just everything freezes.
Yeah.
And it goes to the the TCPA motion.
Yeah.
So
and it's before a judge who, and most, I mean, let's face it, if you get a lazy judge.
Mm-hmm. So let's move into Vic. No, this is a good transition point. But I want to address. You were saying like, I don't even know where we go, right? And sort of the theme I wanted for tonight's show is, where should we go from here, right? And I think that personally, the way that the ideal situation to prevent people outright getting canceled is to just continually demand the proof. You know, that's like, it's the ignoring the believe all victims, because that only applies to the victims that they care about, right? The people who use this mantra. Just continue to demand the proof and continue to, who jumped? Oh, hey, Stan's here. How's it going, Stan?
Hello everybody.
You are just in time. You could not have come a moment sooner. Like, this is perfect. So yeah, I just think that the way that we address this is to continually ask for proof and demand it when people try to cancel somebody. And in this case, when people try to pretend, oh no, it wasn't actually true. I fabricated that, you know. So jumping in to what's happened with Vic. Big shocker. I know it's been like a million years since this happened. I'm so sorry the show couldn't happen sooner. Vic lost his appeal, right? So I've got a couple things I want to read here, and then we're going to look at some things in the actual documents, and then we'll have more of a free-form discussion. But Anime News Network wrote, the Texas Second Court of Appeals upheld the Tarrant County District Court's November 2019 judgment against Vic Mignogna in his defamation lawsuit. The court, however, also determined the attorney's fee amount initially awarded to Rial and Toye was less than what was supported by factually sufficient evidence. Okay, so that's the general overview. If you recall, there were appeals on two fronts. Vic was appealing the decision to dismiss the case, and Ron and Monica were appealing the awarded fees to try to get more. And it is the worst case scenario for Vic. The court upheld the case being dismissed and said, yeah, they probably deserve some more, so that's going to have to go into redetermination, right? So here is what Bounding in the Comics had to say. Mignogna's appeal was first filed with officials in Tarrant County, Texas in October 2019, just days after his initial complaints against fellow Western anime dub voice actors Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi were dismissed by the district court on the grounds that the latter two had, quote, shown by a preponderance of the evidence that the communications related to plaintiff's causes of action relate to a public concern, and the communications involve allegations of conduct by plaintiff that relate to health and safety, environmental, economic, or community well-being. So basically, Vic became a public figure because of the things that they said and the way that they treated the accusations that, you know, like the Kick Vic hashtag and everything was coming after him with.
I want to note that. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
going to interject here. The only reason this controversy blew up as much as it did is because Monica Rial was the one who retweeted Mars Girl's tweets, Kick Vic. She retweeted those. They admitted to that. And that's what made this blow up as big as it did. So that kind of pisses me off that they're the ones who essentially threw the gasoline on the fire. Maybe they didn't originate it, but these complaints have been happening for the longest time.
And they never hurt Vic ever.
And the difference here was that Monica Rial decided to retweet Mars Girl's tweets. And I think maybe even Hanleia's, but I definitely know she retweeted Mars Girls, and she made it blow up. So that pisses me off. It's like they made that public. They made that public. They made this a public concern.
And I'll remind you again, if you become a public figure because of the defamation, then you don't count as a public figure for TCPA. Because as we just said, Vic, I can pull up on the Vic Mignogna timeline at ocapodcast.com/Vic-archives. You can look at all the stuff that I have in there from before this happened. People they started change.org petitions to get him replaced in free because they didn't like that a gay character, quote unquote gay, because the Fujoshis just determined that, even though canonically it's not even addressed, that Vic's character Rin should be voiced by somebody else because, well, Vic's homophobic, right? He won't sign Yaoi, right? So, and then of course the Cosfu forums that were setting up gay ops against him with the "Leave Vic Alone, he didn't know she was underage" parody of "Leave Britney Alone" video, and all these other things. That those things never hurt him. I mean, obviously there aren't things you want people saying about you, but they didn't damage his ability to work. They didn't damage his ability to go to conventions and see his fans until Mononoke Rial retweeted Han Leia or Mars Girl's tweets. I think also Han Leia's. Now that you bring it up, I think that also got in there. But anyway, and it's not just that. It's not just that. I want to remind you guys, I could be wrong on this. I have to double check the dates. I'm pretty sure, and again, this is where the concept of civil conspiracy comes from. I am pretty sure in the text messages, which again are also on ocapodcast.com/Vic-archives, between Ron Toye and Chris Slatosh, where he commits tortious interference and tells Chris Slatosh, you don't want to have Vic there. Things are about to pop off, and then Chris asks what happens. Like, they came forward, right? And then he basically says, "I can't tell you who it is," and then doesn't get a response from Chris Slatosh. So he says, "Don't tell her I told you, but one of them is Monica." Just literally egging him on, trying to get him to ask so that he can tell him. Right. And then when he doesn't ask, he was like, "Oh, don't tell her I told you, but it's Monica." Right. And that he is telling Chris Slatosh that there is an investigation before the date Sony's internal records showed the investigation started. And that the three events in the investigation were all brought forth by Mononoke Rial. That a jelly bean story, Vic eating a jelly bean, not the supposed sexual assault she endured at KawaiiCon. Izumi-con, thank you.
That was so bizarre. That was the most bizarre aspect of that. I was like, damn, that story didn't come up until she needed a better... She knew.
Exactly.
She knew her initial complaint was just not going to
wasn't going to cut it. Yeah. And so there's that story, which she brought firsthand. And again, it's the jelly bean story, not the Izumi-con story. Thank you for correcting me, Stan. And then there's the Sarah Bachmeyer story of a consensual kiss at her office at Funimation that was also brought to Tammy Denbo's attention by Mononoke Rial, even though in her deposition she's like, "Oh yeah, I told her, but I think she knew already." And then we showed in the In Touch podcast coverage how there was an email chain provided that showed that actually that's not what Tammy Denbo said. She said, "Thank you. I will include this in the file," or whatever she said, right?
Exactly.
And then the third story is that Vic propositioned twins, but by the way, one of which said that she loved Vic. Here, I'll pull that in screen. Tess Yost, "Happy birthday, Vic. You are amazing, but you already knew that. And I love you. Bet you didn't know that."
I bet he still doesn't know that since she lied about him.
So these individuals who, by the way, lived with Ron and Monica.
That's fucking weird. Can we discuss how, or just stop for a second? Who has two anime fans as a professional voice actor live with them? How has that not been called out? How has that not been seen as fucking weird? I don't know. I don't know how, because it seems like they were just fans. I don't see. Yeah. Were they ever volunteer? Even then, that's fucking weird. Let's do a hypothetical. If one of the Reasonable Rangers had lived with Vic for any amount of time, for a fact they'd be dragging him for that. But that didn't happen. But these two were living with Ron and Monica, and so I don't know. That's kind of weird.
You don't ask questions.
I always ask questions. That's just weird to me. I don't understand how that's not. I mean.
Hey, Trent.
Welcome to the show.
Oh my gosh. Hi.
Mr. Dolan. Long time no talk, or never talk, I should say.
Lots of Texas.
You can't duck me today, sir.
So, just a reminder. Every story that was in the investigation that Vic was asked about was brought to Sony's attention by Mononoke Rial. So
Only
again,
Mononoke Rial.
Solely, yes. Let's see. I got notes. Okay. So the Second District Court of Appeals Judge Mike Wallach ultimately found that the defendants had met their initial TCPA burden in part because Mignogna failed to preserve his complaints about their evidence. Do you know what that means? It means Ty didn't object. And I don't know if you remember what happened that day when it was
Chupp-
clear that Chupp was not in a gaming, playful mood and basically told Ty to sit the fuck down and stop objecting.
Yeah, I remember that in the transcript. I feel like this is like an insane part because like I remember that in the transcript and I don't understand like how the Court of Appeals can look at that and not say how like not see how what do you call it, how horrible that, or how I don't even know the word to
But
describe it.
It's not how the procedure should go, certainly.
And they should have seen that or noticed that because they did attach the transcript of the trial.
I'm sure they
or
did, but
the
there's a lot to
proceedings.
go through for this. And
True.
you either glaze over while you're reading all of this stuff, or you just skim it and you miss it, or you read it differently when it's on paper versus when it happened, right?
I
But
wonder-
basically, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's more of a long shot than this, so it likely all unlikely won't work. But maybe if they did I don't know what it's called, a letter of reconsideration or something like that,
A motion for reconsideration.
yeah, maybe they point that out. But like, I don't know. It's probably not going to work. But at the same time, I think that was like such an egregious error, and that was by the court, not by Ty. Because what could Ty do? And like, could he? I mean, I guess he could have technically still tried to object, and he probably should have. But like, when the judge tells you to stop objecting,
Yeah. I mean, basically, Ty was put in a place in that moment where I'm supposed to object to this incident here. I'm supposed to object to what they're saying. But I run a tremendous risk of irritating the judge who is about to rule on whether or not this case is going to be outright dismissed against my client, like against the plaintiff, basically dismissing the plaintiff's case, Vic's case, right? That basically you have to choose. I am supposed to object here, but doing so may very well lose me the case. Not doing so, ironically, did end up losing them the appeal. So that's what's happened there. Now, they said, in part because Mignogna failed to preserve his complaints about their evidence, which the trial court considered along with Mignogna's allegations in his First Amendment petition. And because Mignogna withdrew the principal evidence supporting his prima facie burden before the hearing on appellee's TCPA motions, he was unable to meet his TCPA burden on any of appellee's claims. So what does that mean? Well, so I've read a good portion of the 70-page memorandum. And if you can read between the lines, it is 70 pages of them saying, Ty fucked up. Ty fucked up, Ty fucked up, Ty fucked up, over and over again. Basically, painfully telling you, hey, the reason this is being thrown up is because you fucked up by thinking you were a mobile notary. Now, previously, when we covered what happened with the case, I was under the impression that Chuck Huber waited until the very last second to have his affidavit submitted because he was worried about how Funimation and people at Funimation were going to react to him submitting an affidavit that was not favorable towards Monica Rial and Jamie Markey. And I asked Chuck about that the other day, and he declined to give me an answer. But he did talk to me for a while, and I've realized that I still don't know. It's very possible, since he outright stated that he feared retaliation in his affidavit. But it's very possible, now that I think about it, every single filing Beard, Harris, Bullock, and Hughes did was submitted at the deadline, and even going past the deadline because of errors in trying to upload huge documents, because the stuff from the defendants was like 800 pages or whatever.
I wouldn't look too much into that. That happens all the time in legal work. Lawyers wait till the last minute, literally all the
Hold on a
time.
second.
Do you have anything that's like a controller but doesn't
I
have
don't have
what's
anything
in-
like that. I don't. Holy crap. Okay, sorry. What were you saying, Trent?
I was saying that I wouldn't read too much into that because that's just that lawyers do that all the time.
Yeah,
Wait
I
till
mean,
the last second to turn in documents.
You're going to continue to work on them up until the deadline, I think. You're trying to cram as much in there. And I don't think it's appropriate, because especially considering the defendants submitted a couple things late and were given the grace of the plaintiff to allow them in some of the situations. But basically what happened here is that because Ty, and this drives me up the wall, because Ty believed he was something called a mobile notary and was able to take and notarize things over the phone, and he wasn't, they were ruled as fraudulent affidavits. Now, here's why this drives me up the wall. The signature and the notarization is to protect the individual named in the affidavit. That you can say, that's not me, ask the notary and like, confirm that the signatures don't match and all that stuff, right? And literally, it's like, this is kind of how I looked at it. Imagine Twitter verifies somebody and they actually go to the process of confirming, yes, this account with this username is actually this specific person in real life. But then you do something Twitter doesn't like and they unverify you. Like, you're the same person. The account still belongs to somebody that they went to the trouble of verifying and confirming it is in fact you. But then just to fuck you, they take it away. That's effectively what happens here, is that nobody who filed the affidavits, not Chris Latosh, not Chuck Huber, not VIC MIGNOGNA, came out and said, hey, that's not what I said or believe or whatever. So these things, despite the fact that the evidence was preserved in the sense that, like, you could visually see the affidavit, it's just that it lost the little stamp that said, yeah, verified. Even though all you would have to do, and this is what Ty was supposed to have to do, is he withdrew them with the intent of bringing them up at the trial to bring them back into the record. But then Chupp was so fucking upset over the way that he basically viewed it as a malicious attempt rather than a easy mistake, and wasn't hearing any of that, and basically just shut everything down before there was even a chance to bring it up. Right. So basically, because the second amended petition wasn't admitted, there was no evidence to go up against the claims being made on the defendant's side, and that's why the case was dismissed. So again, big flashing neon lights. Ty fucked up.
The other dumb thing was that it didn't even need to be a sworn affidavit.
Right.
Could have
Because
been
they were
an unsworn
resubmitted as
affidavit.
unsworn declarations.
Yeah.
And they could have done the verified check later as with notarizing them after the fact. But I think it's possible that Ty was attempting to play his cards close to his chest by releasing things at the very last second. And because there was a major colossal fuck up, there wasn't any time to fix it. So here we are.
It's a game you play. When
Yeah.
you're trying to have gamesmanship over the other side, you mess with time. There's no time to fix colossal mistakes, like you said. Also, I hate to point this out because I've gotten crap for it in the past, but even with the affidavits, I still think Marky and Funimation are out. I
Mhm.
think the only thing the affidavits do is keep Rial and Toye in, which they should be in. specifically with the things they said to Slaytosh. They flat out lied to Slaytosh
Yeah.
and said criminal charges are coming. By the way, it's been 3 years and we still
Mhm.
haven't gotten those criminal charges. I would just like to point that out.
Yeah, and they also, I will remind you that at the original hearing, which by the way, because fate is goddamn hilarious, the hearing was scheduled for October 3rd in 2019 from Full Metal Alchemist. Don't forget 3 October, right? At that hearing, Chupp was basically saying, look, I'm kicking out Funimation. I'm kicking out Marky. I'm not sure about you two, referring to Mononoke Rial and Ron Toye, right? Because he saw the shenanigans they pulled. I want to remind you guys what their fucking plan was. They said that they wanted it to go to court, but they did the literal opposite of doing that, right? They had the case dismissed at TCPA, which basically means that the in the process of the lawsuit, once you invoke TCPA, discovery is stayed, meaning that nobody gets to gather any new evidence, and it forces everybody into the TCPA hearing as opposed to continuing with the process that was originally there for the lawsuit. And Mononoke and Ron, again, they said that they wanted it to go to court. They wanted everything public. But what they did instead, they dicked around for like a full month to schedule the deposition. You guys remember this?
Yeah.
Like a full fucking month. They were playing tag. First of all, Casey Eric, you guys might have even forgotten who that was. Before Lemoyne basically took over, Casey Eric was the one handling their case. He contacted Vic for deposition without going to Ty. Number one. This was the shenanigans they played. Vic, of course, goes to Ty and says, I've been contacted to be deposed. We need to go over depo prep or whatever. And he's like, he contacted you without approaching your counsel? That's ridiculous. So he did the same thing to Mononoke and Ron. Contacted them instead of Casey Eric, right? And then they kept fighting over what day Vic would be deposed because, as Rakeda put it, habeas dibsies. They just made up a reason for why Vic had to go first. And then they actually submitted case file to the judge to argue for why Vic should have to go first. And the case file they submitted actually set the exact opposite precedent that it is ridiculous to think that the plaintiff should go first, because if the plaintiff goes first, then they can depose the plaintiff and then immediately file TCPA and stay their own discovery / deposition.
Well,
right? Which is exactly what their plan was. Exactly.
If we're gonna bash Ty, we should give him credit for stopping that, because Ty
Hell
went
yeah.
to the judge and said
He
wants to
dragged them
depose
in.
my client and then file TCPA, and the judge looked at the other side and said, "You're not going to do that, are you?"
Yeah,
And they're
his
like,
exact
"Oh,
words.
of course not." That's how they got the Rial and Toye.
Yeah, that's why Marky doesn't have one. And this is my other favorite thing about this. Mononoke and Ron's deadline for filing TCPA expired. The only reason TCPA was filed at all is because Jamie Markey dodged the process server for weeks, so that when she was finally served, her 30 days from being served was later than theirs. And when she filed TCPA, it applied to every defendant. That is the reason that they were able to depose Vic and have TCPA filed. Because they played fucking games. Because Jamie Markey changed her Twitter handle to running from the law. Right? Just anybody who could actually see this.
It was really frustrating because they're treating this, they have been treating this like a game. And in the depraved part about this is that in like the consequences were so severe on Vic's side, and they're just treating it like some fucking game, and that it was like going a step further beyond dehumanizing, and it was, I have no words for how malicious and
Mhm.
how
I mean, if they
evil.
wanted to put him away, they would have done it as fast as fucking possible.
Yeah, but they
Well,
treated
because
it like a
they-
game.
Yeah,
And
they
it was
claim-
If he was guilty of doing anything, they would have done that as fast as fucking possible.
Yeah, and like I'm saying, the reason why you see like it was all their behavior. You saw through it from the very fucking beginning. They weren't. They knew they were telling lies. They knew they were full of shit, but they were so giddy and so happy to bring this man down for what? For envy because his name was on a box, Monica. I'm sorry, but like you guys are
That was sold in
evil.
another country.
Yeah, it was in the UK, wasn't it? Wasn't it the UK?
That's
release?
the UK release of Tsubasa, and it's like the literal only one, right?
Yeah.
That we could find was just that. Just one volume of Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles, a show that's honestly not even that good. It's an amalgamation of other Clamp shows, all of which are better.
Yeah.
You know,
it kind of blows my mind. I said this recently to someone that if I understood these people, I would probably be in trouble. I'd probably be sick in the head myself. But I don't understand how you can be so malicious and be so happy and revel in someone's destruction like this. It's
maddening.
I can't. There's no words to describe how.
Yeah.
And I don't understand like how that's not criminal either. That's psychotic. That's doing legitimate harm to someone else. And there's no way to bring these evil bitches to justice. There's just no way to do it.
Sure, there is. There's one way financially. Don't buy their stuff. Don't see them at shows. Don't watch their stuff.
They're getting propped up by the industry, but they already don't have like they already don't have fans. They already don't have lines or anything. But the problem is that the industry is going to stick with them. So I'm going to mute this. My dog's drinking water behind this. I don't know if you can.
I'll just say that when this first began, I have said countless times on the podcast as we've covered this. I'm not a part of KickVic. I'm not a part of I Stand with Vic. I only care about this going to a court of law and out of the court of public opinion, because the only way that you are going to force people to stop dicking around, pardon me, the only way you're going to force people to stop dicking around is to get it into trial. And
not in
we
Texas,
never even
'cause-
got to trial.
Apparently not in Texas, because you can call someone a sexual predator and it's not defamation.
Well, the thing is that, as I stated before, I wanted to get this into a court of law and out of the court of public opinion because people went fucking insane. Literally insane. Verifiably insane over this. Neil Kaplan came out and claimed, oh yeah, now that I think about it, the first time I met with Vic, he raped the back of my neck. Here's a video of it. And it's like, really? You're calling
You're the one who is inviting him to be on his shoulders.
Like it's fucking unbelievable. And then my favorite thing about that is that the literal next day, somebody had accusations about Neil Kaplan that had material evidence attached to it. Text messages of him asking them to come up to their room and go grab a drink with them and stuff. Like literally, that's more evidence than they have on Vic. And it's the next day after Neil Kaplan opens his mouth, somebody says, well, actually, you talk a big game, but here you are trying to get in my pants here, buddy.
I'm trying to remember the name because he's a really, really minor voice actor. But when the Techo affidavits came out, I can't remember his name for the life of me. He claimed that Mary Ajima, they were on a panel together.
Brett Weaver.
Yeah, there we go. Brett Weaver came out and claimed that Mary Ajima had come to him and said, I feel uncomfortable. Sorry.
That's all right. No, that's fine.
Yeah. Had come to him and said that Vic makes her uncomfortable. Could you make sure I'm not sitting next to him or something like that?
I think the way he phrased was like, she asked me to save her.
Yeah.
Right? And he's like, so I said, you sitting over here, buddy. Right.
Yeah.
And then the fucking photos come out and show Vic sitting right next to her.
Yeah.
And again, I wanted this to go to the court of law and out of the court of opinion, because that is how you stop people from claiming, well, geez, I Stand with Vic swatted me, you know, and all of that shit. Like that puts an end to that.
Another example of that
Mm.
where they're thinking they're twisting or outright lying about past events that have like photographic evidence. Mary Reese was another one of those. She was the one. Her affidavit
Edwards.
was submitted in support of Kara Edwards, where she has photos on her Facebook of these incidents where apparently Vic was at a piano surrounded by a bunch of young female fans and a
Even
bunch
worse
of
than that, yeah.
and like more than half of those fans were men. I was like, and the guy and the Alucard cosplayer singing with Vic was definitely not full. I mean, I guess I'm not a biologist, so I can't say.
We dubbed Vic sexual Spider-Man when we read her story, because it sounded like Vic asked her to stand guard outside of his room, and then he climbed out the balcony to get downstairs, kind of thing.
Yeah,
it's just like he pulled her hair, right? Like with his hand wide open on the back of his head, on her head, but somehow he managed to pull her hair.
Here, I've got exactly what you guys are talking about.
There was a claim about like they were mimicking a scene of like a romance novel, and they were either Mary or Kara. One of them was claiming that was done without consent. You see the picture, and it's clearly one. I think that was posted and tagged, and it had Vic tagged in it. Yeah, there it is, right there.
She literally tagged Vic. Like the story is that this was traumatizing, and Kara did not feel safe around Vic. And then she says, I immediately told Mary Reese to help keep him away from me after he forced me into this photo. And it's like, and Mary Reese,
but she's pushing him away, like that's totally a pushing away there. Like,
yeah, definitely. But then she even said, like, and Mary Reese in her affidavit said that like she basically backed up everything Kara said, and like, yes, this happened totally. Yeah, I remember she was like shaking and all, or whatever she said. It's like, yeah, so that's why you post it to your fucking Facebook and tag him in it.
You didn't even tag Kara. What the fuck, man?
Like, bullshit. I don't believe any of you known liars. Every single affidavit has holes going straight through it.
Let's not forget the time that Kara Edwards herself threw a complete fit because she wanted to sit next to Vic at a convention and it didn't happen, and she was pissed about it.
At a booth, yeah.
She claimed that he had her moved because she didn't accept his sexual advances or whatever.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Anyway, so let me read this last part here. So the record shows that in his original petition, Mignogna sought over $1 million. And in his first amended petition, he changed the amount to over $1 million, but not exceeding $5 million. Let's see. Mignogna brought substantially heavier allegations against Rial and Toye, who were deposed, as compared to Markey and Funimation, who were not deposed.
That was a mistake.
Once again, they were deposed because they wanted to use Vic's deposition against him and then file TCPA immediately, stopping themselves from being deposed. They played that game and were so committed to forcing it out, because I'll remind you once again, while they were deposing Vic, they ran out of questions after like 4 hours, and they were just texting their lawyer. No. Talk to your mom. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Close the door. I'll be out in a second.
Kids, damn
Thank
it.
you. Close the door, please. I forgot what I was saying.
Playing games, deposed.
Yeah, they wanted to play these games. God, get out of here! Jesus,
you have kids.
I can't.
Home with kids.
Hold on. Give me one moment. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Talk amongst yourselves.
How you been, Trent?
See, this is why it's hard for me to do these kind of things, because I have kids. Luckily, I'm in a locked room, but I can only go for so long. Yes,
lock them out.
Well, their mom's got them right now, but she's still recovering from surgery. So. All right, so we all established that defamation law is dead in Texas, and that anybody can be a public figure.
No justice, no peace.
Well, it's true. If you look at what the Second Court of Appeal says, it scares me to death because if Vic's considered a public figure just because somebody levied an allegation against him on the internet, any of us can be a public figure. Literally,
I'm
any
a
of us.
public figure.
And I think, me too. I'm joining the club. But I think
For legal reasons, these are jokes.
for legal-
For legal reasons, yeah.
I think you guys covered it earlier. I think Brad, you covered it earlier that the whole public figure thing. See, to me, the doctrine should be clear. The public figure doctrine should be clear. The only people who should be public figures, and I know that some people disagree with me on this, are government officials. That's it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know that there are mainstream actors out there like a Tom Cruise or whatever you want to name.
Tom Cruise.
That's
Sorry.
the first name that came to mind. Anyway, but like him, that could also fall into that camp, but he's not the government. I literally think that line should be government officials and everybody else should be private.
Their only forward-facing persona is their actual self.
Well, here's the thing, though. The First Amendment already protects you against government officials,
Right.
right? Because the government cannot stifle your free speech. So
Well, I know that, but what I'm saying is that with the
Definition of
with the public figure doctrine,
Yeah.
it was basically somebody levering their opinions about a policeman, calling him racist and all this other stuff. That policeman sued and lost, or New York Times v. Sullivan. Obviously, everybody knows the name of the case who's looked into it at all. That was about that. I think it was it Georgia? I can't remember.
it was a landmark Supreme Court case that basically made it so that public figures don't have the ability to silence people talking about them in real life and in print and the news.
And I think that the only people who should be considered public figures,
Are
anybody working
government
for the
workers.
government. Because how is Vic a public figure because somebody accused him in public? That makes absolutely no sense. And this day
And I'll remind you that the way that they determined he was a public figure is that Chupp said, well, clearly you're a public figure. Look how many people are here. Usually it's lonely in here because people came to see him at the court.
30 people show up to court and you're automatically a public
You're automatically
figure.
a public figure.
It's
Even though
Dallas, it's
Even though
Dallas,
there are
Texas.
people on one side of the courtroom for Monica and Jamie, with the exception of Nick, because that was the only place he could sit.
Didn't somebody sit directly behind Monica and Jamie to screw with them? I vaguely remember that.
I heard somebody sat next to Sharon Grigsby. That was
God.
Taz. Taz
Didn't he
sat
go
right
on
next to
Nick
Sharon
show?
Grigsby.
What's his name? Chris, I think his name is.
Uh,
I don't remember. I know he has a YouTube channel, but I think he literally sat with what you said. Sharon
I think you're
Grigsby,
talking
but that
about
was
we're talking about the same
behind
person, Taz.
Taz,
That's his username.
yeah.
Yeah, he sat next to Sharon Grigsby, who wrote the Dallas Morning News or whatever article.
Yeah.
And she leaned over and pointed to Nick Recator or something and said, "Be wary of that one" or something like that.
What the fuck?
Something like that. I
Well,
don't
you
remember
should. To be honest, to be fair, you should be wary.
You should be wary of Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably gives awkward stepdad hugs.
Lady Rackets is amazing to me. Nick is no, I'm kidding. Nick's fine. Nick's cool. I also love Lady Rackets. She's so adorable. I don't know how he got her.
Yeah, I know he did fail the green line test.
He was a cheerleader. That's how.
And she was a cheerleader.
Wasn't he like for faking being gay for like a short period of time
Yes,
too?
apparently.
It's literally the story of Kick-Ass.
Yeah. He told her parents that he was gay. From what I remember.
Oh my gosh.
Now
Well,
I
I mean,
understand
he
his
could-
fixation with Vic's pants.
What?
I
He
mean,
wants to wear them.
I mean, did you guys see that clip of that panel where
Matsuri?
Vic crashed one of the
YouTubers panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said, I just wanted to let everybody know I stole these pants from Nick Recator or whatever. Yeah.
and then ran.
Yeah.
That was
No. Vic came in there and said, I want to thank Nick for borrowing these pants I'm wearing.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's what it was. Something like that.
God.
All right. I totally lost my train of thought before when I was talking about. That really sucks. It is so. I don't know if you guys can see it. I literally have sweat constantly dripping off my nose because it's so damn hot in here.
Gross.
I don't think my camera is high resolution enough, but it's like you could almost.
Well,
You must
Just take my word
for
for it.
over
I'm
100.
That's what you get for living in California.
You know,
It is not by choice.
you know, if you didn't say that, we wouldn't have known.
Well, no, but I'm saying that it's already hard enough to keep my brain on track with how hot it is.
Oh.
But then my daughter kicks in the door and is like, "Hey, put more TV on for me." You know.
See, you're a PSA for why certain people like me shouldn't have kids, because I don't think I could deal with that. That'd be a little much.
I mean, the pros outweigh the cons, but it's
Yes,
more
that-
about having a spouse who decides to leave right in the middle of your show.
Oh boy.
Anyway.
I think
tax
dying
returns are
love
better.
outweighs all cons.
I was going to say income tax returns, but that's just me.
So, right. So,
Wait.
the Mignogna's case against Rial and Toya was more complicated and therefore required more work to defend against it. Oh, it's coming back to me. Hold on. We talked about him being determined to be a public figure based on Chupp just said, "Yeah, look how many people are here." Oh, and I was also going to say, it was like Chupp decided, "Yeah, you must be a public figure because look how many people are here." Except for the fact that literally every single one of the defendant's attorneys constantly, intentionally mispronounced Vic's name, as though he was so insignificant they didn't know who he was, which was a crazy approach considering they were trying to convince the judge that he was a public figure. Anyway, following the court's ruling, both Markey and Rial took to Twitter to celebrate the verdict. Hashtag still winning, wrote Markey on August 19th. Retweeting her, Rial added her own hashtag, observing hashtag it's over. Weighing in on the verdict in the hours immediately after it was handed down, lawyer Nick Rekieta opined, quote, "Let's be clear about something. They absolutely defamed Vic Mignogna.
Which
And
they
this
did.
case has still not been heard on its merits.
It hasn't.
And now, of course, it never will be. As of writing, Mignogna's hearing regarding the redetermination of the amount of attorney's fees he must reimburse to the defendants has not yet received a confirmed date." So with that in mind, I just want to point out real quick. Not that. Jordan Eshelman had pointed this out. Look at that. I would be very concerned if I were you, Sony. I don't think Sony's concerned, but
No.
I would point out that when Vic addressed the verdict, 6,000 likes, whereas when Monica addressed it, oh shit, what happened? What the fuck? No. Here we go. When Monica addressed it, just under 2,000. Her other post here about it, less than that. Jamie Markey, even less.
And they probably, and Markey and Jamie, I would guess, has a lot of overlap. Like, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if there's a majority overlap in that regard.
132, 134, and 228 retweets on this versus 1,139 retweets from Vic. Now I've got this this clip here. I'm gonna showcase it now.
So do you think they do another podcast?
Yes.
Nope.
Oh yeah, they're going to take their victory lap. for
Please don't
sure.
jinx it.
It's gonna
Stan,
be titled hashtag it's over or something
Stan,
like that.
you don't.
Sorry. I muted you by clicking on the thing. Sorry. Stan, you don't what?
You don't think they're going to do another podcast?
No, I don't think so.
No.
They might not
They,
have
they
a-
should they should just let it go and not say anything else.
Honestly, if I can make a prediction, I think that the people, not just Monica and Jamie, but the other people who were behind the scenes constantly bad mouthing Vic and all these, I think they're going to feel emboldened because of this.
Mhm.
And
Well,
I think
they
that they're going to do more as time goes on. Maybe not immediately, maybe not even the rest of this year, but they aren't going to hesitate the next time they want to oust somebody, right? And we'll look at something in a minute, but let's hear what Vic had to say here.
Hey there, everybody. In light of the recent appeals court decision not to hear the case or let the case go forward, I wanted to just record a little message for everybody here. The first thing I want to say is this: thank you to all of you out there who are so supportive and kind and encouraging. You know, the reality is there are only about 10 or 15 loud people that are daily pushing this narrative and all of this negativity. Seriously, there are like 15, maybe 20 at the most, of people that are actively defaming and slandering me online and bullying conventions and threatening and bullying convention organizers not to have me and other voice actors not to do events with me. I don't really understand why. Like, how do they benefit? How does it benefit them to keep me from being at an event? I mean, it doesn't. It's a rhetorical question. It doesn't benefit them unless they get some twisted pleasure out of keeping me from making a living and keeping other fans that want to meet me and appreciate my work from doing so. But there are 10,000 of you for every one of them, maybe more. And I just want you to know how thankful I am for that. The second thing I want to say is this: please, whether you hate me or like me, whether you support me or condemn me, regardless, it's fine if you can't stand me. But please hear what I'm about to say. They haven't won anything. You can't win if you don't allow the game to be played. Does that make sense? All that has happened here is they've kept the case from being heard. That's what's happened. There wasn't a presentation of the facts and evidence and a verdict and proof of anything. It never got to that stage. People talk about Johnny Depp's thing all the time. Well, Johnny Depp had his case heard in front of a jury and they made a decision. It never even got to that with me. It's kind of like if two baseball teams went to a stadium and one baseball team locks the other team in the locker room and then goes, "We won!" No, that's not winning. You can't win if you never allow the game to be played. If they want to win, let the facts be heard. That's what I would say. If you want to win, if you want to claim some kind of victory, let it go to trial. Don't file motions to shut it down before the case can ever be heard. The last thing I want to say is, for those of you that don't completely understand the case, this is not any kind of a proof of guilt. There was not a trial to decide guilt or innocence. So if you're out there thinking, "Oh, well, Vic must be guilty." No, there was no pronouncement of any kind of guilt. This was not a verdict. The appeals court simply decided to refuse to allow the case to move forward. That is not a pronouncement of any guilt or innocence of anybody. It's basically just not allowing the case to move forward. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Whether you like me or hate me is not the point. The point is that there was not any kind of a pronouncement of guilt or innocence, and nobody won anything. But once again, those of you that have been so kind and supportive, thank you. I am so incredibly grateful. I look forward to meeting all of you somewhere, somehow in the days and months ahead. So thank you for being such good kind, supportive people. God bless you.
So I'd like to point out that, notice here, this is the 6,000 one. Here's my reply to the recent ruling in its entirety. Actually, this is the screenshot. Hold on. Let me go to the actual one. Vic uploaded this in 3 parts. And I stitched them together. And then he just uploaded the whole thing. so I guess I did that work for nothing. But so that means that this is divided across 4 separate things. So this is the one, the reply to the 6,780 likes. Here's the 3-part version, 4,000 here, 1,000 here, 1,000 here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you could argue maybe you have to look at it, but probably many of them are the same people liking them. But stretching that for the same content over 4 posts, like, that's actually even better than what we are. Actually, this is not the right one. This is a different post. We'll look at this in a minute. But these 4, that's actually, I think, even better of an average if you think about it, and even these are all higher. Even the parts are still higher than what Monica and Jamie were bringing in. Anyway, so I wanted to share this. This is from October 4th, 2019. Remember the Full Metal Alchemist, October 3rd. That's the day that they denied. That was the day that they passed TCPA, right, and dismissed the case. So a day later, T. Greg Doucette had this to say: "The best part about Ty Beard fucking this case up so thoroughly is that, for all practical purposes, Vic Mignogna is now a sexual predator as a matter of law."
What? No. Okay. And they were doing this with the stupid UK judgment against Johnny Depp.
Mm-hmm.
None of these cases are proving that these people are abusers or sexual predators. It's just that they're losing defamation cases where they made a claim that the defendants lied about them, and the only thing is that they were heard by judges. And in Vic's case, they weren't heard at all. They were just decided, oh, your case has no merit. We're just going to talk about it. There was no decision on his guilt. It was decision on whether this case was going to get heard or not. So there was no determination whether the defendants lied or not either. So there was no determination at all. I hate him because he's so fucking stupid.
He's a sophist.
He's so maliciously stupid. It's ridiculous.
And he is a verified. What do they call super lawyer? Right? Yeah. He's a lawyer, and everything about this is 100% wrong, except for maybe Ty Beard fucking up the case, right? Like, literally, Vic is right. The case was. I like the allegory I like to use is it's like your kids are in the back seat, and you're taking them to the video store, right, to rent a movie, and one of your kids loves movies and the other kid is kind of indifferent to it. And the one who's indifferent to it starts, throwing a fuss and starting fights in the back seat, and you go, "So help me God, I will turn this car around," right? And then or a better example, let's say somebody is taking you to a boxing ring so you can fight it out, or a soccer field so you can compete. I shouldn't say a video store. I should do something it's actual competition, right? And you say, "So help me God, I will turn this car around." And then you keep doing the shit. Car gets turned around, and then you say, "I won the soccer match." It's like, no, we didn't even go to the field, right? Vic is 100% right. The case was dismissed, but the problem with this is that just like the Duncan Wentz account exists so that people who want to defend Daman Mills, his bots, his sock puppets, just other people in the industry or sycophants of his can link to he says it's fabricated, see, right? This dismissal did the same thing, where people can say, "Well, look at that. Vic is a sex pest." right? And it's like, it's not even true. And none of the documents even say that, but it gives them the opportunity to just parade that around and keep running with that narrative. And for people who aren't deeply embedded and following this, you won't know any better. You know, and this is what's really difficult about this, is that there's so much that if you aren't following it properly, you'd never even know. You know, like, let's see, I got some notes here.
That's why, like, the combined length of my videos on this case like equals like 2.5 hours, I think, and that last one was like a freaking documentary length. It was like an hour and a half, if I'm not mistaken. It's so it's not convoluted. There's just so much information, and there's so much to go through, and there are so many contradictions and holes, and it was just so you have to be like, see, the thing is that I got so I was when it first came to my attention, I was like, I had a moment where I was shocked because of who was accusing him, and that was Mononoke Kickstarter. I was like, there's just no way. There's got to be something to this. And then it very quickly fell apart. And from the time where I was seeing Monica tweet, which I think was her like first tweet, was like February 6th. The one where she says it happened to me, I think that was February 6th. That was when I started paying attention. And you have to be legitimately plugged in from basically the beginning to now to unless you're watching. Well, I wouldn't even say, I'm not gonna like say that my video is the be all end all, but like videos like mine, or going into the Weeb Wars thread or forum is insane. You wouldn't be able to read that all in.
Yeah, well, so that's what I'm saying, is that like the way that it's positioned, you know, when you see an article and it says, following an investigation, Mignogna was fired from Funimation. To the general public, that says, oh, they found something. That says, oh, he was guilty of something. Something came up in the investigation. There's that extra detail of, oh, the actual thing they came up with in the investigation is he consensually kissed somebody who didn't even bring it up because it didn't bother them. It was brought up by somebody else. Mononoke Kickstarter got mad that he ate a jelly bean she threw at him. And
6 years ago,
he made a joke, like a decade ago or whatever. And then he had a pickup game go not the way he wanted, asking basically taking people back to his hotel room. And once they realized, like, oh shit, this is for real, they basically said, no, thank you. And he said, okay, there's the door, effectively, right? That these are the things that were in the investigation that they fired him over. Not that, you know, he was found to be feeling people up or threatening people and all these things that Jamie Markey said were caught on camera, and none of that actually happened, right? But when you see it just written out there, oh, following an investigation, he was let go from Funimation, right? It gives the person reading that this improper idea as to what actually happened. And then there's that entire second level we talked about every single thing brought up in the investigation was brought to their attention by Mononoke Kickstarter. And then there's the extra step about the Chris Slatosh stuff, where Ron Toye was talking to Slatosh about a supposed investigation before the date had actually started, right? Without having the extra details here, which I need to get that confirmed on the Slatosh stuff. I'm pretty sure that is I have to double check those dates, but I do have on the VIC MIGNOGNA archives the start of the investigation and everything. I'll have to get the Slatosh stuff nailed down as well. But all of that extra stuff that requires work, it's like the narrative supports them outright, because the general public doesn't believe that a person can be done this dirty by the law and by people he worked with, especially people he was buddy with for most of his life, you know? Like, let me put it this way. I want you guys to remember, like, the theme of this video, the theme of the stream is, where should we go from here? Right? Now, for Vic, I'll just say it. I think he should appeal. All right? I think he should appeal to the Supreme Court of Texas because what he has to lose, if you fail at that appeal stage, other than financially, what has he lost? Is he any worse off than he was here?
Well, financially,
Yeah,
I
but
would say that
other than financially.
I
And I'll
almost
tell you, if he
compared-
went back, I think that he could get the go. You know, as soon as the case was initially dismissed, Nick Rekieta stopped sharing the GoFundMe.
Mhm.
Right? Like it was like, let's wait until the appeals are ruled on before we continue to pump money into this. But in that time, it has risen like $50,000 since then, maybe more. So I'm just saying, if Vic wanted to go all out, I think that people would meet him there with the GoFundMe if Nick doesn't take it down. But I'm just saying, this is just my opinion. If I were Vic, I would continue to go, because what you have to gain it significantly outweighs what you have to lose if you have people behind you to continually push, you know, financially and fund the, you know, the lawsuit, right? So that's my personal opinion. I don't think Vic is going to do it. I think this is where Vic is going to leave it. They are doing a motion for reconsideration, and realistically, the best outcome they're going to get out of that is that the court is going to say, yes, you're right. The evidence that you provided, basically what I said before, it's like, yeah, so it doesn't have the verified check mark, but it's still from the person that said those things. Chris Latosh will back this up. Chuck Huber will back this up. VIC MIGNOGNA will back this up, even though it's not got that little seal of approval that says, yes, perfectly notarized, right? That the Court of Appeals in a motion for reconsideration will say, yes, this is damning. Yes, this would have caused it to go through. Yes, you would have gone to trial, but our decision still stands, right? That's honestly, realistically, that's what we're looking at as a best case scenario. It's very unlikely that the Court of Appeals is going to change their mind unless Ty can literally show them precisely the moment where he says, look, you said that because I didn't object here that Vic loses. But literally a moment before this in the transcript, I was told stop objecting. Right? That kind of thing. You know,
That's
like if you could get them to actually acknowledge the situation that was dealt, that's probably the only way you'd get things to change with the motion for reconsideration. And I just don't think they're going to do it.
The problem is he was found to be a public figure. So even if he appeals or the motion for reconsideration, the court could just say, yeah, you're right. We should let the second amended petition go in. Everything in it's in. You still don't have actual malice. You're still a public figure, still dismissed.
Well,
You do have actual malice though,
yeah, you
because
do.
they
But
on
I'm saying-
Monica's part anyway, because Monica knows for a fact whether or not what she said happened. So
But
she
the problem,
it was the
the
same
problem
thing
is-
with Amber Heard, right?
The problem is with Vic said that he couldn't tell what she thought at the time. So they
Well,
used
that's-
his own words against him.
No,
especially in the
that was
decision.
for Markey.
Yeah.
Was it only Marky or was it?
Yeah, that
Marky?
was only Markey, because he didn't even acknowledge that she had even gone to his hotel room like she had claimed. In fact, I don't even think they really even questioned her about it or questioned him about it. They questioned him about basically the things that Tammy Denbo questioned him about.
I almost want to say in Vic's affidavit that he just at least that was one of the things that I saw.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think he says outright in the
that
affidavit.
nothing like that ever happened. So
Yeah.
he denies it full out or something like that. It's somewhere in the.
Yeah, I was thinking about the deposition, but you're right. I think in the
Yeah.
affidavit he does outright say this did not happen.
Yeah,
I just want to know.
I
I
don't-
just want to
yeah.
know how can so many people misread Stan Dolan's affidavit? Even damn
Well-
Court of Appeals.
well,
I mean,
you're-
Jesus Christ, how much?
Trent, you're assuming these people are good faith actors when in fact they're bad faith actors.
What about the court? The court
And here-
misread his affidavit.
Here's the other thing. Here's why. Here's why the appeals finally came back. You ready? Do you guys remember this? Wick Phillips's "Please hurry up" appeals court son letter. Honestly, I feel like if Ty had been the one to send this, it might have come back in Vic's favor. Like, I think that they got this and they like, this file doesn't even exist, and then they see it like underneath the filing cabinet. Oh fuck! It's been how long? 3 years. Jesus, like, and then they basically just rush it out in their favor.
Was it that, or was it the Dragon Ball movie? Because didn't the Dragon Ball movie come out the day after the appeal came out?
In
So the
fact,
day-
going
so-
back to the weird, like timing of everything. Going back to this. This is when it was dismissed, October
Right.
3rd, right? It came out. They dismissed it on Bulma's birthday,
Mhm.
and the day after, Dragon Ball Super Superhero came out in theaters, and the day after that, Vic was replaced as Edward Elric in the Fullmetal Alchemist: The Revenge of Scar live action movie, where he was replaced by Caleb Yen. And I just want to point out real quick that Kaylin Saucedo is doing her like 47th victory lap here. And in the comments, people are like, but Todd is still in it. Blah. Oh, but what about Todd? How come Todd hasn't been kicked yet? Didn't we get him murdered too?
Now hold on. This is a live action thing, right? This isn't a voice dubbing thing.
No, it's the English dub of the live action.
Oh, it's a
Netflix dubbed them.
okay.
And the
Okay,
first
then.
two movies are dubbed with Vic as Edward Elric's character.
Just the first one.
First
Just
one?
the first
Is this
one.
the second one or is it?
The second one is the one that they're talking about right
Okay,
now.
so this is the second. Okay.
The third one hasn't been out yet,
Okay, gotcha.
But
but
this
it's
is a-
assumed that it's going to be the same casting.
Now, does Crunchyroll still own the IP to Full Metal?
Aniplex does, but Sony owns Aniplex.
Oh, Aniplex.
I
Okay,
kind of
well,
at
that
this
makes
point, I
sense.
kind of doubt they're ever going to give a physical release for these.
Well,
For the
even
full live
not
action.
even that. I don't think they're going to do anything more with the IP.
Yeah,
They've already told the full
because
story.
Aniplex has the IP now.
Yeah.
Anything under the Sony umbrella, Vic's not going to be on it. So
Oh no. Well, I mean, look, this is what I said before when it came to the idea of Vic starting a new dubbing studio with Anime Matsuri. You need to just give up on any hope and dreams you had for Vic, for the roles he used to have, and just start looking forward to the ones that aren't going to be tied to all this baggage.
And I've been saying that for a while now. I mean, the chances of him being Broly or Edward Elric or Crow or whoever else you want to name are slim to none. Unless somehow the Anime Matsuri people get the IPs to those, which you already know. Stan, I'm sure, knows more than all of us. They're going to hold on to those as tightly as they can and not give them up. Just look forward to the new stuff he's going to do and give it a chance.
Oh yeah.
I just tell people just go to the secondary market and buy it, the stuff that Vic's in. And you won't be getting the money to those people anyway.
This is my opinion.
Go to your like resale shops that sorry.
This is my opinion, not the opinion of anybody on this panel. Pirate the shit.
Oh no, I disavow. I disavow. Just
I miss
don't.
Kiss Anime.
Wasn't Crunchyroll like originated as like
Yes.
a
Yeah, it was the exact same thing. Now they're a full-fledged
Napster.
whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
Napster that made it.
So I've got a couple other things that are kind of out of order now, but let's address them real quick. So this person here said fucking what? Because this Kotaku article, Dragon Ball Z voice actor accused of sexual harassment may have to pay more legal costs now. Retweeted by Tara Jane Sands. Right?
Oh,
and
boy.
people are basically like losing their mind. Like, what? Your kick, Vic? Okay, so I'm surprised that this particular one surprised anybody.
Mhm.
Because
Yeah, she's
in
been on
her
the docket for
deposition,
Kick Vic
Monica
was
Rial said-
for a while.
yeah. Here, I got a 23-second video here.
Has Funimation done any other investigations about Vic, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I believe that there was one other in the past, but I only came to that knowledge through secondhand, another voice actor from LA.
Which voice actor?
Tara Jane Sands.
So she's been there from the beginning.
Mm.
And I would like to remind, because this is the one thing that shocked me the most that people didn't quite understand. So first of all, just as a critique of I stand with Vic in general, which once again, I just remind everybody, I do not take this label. I never have. I think Vic is innocent because the evidence I have seen, everything that the defense has brought against Vic has been easily refuted. And the stuff that can't be easily refuted, such as Michelle Blankenship O'Connell's stuff, doesn't prove anything other than maybe you knew Vic once upon a time. But because everything else which, as we've talked about tonight, with Mary Reese and Kara Edwards and the Brett Weaver and the Neil Kaplan and all that shit, like everything else so easily blown out of the way. I'm on Vic's side, of course, but I noticed that a lot of people in I Stand With Vic make the mistake of assuming that everybody else in the industry knows the same things that you know, number one. And number two, people were shocked that once the case was dismissed, all these voice actors who up until this point had said nothing came out in support of Monica and Jamie. And I'll tell you precisely why they did. Because it costs nothing to do so now. Literally, these were cowards who waited to see who would win and where the public sentiment would be regarding what the official narratives were being spun with before sticking their neck out and saying, yeah, I'm with her. So you shouldn't read too much into it. They're just covering their own asses in those regards. Now, I did also notice this. Morgan Berry, heart clapping heart or high five, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, to Jamie Markey's hashtag still winning. Well, I'll tell you what Morgan Berry is still winning. She's still blocked by Monica Rial. However,
right? That's why she had to
not blocked.
Shout out Jamie Markey. It's like, hey, can you tell Monica to unblock me, Jamie, please?
She wants to be back in the fold.
Yes, please. And I'll tell you, if you look up Morgan Berry's tweets and you search using Twitter's advanced search Morgan Berry mentioning or in reply to realisms, the only ones that come up are from years ago. So she has, I guarantee you, been blocked, regardless of Monica saying, ha, the funny thing is, they're not blocked, ha! Liars. Easily provable. Liars. Once again. Anyway, let's look at...
yeah, that Morgan Berry thing was embarrassing, how she tried to... I do all these random voice projects, and I never know when they're going to go.
I couldn't
Shut
possibly
up.
know.
You knew that you were working with Vic. These people
let's look
cowards,
at,
man.
This is the funny thing. So the Court of Appeals is made up of 3 judges. 2 of them sided with Ron and Monica and them, right? One of them dissented on the opinion of their court fees. And so here's what we have. This is the judgment, right? Footnum's finally here. Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
No problem.
So the court has considered the record on appeal in this case and holds that there was error in part of the trial's court judgment. It is ordered that the judgment of the trial court is affirmed in part and reversed in part. We affirm the trial court judgment except for the attorney's fee amount awarded to cross appellants Monica Rial and Ron Toye. We remand this attorney's fee issue to the trial court for redetermination. It is further ordered that appellant and appellee Victor Mignogna shall pay all costs of this appeal for which let execution issue. So that's the judgment. This is the concurring and dissenting memorandum opinion by Justice Womack. So here's what they had to say. Introduction. The trial court awarded Monica Rial and Ron Toye $100,000 in attorney's fees. Both appellant Victor Mignogna and cross appellants Rial and Toye challenged this award. While Mignogna disputes the award of any fees because the trial court improperly dismissed his TCPA claims, Rial and Toye dispute the amount of the attorney's fees awarded, complaining that it was lower than the amount they requested. The majority agrees, meaning the other 2 judges, right, with Rial and Toye reversing and remanding for a redetermination of fees. Because I do not agree that the trial court abused its discretion, I respectfully dissent. In their sole cross-appeal issue, Rial and Toye complain that the trial court's award of $100,000 in attorney's fees is improper because they requested and provided evidence of $282,953.80 in fees. Maybe this was, I think this actually, now that I think about it, maybe the GoFundMe has only gone up by like 15K, not 50. because I remember when they asked for this, I'm like, so how did they come up with this number? I pulled up the GoFundMe. It's like, yeah, they basically just asked for all of the GoFundMe. So Mignogna responds that the trial court acted within its discretion in reducing the attorney's fees award in light of the following: Rial and Toye's heavily redacted billing statements, deficiencies in Rial and Toye's attorney billing statements, including Rial and Toye's attempt to recover attorney's fees for block billing for unnecessary tasks such as discussions with the New York bankruptcy attorney, several hours of discussions regarding alleged death threats to Rial and Toye from unknown individuals, unreasonably large time spent on discrete tasks such as billing over 50 hours to prepare for a single deposition, even though they claimed that they didn't prepare at all in their deposition. They must mean that Lemoyne spent 50 hours preparing to depose Vic. Duplicative.
If he spent 50 hours preparing for that deposition, dear God, what a train wreck! What a waste of money.
I'll remind you, when I don't know what Lemoyne's fee is, but I think when this was going down, somebody had looked up for me how much it costs to hire Casey Eric, and it was $900 per hour.
Yikes!
So 50 hours is like 40. What would that be, like $47,000?
Something like that. That's not worth it. Not for Casey Eric.
Oh, definitely not.
Definitely not for Jay-Sean, though.
Right.
Jay-Sean couldn't even get his argument out in front of the judge. The judge told him to shut up.
So duplicative and excessive attorney work, meaning they literally duplicated entries and billed for them more than once. Or maybe this means that one attorney is doing this thing and they charge them for like 3 attorneys working on it per hour or something like that. I don't know. And for billing time spent on opposition research not related to resolving a case under the TCPA. So remember, Chupp was pretty fucking pissed at Ty and Lemoyne over the fact that it was obvious that that Lemoyne's side treated this like a game and they were being sneaky and trying to do all this shit to run up the costs and things. He recognized that. And if you remember, he basically was going to let things go through, but he decided to dismiss everything outright so that Vic could. And remember this, if you read the way that Chupp was talking, he basically told Ty, this is why this isn't strong enough to defeat TCPA. But basically was telling him, here's what happened incorrectly here. Basically wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of thing. And he dismissed Funimation and Marquee, and then basically said, I'm hesitant to dismiss the others, but I'm going to go ahead and dismiss them as well. And he sort of, I forget the exact phrasing, but when I think he dismissed Funimation first, and when Jamie Markey's attorney basically asked, like, do we? Oh no, actually, he dismissed Markey before.
Yeah, Markey
mediation.
was the first one.
He dismissed her before mediation, didn't he?
He dismissed Funimation and Markey before mediation. He dismissed it the day of the hearing.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what happened. This is what happened.
Yeah, but then he ordered them all into mediation.
So I think he dismissed them and then ordered them all into mediation. And I don't remember exactly what was said, but Sam Johnson, Markey's lawyer, says something like, do I need to be here? Do we need to be here for this? And Chupp's response was, well, there's no guarantee you're not going to be back here in 3 months on appeal anyway, so you might as well take part in the mediation or something like that, right? So I forget the exact thing that transpired, but basically, the way Chupp ruled, it seemed as though he was basically saying, yes, you have a case against Monica and Ron, which again we've all acknowledged was the case that was the strongest because of the Slaytosh stuff and all that. But he dismissed everything so that when you appeal, it wouldn't be an interlocutory appeal, where he would have to continue to run the case and do discovery without access to the additional parties that would have to be going through the appeals court while he was still moving forward with the other part of his case. Basically, the idea was that that it seemed like Chupp was allowing Vic the opportunity to bring people back in based on appeals, But then the appeals court sat around and did absolutely nothing for 3 years. And then at the last second said, well, maybe not. Ty fucked up. So anyway.
That's actually another reason why this is frustrating, because when Chupp was when you read through the transcript of the hearing, he was also asking questions about Marky's case, and he said something along the lines of, "Oh, that's a fact question," which means that it should have like Marky's, the claim on Marky should have, or some of the claim on Marky should have gone past TCPA. And what's frustrating about that is I think he knows he messed up in that regard.
Yes.
And he was trying to make a clean appeal of it. And then we get to the appeal court, and it frustrates me so much. It is such an improper. I think it almost has to be like there has to be some. Well, I would hope there was some kind of like remedy for it. For a judge telling an attorney to stop objecting, that has to be like some kind of violation of some sort.
Yeah,
It's definitely improper, but I don't understand like how. I mean, I hope that that's hammered upon, because I don't know. Like it is so frustrating to read that and not want to just scream. I don't know. Like
judges get away with a lot, right?
Yeah. And
so
what sucks is that it's because he was so fucking lazy and taking his anger out on someone else that what I'm going to say is this was a disgusting, egregious miscarriage of justice, especially when you think about Monica and Ron. They definitely should have came back. I think there was a strong case against Funimation. I think there was a considerably weaker case on Jamie Markey, although to be honest, when it comes to the fact that Judge Chupp was even saying that the details of there was a fact question within the versions of Vic's version versus Marky's version of events around that stupid hair thing. Like it's just, I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
that's been my biggest pet peeve from the beginning, is that people say, well, actually, these are the things I've noticed, is that they'll say like Vic he actually admitted to what they said he did. It's like, actually, no, he didn't.
No.
Right? He absolutely did not. And they like, well, like, okay, let me. I have noticed. Let's see if I can.
Let me address your chat real quick. Hey, Andrew, listen. I know that you wish Mononoke Rial would sleep with you, and that's why you're white knighting for her so hard.
I don't like that argument.
but she won't.
I don't like that argument.
And that's sad because she sleeps with a manlet. What does that make you?
Well, let's be honest. She's not sleeping with Ron either, but I don't like that argument.
Okay, she's letting Ron watch her get ran through by a bull. But Mr. Andrew, nobody's saying we know more than judges. Nobody's trying to speak for a judge, and nobody's reading. We are pointing out our issues with what is going on. I don't know why you're hate watching. I don't understand that. If you don't like what we say, then don't listen.
Let's 100%
claiming that.
Let's also 100% acknowledge that
I disavow. Hate watch. We like the views. Thanks. Give us thumb up.
Can we all
we appreciate the thumbs up.
I mean, I can also acknowledge this would be considered a cope stream. I mean, obviously, this was a loss, and it sucks, and it's frustrating because of the reason that the biggest reason was because Ty didn't preserve his objection, but during the hearing, he was literally told to shut up.
Literally told, stop objecting.
And it's frustrating, and that kind of and the thing is that those were the reasons they're citing to throw the case out.
Right. That's absurd. But again, because they specifically cite that, like, I think that makes it easy for the motion for reconsideration to point to, here is why I was unable to object. I was told not 2 seconds before, stop objecting.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous. I think the only thing they can really do is sanction Chupp, but they're not going to. It's nothing.
They're not. I mean, nothing's going to happen to Chupp, but I really do think. I think it's going to go through. No, I don't think it's going to go through. But like, if a miracle were to happen, that would be why. And we're just discussing. I mean, like you can say I mean, I don't mind hate watchers. I don't mind confronting people who have wrong opinions, obviously, because I pretty much just like say, Andrew, your opinions are pretty just ill-informed, it looks like. But I'm not gonna go as far to say that you're looking to sleep with Monica, because who the hell would look to sleep with Monica? But I think
I shouldn't have given him that much credit. No,
I think your issue is that you're probably a believe all women type of person, and you're in here taking your victory lap because Vic's lost or something like that. But like because I'm not paying attention, I don't know I don't know what you're.
My problem isn't that he's watching. My problem is that when he makes comments, he's not challenging anything. It's literally.
I don't know why you guys are even bothering to address. Like when a sophist is showing you their sophistry, you don't need to argue.
It's not that I'm bothering to address, and I'm making fun of him. That's all.
So I would like to address real quick the robing room where judges are judged. Right? We've talked.
Whoa, that's not what I thought this was.
This has been.
That's a name for.
This has been known for a while. I just want to point out for John Chupp, right? Everything is either a 1 or a 10, right? And 1 is like the lowest you can give. 10 is the most you can give, except for a couple here that are 2.5, right? Now, this is kind of like Glassdoor, right? Nobody is going to bother to go to Glassdoor to just tell you how fucking great it is to work at their company. It's going to skew to the negative, right? Most people are only going to bother to write a review if you suck ass. They aren't going to write a review if you're tolerable, right?
How many of these were on the mask thing that he ruled on, where he said that masks, that they didn't have to wear masks? Because I know that was one thing that he was on the news for.
I don't think any are on the mask situation, but the reason I'm bringing this up is that it seems to paint a picture that Chupp makes up his own mind before going into before the hearing starts. So basically as things go, before it gets to trial, he's already made up his own mind, and no matter what you say, he isn't budging an inch on what his preconceived belief. If he is against you, obviously you give a 1 star. He didn't even hear us, right? For example, wow, I could not believe all the other people with the same story. He does not even read evidence, just makes a decision without knowing the facts, makes comments when they should be kept to himself. I would say the worst judge I've ever seen, Judge Judy, could be his mother. Or knew nothing about the law relevant to the case and did not care to learn it. Worst judge I have ever practiced before, and I have been licensed for almost 40 years. I heard stories, but assumed they were exaggerations. They were not. Here's a 5-star. Extremely lenient with deadlines. Very understanding. Never comes across as biased. literally
they won the case.
Yeah, literally somebody who by all merit should. This is probably DSP's bankruptcy lawyer here, right? So then we got this one with 1 star. Sirloin LMAO isn't that bad, but furries are still automatically incorrect about basically anything by being a furry. So this is, I think, this is a reply to another comment here.
There's no way.
Couldn't ask for better. More than willing to bet he is only still a judge because he ran unopposed last election. No way in hell a chump that immediately picks one side without listening to evidence is indicative of someone who just needs to bow out gracefully and let people with actual brains or human decency take the spotlight.
Or take the bench.
Didn't really understand the law or the facts of the case before him. If it wasn't obvious before, Judge Chump doesn't actually view all evidence before making a decision. It definitely is all. I mean, now the honorable judge better start watching his back from now on. This is not going to go away easy for him. This is a Vic one though, because look at the date, the literal day after. This is some butthurt fan decided to
I never even knew this thing existed. This is weird. Who reads these anyway?
Apparently AC does.
Has no working knowledge of anti-slap laws, and yet was presiding over such a case. Never seen such disrespect for due process. Elections cannot come sooner for the many mistakes Chupp has made during his tenure. This is September. This is even before he dismissed the case on Vic.
But when was the first?
Then this
the
one
first
from
was in September.
A 10 out of 10. Ty Beard, spelled incorrectly, committed notary fraud. The loss is his fault. True. And his fault alone. No appeal will work. Ty, now spelled correctly, really, had no proof, and you can't introduce new evidence on appeal. Die mad, convicts. Nick Rekieta is a hat grifter.
Are you serious?
So anyway, the point is that of the ones that appear to actually be from, people who practice law and were in front of him in court, they seem to all agree that he doesn't actually give a shit about the process, right? Anyway,
we saw that firsthand.
Oh yeah, let's finish reading this thing. This is the 70-page one? I'm skipping that. Yeah. So anyway, Rial and Toye, they attempted to bill for absurd things, right? Like if their ultimate goal was to just have the case dismissed. And instead, they ran up the costs on purpose with all sorts of things they did just to swoop in at the last minute with Markey dodging the process server to delay the deadline. Let's see. For billing time spent on opposition research not related to resolving a case under the TCPA. The fact that Mignogna's attorney, quote, informed the trial court Rial and Toye's attorney's fees rates were excessive, deficiencies in their attorney's fee expert, and the testimony of Jamie Markey's expert witness that Markey's reasonable and necessary fees for defending the exact same claims and achieving the exact same results as Rial Toye were $48,137.50. For these reasons and others, I agree with Mignogna that the trial court acted within its discretion in reducing the attorney's fees awarded to Rial and Toye. When a trial court dismisses a suit under the TCPA, it must award reasonable attorney's fees to the successful movement. A reasonable attorney's fee, quote, is one that is not excessive or extreme, but rather moderate and fair. Or fair, rather. We review the trial court's decision to award attorney's fees under this section for an abuse of discretion. A trial court abuses its discretion if its decision is arbitrary, unreasonable, and without reference to guiding principles. A trial court does not abuse its discretion when its ruling is based on conflicting evidence and some evidence of substantive and probative character supports its decision. And a trial court does not abuse its discretion merely because the appellate court would have ruled differently in the same circumstances. So in the analysis, the hearing on attorney's fees spanned 192 pages of testimony from 4 witnesses as well as 15 exhibits. After examining the evidence, the majority opinion states that by awarding essentially the same amount to Rial and Toye as it did to Markey, the trial court apparently failed to factor in all of the testimony addressing expertise and experience, as well as the distinction between a large firm's billing rate and a small firm's billing rate, and the fact that Markey's counsel had leveraged the heavy lifting by Rial and Toye's legal team to prevail with significantly fewer hours at a significantly lower cost. While noting that, quote, the trial court had ample evidence upon which to exercise its discretion, the majority opinion then concludes that the trial court's comments make apparent what the record otherwise... What the fuck, is in there? Shows. Wow, what the fuck? This is an enormous citation. It's more than half the page.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, so I'm gonna... It's more of the same thing here. Let's see... But then I wanted to read this short one here. Basically, one of the appeals judge, Justice Sutterth, decided to agree with both the dissenting opinion and the non-dissenting opinion. Right, basically, concurring memorandum opinion. I write separately only to reiterate what has already been said, both in the majority opinion and in the concurring and dissenting opinion. First, I agree with the concurring and dissenting opinion that there is ample room in this record to support the trial court's decision to award a lesser amount of attorney's fees than Rial and Toei sought. But I also agree with the majority opinion in holding that a one-size-fits-all approach to determining appropriate attorney's fees violates guiding rules and principles, and therefore that the trial court abuses discretion in the manner in which it reduced the fees awarded to Rial and Toei. Basically just says, yeah, you know what? You're both right. Everyone is correct. Like Bonnie Sutterth here is just a professional judicial fence sitter.
Are we playing rock, paper, scissors here? Is that what's going on?
What's up? What was that?
Are we playing rock, paper, scissors? Is that what's going on, honey?
Nothing's going to change, but you should feel bad about it. But no, obviously
it's like everybody worked real hard, and we should give them a round of applause. They all made some great points, and whatever happens, it's not up to me, but I'm on the winning side. Like.
Oh my gosh!
All right.
Everybody wins a
my
participation award.
I'm sorry, Stan. Go ahead.
So everybody wins a participation award.
My fear is that when this gets back to Chupp, he's just going to award him the whole amount. Say, here, fine, you want everything?
Well, yeah, because he's.
I think it would be funny. I think it'd be funny if he gives him like $1,000 extra.
I think it'd be funny. He said, "Okay, $100,000 and $1. Are you happy with that?" Now?
You know the funny thing is, like the inflation on this has made it worth like nothing. I mean, obviously the debt is also worth less, but I just like, what a time to be alive, dude! Like, all right, so does anybody else have anything they want to say before I go into Vic's message from his birthday?
When he blesses.
Carry on.
All right, let me pull up his birthday.
Positive and not get angry and.
So I would just like to state I cringe hard at this video, hardcore. I don't know what he was thinking. He recorded it from two angles, and he uses the audio from whatever was recorded from both angles, rather than just. What's up?
I just gotta say, like, Vic is cringe. He is all cringe. Everything he does seems to be cringe. Like, so yeah.
So it looks like what he's doing, and I know this trick because I also employed it on my YouTube videos before I started the podcast, is that when you fuck up, you change camera angles and just keep talking. Right? So I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here, but let's
for some reason I was thinking about Coach Red Pill. Like, do you remember his camera thing?
Oh, I never watched him.
No, I never watched him either, but like
Did he had do it like on Arcada streams?
No, it was a meme though, that he had so many different camera angles. It was
really?
kind of insane. Yeah, he had like 5, I think. Not really, but like it was kind of insane. It was more than 2.
The more camera angles you have, the easier it is to cut out your fuck ups. But
well, today is my birthday.
Here's my video.
Not the greatest birthday of all time, to be sure, but
how did I fucking lose the video? What the hell? Was that black for you guys too?
Yeah.
You 100%.
No wonder it's a shitty birthday. You're sitting there in the dark, Vic. Turn the lights on.
Now it's not there at all.
There it is.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Is it StreamYard?
To share something that has been really weighing on my heart lately. People have written me. A lot of people have written me.
I'm going to. I'm just gonna.
It's very glitchy.
It. Yeah, I'm gonna re-upload. I uploaded it like hours before the stream even started. So let me just do it again.
Do you think the true reason they dismissed it is because you're guilty of cringe, my lord? No.
I want to know if did they submit those attorney's fees before January?
What do you mean?
I'm wondering if like Monica and Jamie's discussions are basically the timestamps for the podcast. for their In Touch podcast. So they're charging for that too.
I wonder if they.
They submitted the attorney's fees all the way in like October.
It is my birthday. Not the greatest birthday of all time, to be sure, but.
Okay, my internet is cacking
I thought this would be a good day to share something that has been really.
You guys can at least hear it, right?
Weighing on my heart lately. people have written me, a lot of people have written me and said, you know, how have you been able to stay so positive and not get angry and lash out at these people that have been attacking you? And I wanted to confess something, and then I wanted to share something I've learned. I do get mad. I get very angry. I get very hurt, feeling betrayed, feeling lied about, feeling like so much has been distorted and so much has been taken from me that I spent over 2 decades trying to build. You know, that's my human side. I'm sure that any of you that know what has happened over the last few years,
I hope everybody else is seeing the same thing.
would not be surprised at all to know that I struggled
He's
with
like
feeling
melting.
that way. But there's a verse in the Bible in Matthew 5:44.
Vic's an anamorph.
And I've been thinking about it a lot lately and struggling with it because it goes against our nature as human beings. It says, love your enemies, bless those who curse you, pray for those who despitefully use you. And I realized that if I wanted to be the kind of person that God wants me to be, that I need to stop harboring anger and desire for vengeance in my flesh, in my normal humanity as just a normal guy. I want to see these people get what they gave. I want to see them, the same thing happen to them that happened to me. But that's not what God calls me to. He calls believers to pray for those who hate them and bless those who curse them. So on my birthday today, I want to commit myself anew to praying for and asking God's blessing on those people out there. They know who they are. I don't know why you feel the need to push such
you can hear, you can't see it, but you can hear the mic change.
I'm going to do my best to pray for you, to ask God to bless your life. I'm sure there probably have been some real difficult times in your life. There have probably been some great heartbreaks and disappointments and things that left you feeling angry at the world or maybe not very happy with yourself. So I want to commit myself today to praying for those people, praying for God's blessing on them. I don't understand why they've done or continue to do what they do, but that doesn't matter. It's not important. What's important is that I try to be the person that I believe God wants me to be. And I'm not perfect. I will never be perfect.
I am.
But in the words of our AA friends, say progress, not perfection. None of us are perfect, but we can try to be better. And that's what I want. So thank you for listening, and God bless you, all of you.
You know, I think he's got
we saw a grand total of 15 frames from that whole video.
Oh, and now it's going.
It's catching up.
It's catching up.
And then it just
Ever so slowly.
fast forwards through the rest of the video.
If anybody would actually like to see that in its entirety, I have included it in the doc. Vic's birthday message. All right. OCApodcast.com/OCA-203. It's in the description. So I would just like to state, good.
I think Vic has a silver bullet of an idea there. Like, if he blesses his enemies, that might be like holy water to the undead. Like, it might work.
I was just gonna say, you do you, Vic. I'll do me. So, I will say that, as I sort of talked about before, the purpose of the Duncan Wentz account is that ammunition to rebut. Well, again, the theme of this stream is where should we go from here? Well, I'll tell you where I think we should go, and that is
Disneyland.
Continually remind people of the tactics used, of the lying, of the fake swatting, of all the things that they claimed and that they did, constantly saying, oh, hundreds of women, and the bullshit that they provided and the evidence they provided that was easily refuted, that they had 17 affidavits, and one of them is from somebody who's talking on behalf of somebody else, and that other person happened to put out their own affidavit for Vic saying, yeah, everything he said is a lie, that's bullshit. And then Stan has his own affidavit saying, yeah, Monica Rial is insane and a pathological liar, right? And that's where we go from here.
Everybody misread, including the court.
It's back in the court of public opinion, so let's fucking go. And for everybody, as I said, the Duncan Wentz account exists so that there's something to link to. That's on our side. That's the VIC MIGNOGNA timeline. OCApodcast.com/Vic-archives. Continue to send me things. I will include them. I will put them all up. There's been a little bit of a delay on the last comment that was sent to me like months ago because there's been some issues with the website that I've been working out. But I would like to point out real quick, if we go here.
Generally speaking, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Generally speaking, I would also like to say a lot of these situations have this. These people are using the same playbook, so I think we need to point it out. We need to like really hammer it home that these people like are just like they're numerous. There's so many of them. There's so many situations where these people are following this playbook of how to destroy someone so effectively, and fortunately. It's getting pushed back. We're seeing pushback in the cultural zeitgeist, but at the same time, we're still seeing damage done. I don't know. Like I'm kind of, what do you call it? Cautiously optimistic to hope that maybe it'll eventually become something that people completely ignore, completely see these people for what they are, which are attention whores, grabbing for money, grabbing for power, wanting to take someone down that they just hate. Etc. Like it's becoming easier to recognize the tactics that these people are using. And when I say these people, I mean witch hunters, the modern day witch hunter. This is the modern day witch trials. And we look back at that time and we're talking about how barbaric and how unjust that was. We're going to be looking back at this period of time and seeing how barbaric and unjust this was, because there is. And a lot of people are like, but it's social media, they can leave. But like when you have so many people coming at you at once and telling you that you're a horrible person and trying to convince you did something wrong when you didn't do anything wrong, you can be so easily pushed to the edge. And we've seen stories where men have committed suicide. There was a recent story where a man was he was convicted of rape. He was cleared, like then his name was cleared. They went back through DNA testing and he was released from prison, but he goes home and he still can't shake that stigma and he kills himself. He got justice eventually. Well, not justice. He got his name cleared. He got his name cleared.
But again, it's the reason Daman Mills wants the articles deleted.
Yeah.
That is why. Because it sticks with you forever.
The problem is
even if Vic won, right? Even if the appeals allowed him to go back to court and he won improved defamation, those like dozens of articles written will still be the top result because the vast majority of these people would not even give him the press about his winning. It would just be like a little blurb.
Well, look at Johnny Depp.
They wrote so many articles about the accusations.
Well, look at Johnny Depp. He won his defamation case, and there's still articles, and there's still a huge group of people who are still pushing this abuser narrative. It doesn't go away. And we're going to look back at this. We're going to be like, why are we giving these people any time of day? Why are we listening to them? Why are we allowing this to happen? Because while they're not or while they're not out and out killing people, what they are doing is depraved, and what they're doing is so depraved that it does drive men to commit suicide. And I'm going to just point this out right now. It also, like, I don't get how we don't look back at, like, was it Emmett Till? Wait, is that the situation I'm thinking about? This tactic has been used before, and it's been used before against by white women against African American men before, and it's just being renewed to take down whoever you want. Okay, so this affects that. This is such an easy thing for women to lie about. It's so easy. Because for some reason, society thinks that we can't lie about this stuff, when in fact, women are humans and we're capable of lying, and we're capable of vile, malicious intent. And when women are pissed, they go scorched earth for some reason.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because you've just reminded me of something I was trying to bring up earlier about how
or crazy women, I should say.
Well, when the appeals were dismissed, I saw on Twitter, I saw a lot of people when they were like replying to Vic, saying, like, for example, in those tweets about Vic, like Ron Toye's there doing his normal shit, like posting screenshots of excerpts from the depositions and doing all that shit he's been doing all this time. And people were saying Vic admits to pulling Jamie Marchi's hair. Vic admits to molesting an underage, a minor, right? And their evidence for that, like, didn't you read the affidavit? Didn't you read Michelle's affidavit? I'll remind you, Michelle's affidavit is literally just submitting her email to Vic. Right. And they're claiming that because in her email, she says, but you loved me, right? And goes off on a long list of all the crimes Vic was doing while they were supposed to be together. But you loved me, right? And then because Vic says, I'm only just now seeing how much I've hurt you, or something like that, that was okay, everything you just said, yes, I did that. Right. And everybody's taking that and treating that as though it is an admission of guilt, when in actuality it's a scorned ex-lover who is mad and basically, look, I'll tell you exactly what happened with Michelle Speck. When Kick Vic started and she's following the hashtag, she sees, oh, yes, Vic did this too. Oh God, I can't believe he even did this, right? And then she writes that into the email because she was writing in the things that they were all saying. Like, she claims, oh, you slept with minors and do all this, because that's what she's reading on Poll, right? And then Vic saying, I'm sorry for how deeply I've hurt you or whatever is not an admission of guilt, right? Now I want to point out on here for the Vic Mignogna timeline. So I thought this was actually interesting. I just noticed that it was actually February 11th, which was the day. Everyone, we wanted to give you an update on the Vic Mignogna situation. Same day as Funimation tweeting this out was the day that what are they named? Maven Collectibles released the Stephanie Nadolny interview where she had alleged the casting couch. So this interview's been deleted.
It has?
Yeah. It's gone. However,
there's got to be.
This is how I roll now. On Wayback Machine, you can upload videos. So what I do is whenever I find something, I download it, I upload it to Wayback Machine. I use the same title. I use, when it says who's the original creator, you put their name, you put the publication date, the date the video was released. You put I just literally grab the tags from their own video, grab the description from their own video, right? And you throw that in there, and then boom, now you've got an archive. And I did, what is it? View page source. Right. And I grabbed it and I was able to embed it. And this works way better than the YouTube embeds. So this is one of the sort of back behind the scenes cleanup that I'm doing on the archives here. And this way you can see, you type in casting couch, right? Boom, you found it. That's how easy it is to get information, right? Now I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to start putting in timestamps here, and I'm trying to figure out if I can do spoiler text so that I can have images with the text as something you can search, right? But have it hidden behind, a spoiler drop down so that it doesn't, like, this is that exact thing, the text here, right, of this, because this is an image. And I've set it up now. I haven't done it to all of them yet, but I've set it up now so that when you click on the image, it opens. Of course it doesn't. It's supposed to open in a new window. Maybe I didn't save it when I do that, but you'll be able to do that, and it'll give you the full resolution image, right? And I'm also going to change these for the thumbnail form so that they're like 25% size, so you can see them, but they aren't taking up so much room, so you can scroll down faster. These are things that I'm trying to work on to bring this up to be a resource we can actually use. Because guess what? I am not a web developer. I suck ass at this, and I'm going to continue to fail my way through it. But I think it's an important resource for us to have. So, and also watch Perception Check's video on this. It's at the very top. Anyway, so that's it with the VIC Mignogna timeline. Do you guys have anything you want to share more? I also want to remind everybody, like, when you're rebutting these claims, you got to remind people that nearly every single image in the Anime News Network original hit piece had been redacted by now, because they keep having to pull more and more people out, because it turns out, wouldn't you know it, the people they contacted who gave stories used photos of people that they found on Google Images, and it wasn't actually them. Over and over and over and over again.
Anyone who's taking A&N seriously should probably have their mental faculties questioned or something.
See, but this is the problem with groups like this who lie.
Yeah, and also that was one of the chief, like, that was the biggest red flags when the Daman Mills allegations came out. It was broke by A&N. I'm like, yeah, that's probably bullshit. That was my first reaction. I was like, I would love that to be true, but it's probably bullshit.
And then he went on and admitted it.
Yeah, I mean, then he said, "Oh, everything was consensual." I'm like, that's not.
So it's still true, but you're gonna get away with it now.
And now you're like, you're admitting, and you were definitely an adult when he was a minor, so that's a little questionable. But anyways, I'll shut up.
So do you guys have anything you'd like, or actually I haven't gone through any of the comments here. Sorry about that. So I did want to address this one. So Ronan Jaw said, only 1 month left for Bleach 1000-Year Blood War art coming next month. So please tell your viewers and followers, email Viz and Bang Zoom to bring back Vic as Ikaku. So
if it's coming in a month, it's already done. Vic,
yeah.
Vic can't get it.
Well, you say that, but the simul dubs they do nowadays feels like it's an afterthought, because it's
have you guys not heard
2-3 weeks after?
Have you guys not heard the whole shit about Bleach and Disney Plus?
Yeah, I thought that.
So like, assuming it's true, Disney Plus has Bleach, and
they're not simulcasting it.
Yeah. And
I'm Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach, and you're watching Disney Plus.
And the new rumor is that they are not simulcasting it, so they're not going to be dubbing this for months, if not like years. So I mean, in theory, they could still be swayed.
Regardless,
but we're not even.
I do agree. Yet, so. I do agree that if you're interested in Viz contracting Vic, that you do politely send them an email and show your support for Vic and ask them to please keep the cast, the legacy cast, consistent and bring Vic back, right? But I wouldn't hold your breath on it. It probably isn't going to happen. And you should look forward to Vic's new roles rather than getting hung up on his old roles that are being replaced.
I mean, if Disney gets it, they might pull a Netflix and just have an entirely different cast.
That's what I was about to say. I was like, if Disney's getting it, how likely do you think they're going to keep those people?
People will riot if Johnny Young Bosch isn't Ichigo.
Well, that's true, but
Viz's YouTube channel keeps like promoting 1000-Year Blood War, which is kind of weird.
So we do not have confirmation that Disney actually has it. There have only been memes and jokes so far. Okay.
And then supposed quote unquote leaks.
Yeah, but the leaks are the existing image had the Disney Plus logo slapped on it, and they drew Mickey ears on everybody. Right.
Oh,
so we do not have any confirmation whatsoever about that. Anyway, so
no official source confirming or denying.
I apologize greatly for not staying on top of the 92 live chats that are still there. Smart Geek 97 says, real convenient. That reply came after the appeal was lost. That's got to be this has been up here since like minutes after we started. It's got to be the Duncan Wentz account coming up.
Yeah.
If Bleach is going to be releasing in Japanese and English on release, the dub recordings would be wrapping up by now because it takes a few weeks for sound engineers to add the dub lines. But because of the way simul-dubbing works,
they can be done in a week.
They do it. Yeah, they have an extremely fast turnaround, and they just kind of slap it together. And then for the Blu-rays, they re-record and balance out everything.
And
I think the turnaround's 2 weeks.
Generally, like a full year run. Apparently, they're not done. They're not even done animating it.
Yeah, and the thing about Viz, if Viz does have it, which I have no reason to believe they wouldn't. Is that they are going to drag?
They're going to have it.
They're going to drag their ass on this forever.
Oh, you're right. Damn it!
We still haven't seen freaking summertime render.
Vic might die before they release it. That's how long they take.
Don't say that.
Viz has it, right? It's Viz's property. They own the property.
Yeah, but in terms of streaming, we can't. Nobody knows if Viz is going to have streaming or if Disney Plus actually did obtain it.
Yeah, okay, but so
now watch Viz or Disney does have it, and
God, that would be
release it on disc.
Oh my God, what if Disney gets like Shia LaBeouf and other like Disney stars to play?
Not going back to
but
Disney.
hold on.
That would be so fucking funny.
You're assuming that if they give it to Disney, that Disney would dub it. Viz might dub it themselves, right? They have their own.
Yeah, I'm just saying it would be funny.
Yeah, but Disney might hold out the rights over them.
But they would just hold the publishing rights. It doesn't mean that they would hold the dubbing right? Like just because what we've seen in the past with Netflix and how they've handled licensing doesn't mean that
I don't think Disney would pay another company dub rights fees.
What are you talking about?
Like how Sentai doesn't use Netflix dubs. Disney
but that doesn't. Who
Disney
cares?
wouldn't do the reverse for Viz. They would have their own.
Why? When Disney Plus goes to a movie, they're not like, oh, this was filmed by not Disney people. We're gonna re-record the movie. Like,
why are you moving people around?
So that you're not covered by the comments, since you're using your cameras.
If Viz wants to sell the dubbed product, like, okay, here, you can have it. It's going to be subbed.
The rights will not be entirely under Disney's thumb. Because they sold it, or they bought it from Viz.
Well, they would no. So the speculation was that Viz may not have the streaming rights. They would not have bought those rights from Viz. They would have bought them from the Japanese companies.
Yes.
Yeah, it would have to be the original IP owners to give that over. It's not something that Viz can sell.
Right. So real quick,
doesn't Viz own Bleach? Like,
no.
Why would Viz own Bleach? They just have the long list of they licensed and released the previous Bleach series on disc. And I'm pretty sure they've also got the manga. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the extent of what they have. Is they just have a good relationship with the Japanese rights holders that they already have a history of working with them.
It would be like Crunchyroll selling their rights to Dragon Ball to Disney. They can't do that. It has to go through Toei. Toei has to agree.
Toei?
Toei, whatever you say.
Toei.
I don't speak Japanese.
That'd be so funny. Ron Toei's like, so you want Dragon Ball? Here's what you need to do for Monica.
That's a casting couch that you don't want to be.
Don't mind me.
She needs an upgraded bull.
Okay, I don't know why, but for some reason I thought it was like a Shonen Jump situation with Viz. where like Shonen Jump owns like part of like One Piece and shit, right?
Well, Shonen Jump is like they're the Japanese magazine. So
Yeah. I thought Viz had like a Japanese counterpart.
Shogakukan or whatever it is.
Shogakukan.
Shogakukan.
All right,
Anyway,
so the bottom line is nothing has been confirmed, and we're back at square one regarding whether or not Disney Plus has. So Luigi the 64 says replacing the Japanese dialogue track with the translated English dialogue track is cheaper, quicker, and better, referring to not localizing, which we have this conversation literally every podcast.
Stop localizing.
Give me a second. I got the comment.
Stan
I don't want to
knows
see
he's
that.
not speculating.
Oh, did you take his
anything.
tooth
He's just
out?
not telling us.
Oh, I don't want to see it. No. My son's tooth finally came out.
First or whatever.
No, not his first. It's been like rotting because it won't come out. Anyway, Museman's vlog haul and reaction says that is so frustrating. He would have to prosecute Mills in order to get anything done, and I'm sure that costs a lot of money and psychological muscle. Honestly, see, if anything,
I just want to say he's not prosecuting anything.
Yeah.
Prosecutors
to
prosecute people. Duncan would make allegations, and then prosecutors could choose to go after them. And
but because of statute of limitations and all those things, it probably is outside the realm of Duncan having anything done. And again, I think it
depends on the state, right?
It depends. Yes.
Well, I think it's New York. I think made like sexual assault allegations. The statute of limitations on that go back forever now. They took away the statute of limitations. That's how they got
for sexual assault. That's it.
No, that was civilly. They changed the law to where the law used to be it can go back forever. They changed it recently to where it's only like 7 years, but that's civilly. Criminally,
no. That's how they got fucking
Bob
Trump?
Dylan.
When
That
they
was
tried
a
to
civil
go
suit, not a-
Stormy Daniels. Napolitano.
Quaaludes, man.
Not
Cosby?
Napolitano.
Cosby.
Andrew Cuomo? Cosby?
Right as
Was that
the
New
whole
York?
Cosby thing happened, they were like, whatever.
Let me address.
Case
It depends on the state.
Cosby's
Vic
case got
gets
thrown out.
accused of eating a jelly bean, fired. Damon accused of touching little children, keeps his job.
Statute of limitations.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby went to jail for assaulting women 30 years ago.
This is what I was saying.
Yeah, didn't his thing get
It got vacated or something.
Yeah, because they determined it was done like for political motives or something.
What happened was he got charged on a because he admitted to it in a deposition, and the only reason he admitted to it in the deposition for the civil case was because the prosecutor at the time basically said, I am not going to charge you because we don't have enough evidence to charge you. Therefore, because I'm publicly saying this, I'm taking away your ability to plead the Fifth Amendment, because the Fifth Amendment only protects you from being charged, for a crime. So by saying I'm not going to charge you, he wasn't able to say I plead the Fifth, and therefore he had to admit the truth. I mean, he could have lied, but if he was going to say the truth, he had to admit to giving them quaaludes for the civil case. And the reason the prosecutor did that was because he was like, well, we can't charge you and win on the evidence we have, but if I make you say what you did in the civil case, at least they'll win in the civil case.
He was granted immunity during the deposition.
It wasn't technically immunity, but yeah, basically. And then the new prosecutor was like, well, it wasn't like proper immunity. It was just a deal that, and then the appeals court said, no, that's bullshit. He had an agreement. There very clearly that's why he didn't plead the Fifth. So then he got kicked, or then the case got kicked out, got out of jail.
Okay, the statute of limitations for New York says it's 2 years for misdemeanors and 5 years for felonies. That's the sexual abuse statute of limitations of New York. So 2 years for misdemeanors, 5 years for felonies.
So Little Rock says,
I don't know. There was one place that was going to lift it for a while. But anyway.
Regarding Monica, Little Rock says she liked and retweeted Hanleia's tweet. The tweet was about her ex-boyfriend. This is Monica's ex-boyfriend, Illich Guardiola, and she knew it wasn't about Vic. Look, first of all, Han Leia's tweet is not Han Leia's account. Han Leia is tweeting a pretty ugly little liar's post that was I think she phrased it like a friend sent me this, as in somebody I know sent me this post from a forum that they saw. So like 4 degrees of separation even before it even gets to the actual accuser. And again, yes, we learn as we looked at further posts on that forum that they seem to be talking specifically about Illic Guardiola. Now, I will still say that I think that the accusation against Vic in the original story, that person knew they were targeting Vic, because they specifically bring up he gave us his free merch, including his Christian CDs and his singing CDs and stuff. So they specifically knew what they were doing when they were targeting Vic with that. If they were mistaken later about Illic, right? But they were like, that was an intentional attack on Vic with the allegation there.
Didn't Leia come out later and say that she doesn't think Vic did any? She talked to somebody, and I can't remember who. But
I think I don't think she said she didn't think Vic did anything. I think she was trying to walk back like her responsibility in the whole thing. If I remember the tone of the messages, she was a little shocked that anything came out of this. Like, I think she was like, it was like that. It was like I said, this kept happening every time Vic got a new role or something. Like, he was in the news first, like he was in the the conversation
cultural
about
zeitgeist,
or the like any kind of big thing that happened involving him, you'd have this collection of weirdos coming out and trying to cancel him. And I think she's always been a part of that. And so when she did her thing like she normally does, she didn't expect it to blow up as much as it did. And I don't know that she was admitting that she thought that Vic was innocent, but I think she was like, I didn't expect all this to come out of this. And I almost want to say that maybe it was leaning towards, I didn't expect him to get actually canceled for this. And that she was one of the people who started it. Although, to be honest, she was only retweeted and liked by Monica Rial, and that's what caused it to blow up. So, which is insane, because like, how many times have these people come out and Monica and Monica showed no interest in these controversies until January of 2019, and it's like, I don't.
The literal only thing I can connect the dots with that is the fact that Vic was moving to Texas to take a job at Funimation. He was he was going to be a Funimation employee, not an independent contracting voice actor, an actual employee. And I think that this little group they had got scared, like, oh, Vic is going to come in and break us up. We're not going to get as many roles, whatever the case is. But that's literally the only thing that changed, the only major change that happened from the past allegations to this one. Yeah, you can say, oh, Dragon Ball was out, so Vic's name was everywhere and it was bigger than ever, whatever the case is. But Vic's had big roles before, and the accusations have come out before, and yet they didn't piggyback on any of them until now.
Yeah.
So regarding this, Little Rock says, I recall that Vic had 35K followers before the allegations in 2019. Vic boosted out the allegations. So I am looking at December 6, 2018. He actually has 72,000 followers. But his current follower count, let's see. It'd be interesting to look actually at Monica and Jamie compared to this, because he went from 72 before everything popped off. And now he's at, what the fuck? That's not what I told you to do.
He's like at 110 plus K.
Yeah, he's at 120. I was just looking at it.
So I just wanted to say that yes, he did grow his Twitter account. Although I will say that we don't know why people are following him on Twitter. Mm-hmm. So it's not a very good
It's not a perfect metric, right? Not necessarily a perfect indicator, but this is a 50,000 follower increase.
Andrew, you bring up a valid point, because we all know Twitter equals real life. Actually, no, it doesn't, and that's that's another frustrating part about this. There's so many people who don't really know what's going on with this controversy because it like almost exclusively stayed on Twitter. Like maybe had some like people like some publications that people don't really take seriously like published it, but you have the majority of this controversy going on Twitter. Twitter isn't real life.
Andrew's missing the point. The point of showing this isn't that, oh, look how good Vic is doing. The point of this was that Vic, his popularity exploded after the defamation occurred. This is a comment from 6 o'clock tonight, from several hours ago now, that I'm addressing here. This was in reference to the fact that Vic became a quote unquote public figure based on the matter of public concern after the retweeting and the defamation was done.
Here's a counterpoint for you, Andrew. Twitter isn't real life, and you can't really measure anything by follower counts on Twitter. But you know what you can measure? Lines at conventions. And according to everybody I've heard about Vic, his lines have only gotten longer since this whole thing started.
The Yost twins, I don't think they did any volunteer work for him, but they did do a lot of meet and greets. And okay, so
they did, they hung out with him constantly. They were the con sluts.
and they voluntarily went back to his room, which I mean, I'm not going to go as far to say equals consent, but like there's only, I'm sorry,
but nothing happened in the room that would require consent.
Yeah, ultimately nothing happened, which is what's like frustrating about that allegation. But at the same time, like yeah, exactly, Zedpool. It's kind of I don't know. Like if you go back, I'm sorry, if I were invited back to a man's room, I would know what direction that was going in. And if I didn't want it to go in that direction, I would not go. And
you'd have to know. Anybody with common sense would know, hey, we're going back to a hotel room. Like, what do you think the deal is? Now listen.
I'm not saying that equals consent. I'm just saying that right now. But I'm saying that is especially since, I don't know.
You should have an idea of what he's taking you back to the room for. Now, we don't know what happened in that room. We have the Yost twins story. We have Vic's story. We don't know. The problem is that the Yost twins didn't prove that Vic did anything inappropriate to them.
They didn't even accuse him of doing anything inappropriate.
Well, they accused him of forcefully kissing them one after another, which was a strange thing.
Didn't they accuse him of like kissing them on the cheek as they were leaving or something?
I don't know if it was lips or cheek, but that's what they're accusing him of. That was what they ultimately accused him of. And then he tossed them out, which I don't know. It's so bizarre. It sounds so bizarre. But at the same time, it just seems more likely that they went back to the room. Vic propositioned them. They said no, and then he's like, "Okay, well, there's nothing. I mean,
there's the door.
Yeah. There's the door. I mean, which brings me back to my point, which is if you're going back to a man's room, almost always that's the expectation. And I'm sorry, like maybe they were pissed off that he like kicked them out, and that's why.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know. Like,
I don't even.
Quick, I want to power through a couple more of these. Go ahead, Trent.
I don't even think they wrote those affidavits. I think they were written for them by probably by Monica and Ron's lawyer. I think they just signed their name to him and that was it.
Yeah, that was frustrating. In the deposition, Monica's deposition, she admits that she received an email from the Yost twins and didn't provide it because
it didn't mention Vic. It was like, well, the interrogators requested things concerning Vic.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they didn't provide anything. They claimed that they compiled all that evidence, but then the interrogatory response was overly broad, vague, and basically the lawyers just refused to give any evidence over.
Yeah.
The major issue in this case is that one thing, and they can't escape it. Monica's own witness, Stan Dolan, refuted Monica's claim.
And then she went on to lie and say that when in deposition, when you're nervous, The name just slipped out. I didn't even mean to name him as my witness, even though she had already done so prior to the deposition.
It was in her interrogatory.
Right. It's just fucking unbelievable.
That wasn't under pressure. You had time to prepare that, you stupid.
And you had a lawyer who should have been smart enough to contact Stan, sign off on it.
And again, if you need further proof Stan's telling the truth, Stan had every, and I can say this because he's here, Stan had every reason to back up Monica and Jamie and go against Vic because the public narrative was against Vic. All the mainstream narrative has remained against Vic. All the articles that have been written about him, everything. Stan would have been the hero, the savior. Monica has a witness. We've got him. He can prove that Vic did what Monica's accusing of. But he told the truth instead. He said, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. This never happened.
So Joker Jason says, Ty admitted that he effed up. He's like, well, that's great. That gets Vic a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Little Rock says, Monica admitted she didn't submit all evidence in case Vic wins the appeal. You're referring to the additional affidavits that we didn't bother to submit because there was already so much. I buy. Considering the bulletproof ones you submitted can all easily be knocked down, I would love to see how ridiculous the other ones are. Considering you included Faisal,
they were bumping up their lawyer fees. Why didn't they throw the extra affidavits in?
That'd be funny if that's how the redetermination on their fees comes. Like, well, I see this huge block of time here for an additional, what is this, 17 more affidavits you didn't even file? I don't think we're going to give you the fees for those.
Half of those or more would probably have been thrown out for hearsay anyway.
All right. So Zedpool says, for people who were ready to go to court, they sure as hell tried super hard to get out of going to court. Think that would have been perfect time for them to prove Vic is a predator. Yeah, which they claimed would have happened as soon as they went to court. We'll see, to quote Ron Toy, we'll see who walks away a convicted sex offender.
Yes,
which is not how that
criminal
works.
trial.
Luigi the Metal 64 says, Sack Anime recently banned fans asking guests to hug them. Okay. I guess they saw me getting an arm wrapped by Veronica Taylor. That definitely must have been the precise thing. They said, hey, this isn't okay. That guy's getting too much action.
Was Sack Anime the one that invited Vic and then uninvited Vic at the last minute? Or was that a different one?
That was
it was Roseville.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was Roseville.
Yeah, Roseville admitted what everybody, and people miss this. Roseville literally admitted what everybody, at least what I thought, is that Funimation or Crunchyroll are behind the scenes pulling the strings.
Yeah.
You invite Vic, we're pulling our voice actors.
Yeah.
I think they've done that to a number of cons, and the fact that the owner of Rossville and whatever other show he runs, I think it's a he, tells you a lot about what's actually going on. And I think Cress has hinted at it too, how basically Funimation acts like an agency for some of these voice actors. Okay, you can go to this one, not this one, go to this one.
Speaking of Chris, where is Chris? I sent that hours ago. Anyway, Stan, you said, do not give any of Vic's haters any attention. Do not speak with them. For people who are quote-unquote haters, right, they have already made up their mind, and they are literally just going to play games with you and completely run you around in circles. Don't waste your time. I agree.
They're bad faith actors. They're just gonna cause an aneurysm in your brain. You don't want that.
JT Los Code says this loss is Nick Rekieta and Ty Beard's fault. So I definitely think
Nick Rekieta. Jesus Christ!
I definitely think Ty Beard is largely responsible for the appeal being dismissed, and what the original case being dismissed on TCPA. But I will say that I still think that due to the work of Nick Rekieta, that Vic is in a better spot today than he was in February of 2019.
I would say that Nick actually during the initial part of that operated as sort of a PR machine and kind of there's a focal point.
I think the reason everybody here knows all the details about all the bullshit in the affidavits and stuff is largely due to Nick Rekieta. So I do not think that the loss is Nick's fault.
But he literally had nothing to do with the court case.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think the idea that JT Los Kolyoko is saying here is that Nick is the one who recommended Ty. So that he's passing the blame on that.
I'm also going to point out that because I saw the comment earlier that Vic wasn't planning on going to court without Nick whispering in his ear, or like the sentiment I saw that. And I'm going to have to refute this 1,000 different times. Vic was already talking to other lawyers beforehand. He talked to two lawyers. One wouldn't take his case. The other was moving too slowly. He switched to Ty because Ty was willing to move quickly on this.
I legitimately might have a Kiwi Farms post from Lisa Hansel about that exact thing. Let me see
Guys,
if I can.
Without Nick, Vic still sues. Like,
yeah.
I don't know how clearly I could state that. Vic would still have sued.
I mean,
well,
the only way
you saw
the only way.
Sorry,
Oh,
you saw. I'm sorry. The screenshots from Vic's discussion in the Reasonable Ranger Discord, which was released by the Reasonable Rangers, by the way, it wasn't leaked. You see Vic saying, "I'm talking to my lawyers." It was like very early on. It was almost like towards the beginning, way before Nick got involved. So he was trying to fight this legally. He was already planning to fight this legally. There's people who say you should have gone the PR route. Well, Vic also tried that. He was trying to save his career. He was trying to do everything he could to save his career. And part of that was he was going to take this to court. I think that was one of the things that it was one of the earliest things from from that Discord chat where he says, "I'm talking to either my lawyer or a lawyer," or something like that. There's a comment there. But yeah,
okay. I've got right here. JT Los Kolyoko, trigger warning, Kiwi Farms coming up.
Oh God, the dreaded farms. Don't.
Oh no.
From Lisa Hansel, people referring to how Vic wasn't going to sue or whatever. So they said, "I keep seeing the wild kick Vic logic leap from my statement of, quote, we spoke to two different firms before hiring Ty, to two different attorneys told Vic the case was shit. No. Attorney number one, consulted, never actually hired, said, quote, you've definitely got a strong case, but you can't afford it. Attorney number two, the one who sent a cease and desist to Saucedo," meaning Mars Girl, quote, "I understand your world is burning at Twitter speed. I'll get that motion filed sometime in the next 2 months-ish. Exactly 0 lawyers told us that the case had no merit. Quite the opposite."
Because the case had merit. It just got dismissed on technicalities.
Yeah. And that's what's frustrating reading this appeal decision. It's like so infuriating. This is
and it all goes back to stop objecting.
Yeah.
Like
again, if you read the appeal decision, how do you feel anything other than defamation is dead in Texas? How can you call somebody a sexual predator and it not be defamation? That would literally destroy your reputation if somebody called you that.
Yeah.
I'm curious what would have happened if he didn't stop objecting.
See, that's the thing, is that he could have lost the case for with prejudice for objecting, or not objected and then lost the appeal for not objecting. It was a lose-lose situation because Chupp was literally the kind of judge who makes up his mind and just doesn't want to hear anybody who is going to waste his time. And because of the minute details of the case, it's impossible to just come in and say, "Okay, here it is in 3 seconds. I'm going to tell you exactly why you should give my client money," right? And stuff like that. So I really think it was damned from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Hardy Girl 66 says, "Sorry, late to the party. Shara Kane here. I don't know who you are, but welcome."
She's one of the Reasonable Rangers. She's
nice.
huge. She's a huge Star Trek Continues fan. She's Star Trek Continues girl or something like that on Twitter. I know her. I know, I think I follow her, but yeah, I've seen her around. She's cool.
Well, it's nice to have you here. Thank you for stopping by. Smarky97 says, "Go to your local book off. I got the OG Full Metal Alchemist movie for $8 there." Well, there you go. Not everybody has local book offs. Luckily, I've got 10 in my state. So.
I have Disc Replay. Those are pretty good.
Hardy Girl 66 also said, "I hope that any of the VAs who have been quietly supporting Vic will leave Funimation and go to AM Studios." Honestly, I think that AM Studios is still a rocky place to go to.
Mm-hmm.
I think that people, I don't know that, I'll say, I don't think people should necessarily leave. A common practice in anime is using a new name and recording under a different name. And I think that people should do that for a couple months here, a couple years here, until their contributions to AM Studios gets AM Studios to be like a more viable place. And then that's when you jump ship, as Sony's destroyed everything that Crunchyroll / Funimation / Aniplex is. And then you've got a nice place that you've already built sort of a good footing in. That's what I would do if I were them. I would work for both places under different names, and then because they've all done it, and a lot of them did it for to work on union and non-union jobs. And it's like it's really obvious who somebody's voice is sometimes, and it's like Anime News Network has all the aliases listed in the profiles for the people, but it's just a known thing people do in the industry. It's like, oh no, that's not me. That's what's his name? Like some other name, right? Anyway, I think that would be the best option, personally.
Let AM establish a foundation. I mean,
yeah. So here's to everybody. So what you need to do to make this happen is support the hell out of AM Studios.
Exactly.
If they actually release it on disc, buy it. Buy a copy for everybody you know. That's how you're going to make sure that Anime Matsuri Studios actually get built up to a place where they can sustain themselves. Right, and that they'll be able to do long form series like Bleach or Naruto or whatever, and dub stuff like that, and then finally get fucking Funimation and Viz out of having the stranglehold on the super long series.
Wherever it's posted, watch it. Whenever, if it comes to physical release, buy it. You got to let them establish a foundation. Everybody's going to come at AM Studios. Oh, this is just a pet project. It'll never work. It'll never do anything. But if you guys support it and it gets enough support, all of a sudden Japanese studios are like, oh, we have another
Exactly.
option.
See, that's where it really matters. And I think that this is where you can make the biggest impact, is choosing to go out of your way to outwardly, vocally, loudly support AM Studios and pull back support. And that reminds me of another amazing thing that happened during the whole VIC MIGNOGNA controversy, is that when people were showing their distaste for how Funimation handled it, Funimation sabotaged your ability to end your subscription to Funimation Now.
Oh, yeah.
Like, again, all the things that these people did, that these companies did, this enormous disservice. My goal here is to show you, where do we go from here? Stay fucking mad.
Yeah.
Don't let them get away with mistreating you so horribly. When you literally just wanted to know what was happening, and two sides are talking, and you start following both, and then one side decides to block you because you followed the other side. Stay fucking mad about that. That is some bullshit that you didn't deserve. You didn't deserve asking, can you tell me what happened? Oh, I've sent your tweet to my attorney in law enforcement. You didn't deserve that. That's fucking bullshit. Stay mad.
And look at what happened to Funimation. Their reputation got so tarnished by their treatment of their customers.
Amazing,
they had to
right?
Change their name and erase.
They have to hide behind Crunchyroll.
Yeah, they
like
had
Sony had to spend. They bought Funimation for like 145 million, and they bought Crunchyroll for 1.5 billion. They had to spend that much more just to fix the brand,
right?
By sunsetting it. So Stephen, go ahead.
Well, before you go on to this next comment, just speaking to the whatever the new studio is or whatever,
AM Studios,
Anime Matsuri, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if we covered it here, but Nick said that he was talking to them or whatever,
and they're in the works of the series.
Yeah, their next project, he said, is at least like a decently long and sounds interesting series.
It's not a just for kids, kind of family friendly. It's going to be like something with meat to it.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the first two like little shorts that they did was a proof of concept kind of deal. Yeah. So I mean, you have to prove that you can do it. So
consider
everybody's got to start.
You got to walk before you run. Yeah.
Exactly. You got to start somewhere. Consider those pilots.
Although they were cute.
Somebody here knows. They can keep it to themselves, but somebody here knows what's going on.
Well, as soon as that NDA expires, you let us know.
See, don't let them tease us. That's terrible. That's.
Well, I'm surprised you weren't around when they were talking about it, Tiffany.
Oh,
yeah, weren't you
at
there?
Anime Matsuri.
I was. Wait, are you talking about like at the panel or like at the bar? At the bar.
At the bar.
I don't think I was.
Various other places it was discussed.
She's so short.
Mental faculties intact.
So,
Does she have too much to drink?
I didn't drink too much.
So yes,
I'm sure it doesn't take a lot for you.
They have another show that is, I'm just confirming what Nick said. Yes, I'm aware that they have another show that they, at the time of Anime Matsuri, they were doing translations for it. And
there are so many shows that I would love to recommend.
Stan, I was too short. They didn't let me into a lot of places.
Now,
I had to wear. That's why I was wearing like risers. Basically, I was wearing heels all weekend.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing they didn't get that Ferris wheel. Then you probably wouldn't have been allowed on it.
Yeah.
So Stephen Walker,
I wouldn't be ashamed about being short. Vic wears the high heel shoes too. Gross.
His moon boots.
Yeah.
The only man that I am taller than is Ethan Ralph.
Oof. Stephen Blocker says Mononoke Rial is a crappy voice actor. All her characters sound like they just huffed helium. Unfortunately, that's her actual voice.
I would like
actual voice. Yes.
I started that just because. So she was at Fan Expo last weekend, and I went to a panel with her in it, and it was a My Hero Academia panel.
I have just noticed that my fan has been at the lowest setting this entire time.
No wonder you're sweating.
Get an air conditioner. What's wrong with you?
I live in California. We have rolling blackouts due to everybody charging their Teslas.
No, it's damn environmentalists.
Isn't it mandatory every house in California have AC?
No.
I am here in
Texas
my house,
and Arizona.
yes.
And here I am, cold. Like my are freaking ice hard.
See,
Yeah,
I've
been trying hard to convince my wife to let us move to Cumming, Iowa.
I heard because
Iowa.
some of my friends moved from California, moved back to our state from California, but they were talking about the apartment they were in, and I guess in apartment buildings, AC is not guaranteed at all. Like it's kind of hard to come by.
Most homes in California were built before AC.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of the places when I was growing up, especially at my parents' house and stuff, we didn't have AC. We got installed later and then never fucking used it because it was too expensive.
California sounds lovely.
It sucks.
I don't live in a relatively warm state and I have air conditioning. Jesus.
Okay, back to my Fan Expo story. So I went to this panel. They were 15 minutes late because they were having elevator problems. And then for the next 15 minutes after that,
they were having elevator problems.
I just
They're
realized,
too heavy for the
I just realized my perception was laughing.
Sorry.
That's not nice perception.
I believe it was affecting multiple guests, not just Monica.
Well, I mean, Monica counts for multiple guests. So.
But anyway, then once they showed up, mind you, panels are 50 minutes long, 50, right? So they're 15 minutes late already. And then for the next 15 minutes, they talked about Phil Donahue because that's what you want to talk about at a My Hero Academia panel. Yeah, exactly. Phil Donahue is a show host or a talk show host. Sorry.
Oh, I don't.
Who used to ask questions? I guess I don't know. This is what I learned in the 15 minutes that they talked about him. Anyway, while she was there, she introduced herself and she said, like, "Oh, I'm Mononoke Rial, and I've been putting child actors out of work."
Out of work. That's her Twitter bio.
Yeah, like So to the comment that said whatever it said about her voice being really high, yeah, she owns it.
So real quick, I just want to say
Wow, hold up.
I am looking to move to Cumming, Iowa. I think this can seriously. I want to go
It looks like
to the
nothing's
Community
there.
Church of Cumming.
It looks like there's nothing there though.
There's two
the
churches
point.
here.
Oh, there's a
the
church.
Cumming Community Church and the Community Church of Cumming. There's also a place here called Cumming Tap. It just
God.
seems like it just
You were
seems
just-
like I
you were
would
just
live here
waiting.
my whole life and still laugh walking down the street at every little place. And my favorite thing about it is that the north of town, there's a goddamn graveyard. And I want to die and have my tombstone say, "I'm in Cumming day and night." With a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Right?
Oh my gosh.
Well, you can always move to Hell, Michigan. That's an option.
You were way too excited for me to be finished talking, so you could show that.
It's a real place. I want
my
to.
Well, you could also go to Cumming, Georgia.
No, that doesn't sound like fun. See, we were just talking about the heat. Georgia is hot and sweaty, and Iowa is snowy and right stuff is there.
I mean, we still have heat down here, but it's like a wet heat, so it's not.
But right stuff just got bought out, so they're probably moving.
That's true. Okay.
So you don't want to go to Georgia and have swamp ass? Is that what you?
No, I'm enduring that
It's
right
northern
now.
Georgia.
So the SS Ultimate Goku says Viz Media has the right to the dub and home media rights. Viz confirmed this already, and they also confirmed that Johnny and Michelle, the voices of Ichigo and Rukia, are coming back. Good. Sailor Mercury says, what annoys me is the tortious interference dismissal. Ron Toye and the Kamea-con owner both confirmed that he was fired due to pressure from Monica and Toye. That is interference. Yes, and that affidavit was submitted long before the fraudulent affidavits. And yeah, that was on the record already. Yes. And again, I'll remind you that when Chupp was deciding what to do, he basically wink, wink, nudge, nudge, told Ty, this is what needs to be fixed. And I'm just going to go ahead and dismiss all of it so it doesn't go to interlocutory appeals. And you'll be able to fix this. Appeals court decided to take 3 goddamn years, and it didn't come back for him to even be able to do what Chupp seemed to be signaling he should do. And then ironically, the appeals court's doing the same fucking thing. Like, well, here's what needs to be fixed and denied, you know? Anyway.
To your point earlier about the Supreme Court, Vic should obviously exercise everything he can. The problem is that the Supreme Court does not have to hear his case. Like the appeals court will get to it eventually. The Supreme Court doesn't have to even look at it.
Right. Well, we'll see. We'll see where things go. I still hold that I think he's in a better place than he was because of the actions he took and because of the people who went up to bat for him. So round of applause for everybody here who actually, took the time to actually read the documents and look at the things that people said and hold a magnifying glass up to the words they used and the false statements they made, and people like Brett Weaver, trying to act tough and get slammed down immediately, shutting up all the people who just wanted to run their mouths, right? So here's to more years of that. Anyway, so are we? Are you guys? Have you said your piece on Vic? Should we move on?
I've been move on about 3 hours now.
All right.
Because I was gonna say I'm probably gonna have to hop off because I should have been in bed like an hour.
I know. I was gonna say you're like an hour and 43 minutes past when you said you were gonna need to leave.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Well,
that's all right. Thank you for hanging with us.
Yeah. Well, anyways, you guys have a good night.
You don't have to apologize to yourself.
Oh yeah, I do
now
have to
lack
apologize.
of sleep.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be rough for sure. But anyways, you guys have a good night.
You too.
Take care.
Bye.
I stayed way past my deadline too. I do want to say this. I want to say that Vic may have lost the case, but it did 2 things. One, it showed you the true colors of these voice actors that voice all your favorite anime, who actually care about you and who don't. 2, the lawsuit itself pretty much saved Vic's career because it made everybody question, is this real? Did he do this? And after seeing the depositions, after reading seeing the evidence, reading all the documents, reading into everything, following this from start to finish, you see he's innocent. You see he didn't do the things he was accused of. And and I think the main reason we see that is because of the lawsuit. So I think the lawsuit served its purpose. But not only that, it's not only hardcore anime fans going to see Vic anymore. You've got normies out the wazoo seeing him at all these conventions now. Because again, as I pointed out earlier, his lines have not gotten shorter; they have gotten longer. He doesn't have to charge cover fees like the other voice actors involved in this do. He can make his money off autographs, pictures, and all that. And that's due to the pushback from the lawsuit, from everybody saying, look, Vic didn't do this. They can't prove it. They'll never be able to prove it. If they could, they would have by now. Not only that, but this is the reason why I hate cancel culture, is because once that accusation is made, it stays with you forever. No matter if you win or lose, you don't lose the accusation, and people will forever look at you like you actually did it, even if you didn't. Johnny Depp's an example. Quentin Flynn is an example, and you can name countless others. The thing about the Depp case was it put a chink in the armor of the narrative being true, because everybody saw firsthand that, wow, women can lie to destroy somebody's life. Maybe we should take a second glance. I'm hoping the Marilyn Manson case would do the same thing, and I want this stuff to end because it is out of control. Period.
Bamboozled VA says, I truly believe someone paid a lot of money to make sure Vic couldn't get work anymore, and they planted fake evidence so he wouldn't get work, and they paid people to make up stories. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that.
If that were true, Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi wouldn't be broke.
Well, no. The problem is that would. The thing is that because they're broke, there's no way they could afford to do that.
Yeah, and to people who are out there doing their victory raps thinking Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi are going to get rich off of this judgment against Vic when it actually comes down. First of all, they got to collect on it. Second of all, they have lawyers to pay. They're not getting. The only person getting a dime over what they owe their attorney is Markey, because Funimation didn't get all what they asked for, and neither did Ron and Monica. And even if they do, they still owe that money to the law firm they paid to defend their case.
Yeah, and if you think about it, if you actually paid a $50,000 bill 3 years ago before inflation, and then you get reimbursed $50,000, that ain't paying for the groceries it would have paid for 3 years ago.
No,
like honestly, nobody walks out of this good. In fact, Vic actually walks out of this better, because paying that money now it's worth less.
Yeah.
Not only that, they decided to be the bastions of doing this right and not crowdfund their defense. So they had to pay.
Markey actually, come to think of it, she did. Remember, she took from the Time's Up Legal Defense Fund.
Okay.
So maybe I can't. Her thing should have been, actually, we don't need our fees paid for because we had some Me Too thing handle it for us. So it'd be interesting to see if she actually gets $50,000 to just fuck off with and do whatever she wants.
She might have to pay that back.
Yeah.
Like
we'll
those
see.
legal defense fund things might be like, we'll pay it, but
yeah, because you think that if you win, you got to pay it back in for the next person.
Yeah.
We'll see if that happens. I don't know.
Who knows, though?
But I appreciate you guys being generous hosts. I appreciate, you guys inviting me on. I would stay later, but I've literally ran way over my time. I've actually been getting
Thank you for being here.
my wife. Get your ass out here because I need your help.
Congratulations on all the kids.
Thank you. Stan, good to finally talk to you, sir. We need to do something. We need to do like a mini stream sometime when I can get everything under control.
Sure, absolutely.
But I appreciate it, you guys. Thanks again. Sorry if I derailed and everything. You guys have a good night, and I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Take it easy, man.
Take care.
So real quick, Sailor Mercury says, I think Vic should move on and sadly let the evil VAs go. There will be no punishment. We will have to support him. Our court system sucks. So honestly, I think one of the issues with the case was that Vic was largely not involved with where things were going. He didn't show up to most of the hearings, and I don't think he was involved with most of it, which is why, it would have been easy to just get him in person and do the affidavit for the notarizing in person, right? But instead, Vic was never really around. He just let Beard Harris, Bulk, and Hughes handle it for him. So with that said, it's like, letting the evil VAs go, it's like it's really, at the end of the day, Vic has left that to other people the whole time. to going after the quote unquote evil VAs and holding people's feet to the fire. I mean, at this point, it's still our job to not let people get away with the bullshit they're claiming. Like for example, that tweet from T. Greg Doucette, who should know better, saying Vic is now, for all practical purposes, a sex offender, according as a matter of law, or however he phrased it, right?
Sexual predator by law.
Yeah. So let's see. You guys are all talking about the fucking ocean dub comes up in every damn podcast. We just need a rolling banner that says the ocean dub is the greatest dub of any anime ever. It is just playing the entire show.
I am sad that we cannot have the ocean dub of Kai. It's recorded. Just release the ocean dub.
It's never been
released. The ocean cut.
Yeah.
So Stephen Blocker says, even if Vic lost, I'm glad someone fought back against woke bullies and cancel culture. Yeah. I mean, I think that is more important than the outcome, is actually standing up, because I feel like Vic.
I feel like in some ways he won. Honestly,
well, I
not in terms of the court case, but in terms of like cancel culture, it's like,
I think
damn.
That's why I keep saying I think he's better off today than he was if he hadn't stood up, right? But also I think that because Vic stood up, it sort of has had that ripple effect that has paved the way for other people who've had things after what happened to Vic. Like for example, what happened to Johnny Young Bosch, where he was able to shut that shit down immediately. I don't think he would have had as easy a time had he not saw what Vic went through. You know what I mean? I think that it's because of what happened to Vic that other people can then stand on his shoulders and climb out of these cancel attempts. Charmy Sketches says, I just hope Vic doesn't give up on voice acting. Vic will never give up on voice acting. Vic has that creativity in him.
Voice acting will give up on him.
Yeah,
before he gives
literally,
up on it.
Vic will just write his own music and post it to SoundCloud. Right? Vic will never give up on his creative endeavors. He made Star Trek Continues on his own dime. You know, he's going to continue to do these things for whoever will give him a chance. He'll be there, lending his voice and his acting talent. Okay, he's never going to give up. Sailor agreed. The suit did help us learn about Funimation. Yeah, true. And honestly, had Vic not sued Funimation, I do not think that Sony would have made the moves they did, because you got to remember that Funimation, according to who's the other VA? Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name?
Chuck Huber?
No, the lesser known VA who was on Ricada's stream.
Eric Rowland.
Yeah, Eric Rowland. He was saying that Funimation literally built a West Campus or whatever, and they had all the Funimation branding go up, and they were renovating this new building, and then Sony buys Crunchyroll and says, yeah, Funimation's gone. It's Crunchyroll now. It's like they wouldn't have invested all that money into buying a new place. You can literally see a drop of sweat on my beard. Anyway, they wouldn't have invested all of that money into renovating a new place with Funimation branding and then just axe it, right? If Vic hadn't sued, and if the fans hadn't rallied behind and held people's feet to the fire and exposed the double standard and all the bullshit, Funimation would still be here today with its brand intact. And it's because of the bullshit of every single voice actor coming out with some little, jab at Vic and making up stories for attention and fake swattings and all of these things that we are here today because of these things, And I think that, like you said, without the suit, we would not have learned about Funimation and all that shit. Okay, let's see. I'm going to skip over all these ocean dub things. Let's see. Basically, I'm going to just skip to the end here. Apparently, I miss ocean dubs. Thank you, guys. Yes. Thank you. All right. Anyway, let's so real quick, this is the last thing. And then we'll continue with the show. What happened to Johnny Young Bosch is somebody tried to do the same thing that they did to Vic by saying something to the effect of making up a rumor that Johnny Young Bosch had tried to force his female co-host on some show he did to wear a skimpier outfit. And Johnny Young Bosch shut that shit down by saying, Nobody has accused me of this. I didn't even have the power to do this. This would all be under wardrobe. And your statement is absurd, basically. And he came out and cut it off right at the head and stopped it from growing into a big, massive, spiraling, constantly evolving and growing into new claims thing, like VIC's rumors have been for the last 20 years. So anyway. Stan, if you have to go, I want to give you the opportunity to bow out.
Yeah, I have to go to bed. I have to go to work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, so do I. But I will go down with the ship. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Good talking with you guys. And,
good talking with you. It's always a pleasure.
I wish I could talk more about this show that AM has picked up, but it's it sounds very intriguing, and like Nick said, it sounds a lot more interesting than some of the other stuff. Particularly, it doesn't have to do with harems and stuff like that. So it's an
isekai.
Can I ask one question? You don't have to answer it. Could you give us a decade range? Is it modern or is it like an older show? Can you even say that?
It's an older show.
It's an older show. Okay.
Yes.
That excites me.
Yes. So,
I'm sure it's not, but I'm hoping it's Ninku.
So if I would suggest people go out and buy Helen McCarthy and John Clement's book, The Anime Encyclopedia. I don't know which volume it's currently at, but I have the first volume.
I have first and third edition.
So, there is at least 10,000 titles in that book. So that will help narrow it down.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's spin the wheel, Jack.
Yeah. Let's just throw a dart at the board. All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
All right, guys. Have a good night.
See ya.
Bye.
Andrew,
honestly, I think
I guarantee you, Stan
of,
did not sign an NDA. I don't think he could accidentally get in trouble because Anime Matsuri themselves were the one blabbing during because they have a bar that they opened in Houston or whatever. Yeah, I guarantee you, Stan has absolutely nothing to do with the actual show and is not under NDA. He is not spilling the beans for out of courtesy to them. So that they can do the.
I think him saying that Rekieta was more interested in it was actually a bigger hint than anything else because that narrows it down to what is it? He said he likes giant robots, ninjas, and whatever it is.
No, he said he didn't like Genba Nojo and Zip Shimezo because they didn't have robots, ninjas, or ninja robots or whatever. Something
I think he also said nudity in one of them.
Violence. Anyway, so let's go into pickups. You guys want to go? You guys have any pickups?
I do, and I believe Footnum does. There should.
Got
yes,
of
I finally do.
All right, Footnum can go first.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh,
hold up. You on the spot right now.
Well, I don't know if I got my. Well, that answers it. Wait.
Okay.
For it.
Greenland.
Does this work?
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
But
wow.
my background.
Aaron DDN.
What do you mean? Wow. I have a green screen.
Your hair.
And... What?
Your hair looks
very Karen.
It looks something's odd about it today. It looks brighter and like you colored it or something.
That is the light. Just
it's natural.
Oh, whatever. Tell me what's good, guys. Here, that's good enough. Okay, so to get us off to a good start. So this is my Giga haul that I got from Papa Reese across the board. Ahiru no Sora limited edition. It was on Sentai sale. It was a considerably good discount, and also the funny thing is that it's actually cheaper to get the limited edition than the standard edition part 1 and 2, even when it's not on sale. So just getting that off of the limited edition list. And what I got like 2 days ago came in the mail was the Bell limited edition.
4K.
This is it's the 4K. It does have the tiniest ding here, but I feel like when I take off the plastic wrap, it won't be as noticeable. So that's nice. It has Dolby Atmos audio on it, so that's kind of neat. I don't know how to feel about Hosoda going to the cinematic ratio where they have letterboxing, like the extra wide screen or whatever that they do with
what is it,
regular
like the
cinema.
121.1 or whatever by.
It's like 1:2.4 or whatever it is.
Whatever that was.
But I don't like when anime does that, because 16:9 just feels like a better ratio. Like you get more for your screen.
I mean, like
I
comment about
so
this
then
like a Battlefront podcast. Like, I know we're getting less, but it feels like we're getting more.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could think back in the days when they did full screen stuff. They're probably like, "Oh, Square will give you the most even ratio possible," and then as they widen it, it's like, well, you can keep making it wider, but at the end of the day, it just depends on how you frame it. So if you frame it really far out, you can get a better picture of everything, but everything's going to be so small that you can't see it. So you just pick a ratio and go with it. So 16:9 is the golden ratio or whatever, right? So like, just stick with that or whatever.
Okay, that's merch.
So,
16:9.
Demon City Shinjuku. It literally is, isn't it? Like, am I wrong?
He's so delayed.
Is it not the golden ratio?
No, it's not.
It's
Oh my!
The golden ratio is
What?
like 0.
okay. Hold on.
6 something. No, what is it? Anyway, it has to. It's not 16:9. That's
This is the golden ratio. No, seriously, we got to do this.
Maybe it's the silver ratio that's 16:9.
No. The golden ratio. We got to find out what the exact ratio is, but change them, stretch them so they actually change to 16:9.
It's 1 plus the square root of 5 over 2.
So these are squares. I'm gonna just stretch them so that they're 16:9.
It's roughly 1.618.
The real golden ratio. All right, back to you. Sorry.
618. I don't know. I swear it's something like the silver ratio at least.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Demon City Shinjuku. Oh
think
god damn it! Am I still
believe that's
delayed?
by 3.
Either way, I'm gonna press on through the delay, and then Doomed Megalopolis. I always screw up the name. It is indeed an upscale. We got confirmation via Twitter.
Covered
Media Blasters, and I got it because it was slip covered. That's why Reese offered his
I bought
copy,
it for me,
and I
it
had to jump.
was kind of crap. You want it?
Yeah, but what is it? Yeah, so I confirmed with my very eyes that it's upscale, and it feels like that one time how Savakis talked about how is it made in Japan's SD Blu-rays? They got the fielding options wrong on the interlacing.
Mhm.
Well, this one's not interlaced; it's progressive, but it's as if they hard coded an interlaced footage with the fields coming in the wrong order. So it's like it's hard coded in. You can't like undo that or something. So
what's Media
that's what's
Blasters Twitter account? It's like Media Blasters 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? Are you just looking
Well,
for that
I'm just
tweet?
gonna pull up the fact that they're complete incompetent.
Yeah.
We had this
But,
conversation with them, and it was painful.
Oh,
It was
God.
painful for them to not realize their own incompetence.
They have that red thing behind it or whatever.
Got it. Fucking idiots. Oh my
Oh,
god. All right. This is Media. Oh, god damn it. The screen went black. Okay, there you go. Media Blaster said, sometimes I check out reviews. This one was one of the best as they stretched the video instead of keeping it a 4:3. They do not know how to adjust their Blu-ray player settings. Oh shit, that sounds fucking messed up. Let's check out this review. I cannot believe companies get away with slapping a Blu-ray sticker and releasing crappy quality like this. This is what you were describing? The sort of weird interlacing?
FTDM.
He's delayed. Give him a second. All right, and then they have images here, right? Now, here's the thing. The image, fucking Amazon is putting a black bar here because the image was taken with their cell phone, and the cell phone camera is 16:9. So I say, trying to be nice.
No, we lost him. You did so good before.
I said that video looks like they do have it in 4:3. I have a Panasonic TV that does what they're showing, referring to the weird artifacty look. My Panasonic TV is fucking awful. Like, it looks fine on live action content, but title cards, like, you know, the title of the show, especially if there's subtle movement like a zoom, right? They look like ass. You can see the jagged lines as going up the edge of, like, the letter A, for example. And I said, and just forget watching anime. They said, no, that is a stretched images. And I'm like, it's hard to tell because I'm trying to be so nice. It's hard to tell because of the background around the video is also black. But if you watch it until the end, you can see them pull back, revealing it is 4:3. This is 4:3, right? And they're like, not really. This screen graph is not a 4:3. Look at the height relative to the width.
He's got this
image is not a screen grab. It is a photo of the TV taken with a phone that captured it in a 2.16:1 aspect ratio. It only looks widescreen because they took the image up close. But like I said, the effect they're capturing looks like what my Panasonic TV does rather than the Blu-ray. Just trying to be nice. Also, I see no TV side panels. Yes, the red bar make it seem wider, but too dark and too hard to really tell. I'm like, all right, you dumb fucking idiots. I brought it into fucking Photoshop and stitched it together so you could see it fully. And I took a 4:3 image and a 16:9 image and laid it over so you can see that the 4:3 red versus the 16:9, which extends to the rim of their TV. I said I took a screenshot at the moment where you could see the most of the top, bottom, and sides and composited them together so you can see more of the TV. I then lined that up with a reference of a 4:3 red box and 16:9 white box, and you could see the edge of the TV. Blue arrow. Well, I see what you are saying, but before I believe it, I need to just see it taken wide angle further back. You, my friend, are a retard.
Remember, guys, this is the company that is in charge of releasing your anime.
You want to work for.
Yeah.
AM Studios. If you need somebody with zero experience who
knows what an aspect ratio is
around an actual established company, I'm right here. Anyway, back to your pickups.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing you had that intermission because my internet died like partway through that. But yeah, so AIDS. Then we got the limited to 2,000 copies. I got number 0584, so that's not particularly special. But of this kids anime thing,
it's so funny because it almost looks
green
iridescent
screen?
because the green screen is cutting it out.
But dude, it's totally in theme. They're like the dinosaur, the dinosaur.
What is the name of it? Yumie? You mean Yee-mie?
Yeah, Heart and Yee-mie.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. Got a nice coloration on the front there.
Cover now. Look at
It is a holographic. Yeah, that's the life hack. But So this has like 3-minute episodes or something. It's kind of cool because at the back it says the 3 separate things that it comes with. It comes with the 2010 film, the 2015 film, and the 2010 TV series, which is 20 episodes, which is only 230 minutes. Okay, that's a lot of really short stuff.
Also, I did learn with I don't know if we brought it up on podcast. The reason they didn't dub that was because the M&E tracks were missing or something.
I mean, the real reason is because they decided to give it a limited release. Why would you dub it then?
Right.
But okay, then we got
Holmes
of Kyoto, which is another limited release. Which my sticker is. Here, I might as well show you what Reese did. He put the sticker on a very choice spot.
Oh no! Why would you do that?
I told him to put the sticker in the case because I wanted to keep it to know that I got
the sticker
number
was
913.
The sticker was on the shrink wrap, or
the sticker was on the slipcover, but I didn't want it to risk the chance of potentially damaging the slipcover if it stays on there too long.
Oh, so you
yeah, but I want to keep the sticker to remember that I got number 913.
Could have just left it on the slipcover.
Yes, this is what I would have done. It is part of the slipcover. It cannot wreck the slipcover because it is part of the slipcover.
What do you mean I've defaced it? The plastic case that can be replaced.
So you need to get a label maker and print one that says 0001 of 2000.
Yep. It's called Life Hacks.
You've destroyed the value of that.
Now they're all
worthless. Yeah, I've
because
destroyed the value of the replaceable case on the inside.
No, we've destroyed the value of that limited quantity show by making everybody question whether or not the sticker is actually accurate.
Everyone in limited things, they only care about the sticker, and the sticker needs to be where it was originally placed. You've defaced it. It's
my webcam has gone out of focus. My webcam has gone out of focus now. Good job. So the next one is My Hero Academia. Oh, it's in focus again. 2 Heroes Steelbook. And then My Hero Academia Heroes Rising Steelbook. Leading up
to fucking movie they've ever made.
I'm glad I got the Steelbook.
Goddamn terrible.
It's funny because that was like the hardest.
Oh no, I'm sorry. World Heroes Mission.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
That would explain why
Heroes Rising has the stupidest fucking story, but the coolest goddamn ending that they then cuck you on at the last second.
So you're telling me that's why this one you can still buy despite being older, but this one is like
they re-released the first one, I think, after the second one came out.
Well, that's stupid. And then
which is why the first one's DVD only instead of a combo pack.
Blu-ray only?
Yeah, Blu-ray.
Well, no, both of them are combo pack.
We have to do a collective salute to Andrew. Says, I have exactly one steelbook, Loop on the 3rd, the 1st. Andrew, I would like to let you know that this podcast is the reason that got a steelbook, and I will not say otherwise ever.
Yep, confirmed. And then we got Mr. Tonegawa. It was $8. Like when it was on the Sentai sale.
I bought mine for like $32.
Yeah, like it was on the Sentai sale. Son. And I didn't get much. I'm like, I really shouldn't get a lot, but then there was Tonegawa for $8. It's like, I can't say no to that. It's 24 episodes.
Yeah.
Now this is one of the first things. This is one of the first things that got me in Reese debt to begin with, which was the Nana Steelbook.
Actually, the first one was the Akira 4K.
Well, it was among the first, but what is it? So, yeah, when me and Reese were talking, I'm like, the Sentai releases, the Nana Steelbook. I know I'm probably gonna miss out on it, but it's like it's not gonna go on sale, and I'm just gonna get screwed.
Right, stuff like 2 weeks before the release date.
Oh yeah, and then Reese was able to get me a copy, so
I managed to I managed to
Off of
snipe it off of Amazon for less than what Right Stuff would have charged.
Yeah, so I did not miss out. I sadly paid the full price though.
Well,
because I always wait for this. I'm just saying that I wait for the sales that Sentai has, but you know, when they have these things that go way too quickly, you can't get on the sale.
Yeah.
But wow, beautiful back, like all that nothing on the back. I'm glad it was a steelbook, but I do actually I prefer this to the pink whatever on the spine. I think actually most of these steelbooks that Sentai has released look better without the slipcover. But yeah, they're all stack packs. And then the next thing, once I get the slipcover on, is
while you're doing that, good.
Pompo the Cinephile, sponsored by Reese. Oh my god, can you focus? Focus. Anyway, I want to watch this. Maybe we can do that for a watch.
What? What is the AC1 too?
you say that like I buy things that I don't want to watch.
No, I'm saying I want to watch
this one specifically. I want to watch it.
Hey, I'll tell you this, Random 11. Out of all the things I just showed you, that is one of the ones that I want to watch the most recently. I'm like, I want to watch this, whereas the other ones I'm like, I want to watch it maybe later, but I want to watch this one now.
Oh, okay.
It is really good. I want to rewatch it again.
Also, it's a movie. I can finish it in one sitting.
Yeah,
I don't have to commit
90 minutes. That's just which is the.
I don't have to commit to Nana's like 50 episodes or whatever. Wow, that looks awful on the cam. Razafon Steelbook, if you couldn't tell. This was like I was telling Reese the same thing about this. I'm like, you know, Razafon, I want it to go on sale, but it's probably going to go print before I can get a good deal on it or whatever.
Is that just the shrink wrap or?
Oh, that is the shrink wrap, but
okay.
It's until I can get one of those things that Brad posted in the Discord. He's like, here's the Amazon link to the Steelbook, whatever. But dude, this looks way better underneath. This looks so good underneath.
Before Andrew splits, I just want to point out. So this is the Japanese release for Lupin the Third, the First. Super gold. Right? So I quote tweeted this before it even got licensed, and I tweeted it at Discotech, who I assume to get it. Assuming you guys get this license, what would it take to get Discotech Media to take the artwork in the top right of the second image, meaning this one, and turn it into a steelbook release? Then G Kids announces it, and we're like, at G Kids, same question, right? Right? And then lo and behold, we got a steelbook. Anyway, back to you.
So it's hard to see with the crappy camera, but the steelbook looks way better if you ask me underneath, especially when you're able to read the goddamn spine. It says Razafon and all of this, but this is based off of the limited edition Blu-ray that they released years ago in Japan. So I think it's nice that you kind of get the best of both worlds with this release, because that was an art box and this is steelbook. But and that one did come with an English dub, the Japanese release, but it was like $400.
You did understand what I was saying about the shrink wrap. Under the shrink wrap on the slipcover, there's another protective layer that you can pull off.
Yeah, so it's actually like a really good condition slipcase when you get it. So that's a good feature.
When you said it looks really good, I thought you had already taken the shrink wrap off and the film.
I did underneath. I just put this shrink wrap back on to protect it.
Okay, cool.
Until I get one of those protective sleeves or whatever they're called. But yeah, the Japanese release had 2.0 English audio. This has 5.1, so it seems pretty definitive to me. So I'm glad about that. And also that was another case where it's like, oh, I don't think I'm ever going to get it. But it went on sale shortly after I brought it up to Reese, and Reese is like, you want it? And I'm like, okay, yeah. And then it was out of print after that. So it's like, okay, there we go.
On that one.
And then Tsurune, just because it was a limited edition that was within the habitable zone of sale prices on a Sentai sale, it was like $26. It's a Kyoto and KyoAni show as well, so that adds to my completing the collection of KyoAni releases, because I have most of them. And then we have Urusei Yatsura Only You, which is the first movie. Remember My Love, which is movie 3. And Lum the Forever, which is movie 4. So now I have, instead of having just movie 2, I have 1 through 4. So that'll be nice when we get that and the TV series. And then Violence Jack Off, which is Nave HD now. And looks pretty damn good from what I've seen.
Did you buy that from Reese?
From Reese stuff.
Okay. Well, so you
There's
paid
some merch I can make.
Well, that's just what we need to name our store altogether. Reese stuff.
So you paid this ludicrous shipping then?
No. The whole point of me getting this crap from Reese is that he puts it in one package and I pay less ludicrous shipping because all of these were like multiple orders that he got the free shipping threshold in the States or whatever. So then it's sent to his place. And then he packed it all together, so I have to pay shipping once. Because I did a test on Right Stuff where I put a single item in the cart just to see how much it would cost to ship to Canada. And it was like, it was worth more than the item. It was like a $15
like
discotheque DVD, and it was like $25 or something for the shipping. So I'm like,
I seen one where I put like one Blu-ray set and it was like $50 shipping. Stupid.
Yeah, that's my
And
pickup.
that's basically what he paid for that shipment, if I remember correctly. From
Yeah, it was something like that.
Did you get nailed on import?
Yeah.
Hey, Footnum, go to the chat.
Okay, going to the Chad.
I'll send it in private chat for you. That's for Amazon.ca. If anybody else needs these steelbook protectors, there you go. All right, who wants to go
I have
next?
a question though, because there's 2 listings. There's that one, and then there's the one that's like compatible with steelbooks. But the first one is also compatible with steelbooks. So what's the goddamn difference?
I'll go next if there's nobody else to do pickups.
Go for it.
Okay. So first up is that I will be selling a kidney to pay for this next video made by Footnum, but
Reese, you're getting kidney money.
Right? Yeah.
We're already close to getting enough shipment too. I mean,
Oh wow!
I got the Gargura Nendo.
Wow. Oh, Dan,
and just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water, it's a shark.
Now that's a rubber ducky I could get behind. By the way, where's Lance now?
Right. Well, good thing I showed him ahead of time. This next one, because he'd be missing out.
Oh wow, that's
my
big.
next bunny.
What the hell?
It's only a matter of time before you get one of those life-size,
right?
Man, they're
I
just
don't know.
getting bigger and bigger.
I've seen the busts and they look weird. The faces look weird.
Now,
For the
now,
best.
are the boobs like hard or are they soft?
They're hard.
They're obviously hard.
With
fake,
boobs
dude.
that big, they should make them out of like silicone.
Silicone.
Like, just make them jiggly.
So you could just
Maybe I think
fill
maybe some statues are made out of silicone.
Yeah. Well, Greenland,
But,
like
was in
not the
California
whole
too,
statue
so-
because that would be bad, but just the boobies.
Yeah, just the
Gotta
no,
say,
yeah,
even-
just the boobies.
Even though she's only
So-
a quarter scale, I think her cup size is bigger than me.
Yeah,
They do have earthquakes in Japan, so it would be interesting to make a bunch of silicone breast figures. You wake
And
up
then
and
my
it's like,
final
oh,
pickup is
no!
in Discord.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I have a pickup before we go to Discord.
Okay.
So one of the reasons why we
No, you're not allowed to do pickups.
fuck up. One of the reasons we put off the stream for so long, Dan went back to Virginia, so I took a moment to go see Bullet Train with him before he left, and it's the greatest movie I've ever seen in theaters, hands down. As I was on the way home,
How many theaters have you, or how many movies have you seen in theaters?
A lot. My dad is a stuntman. I've seen a lot of movies in theaters. I'm saying, as an experience, going to the theaters, the only other movie that has come close, and honestly might even be better, but it's been so many years that like my memory of it has faded. Speed Racer is the only other movie that is like kind of on par with the theater experience. So I picked up the novel. It's not a light novel. This thing is fucking beefy. And
it's not light, it's heavy, man.
Yeah, I also
picked at least
up,
50 pounds.
I also got the so this is so fucking cool. Look at how they do the chapters. It's like a train with 10 chapters, right? Fucking cool.
There's only 10 chapters?
I don't know.
And like
over. Oh no! Actually, I think it's a map of which cars they're in for the chapter. Oh. This chapter must take place where they're in car 5, 6, and 7.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Like freaking Overlord books are that size and they have 3 chapters.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So one of the things I'll say about the movie is that it's really reminiscent of Bacano in that way of the whole shit happening on the train, where you're following a bunch of different people and it all just kind of comes together and is a lot of fun. And I would just say, if you would like to go see this, hit me up on Twitter. I will pay for your ticket for the first 5 people to DM me. I'm dead serious. Okay. I will buy your ticket to see it in theaters if you want to see it. But if you love it, you got to see it again with somebody else. All right. That's how much I want this movie to succeed. Now, unfortunately, it's fucking under the Sony umbrella, but I would just say you would support the good shit, not the bad shit. So Lance, I guess, got a poster from GameStop
from 9 years ago.
No, it kind of looks like one of those guidebook things.
Did he just raid a GameStop dumpster?
Yeah.
And he picked up Game of Thrones.
What part? All of it?
I think this is the box set, which I think is like $150. But
joke's on you! It's the poster from GameStop.
Yeah, right. Actually, hold up. No, I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know.
It doesn't even say
that would be
format.
Funny. Effing Anime Addict picked up the World Heroes mission with the fig pin, only at Walmart.
The worst edition.
The worst edition. Good job. I don't know. It's like a figure or something.
I hate that character design.
But like the fig pins are always just like, here I am standing up. You know what I mean? Like they never do anything cool with them.
A thin piece of plastic with a print on the side.
Speak of Satan.
Are you ready to defend your pickups?
You're too late.
Oh God.
You want to tell me how many dumpsters you dove into to get these GameStop?
Oh God, the dumpster diving was truly real. I'm so fucking proud of them. Oh, everything I went through to get them was worth it. I didn't know the friend of mine didn't exactly just give them to me or anything.
The dicks I had to suck, let me tell you.
This has become like my new passion. I love these fucking old or any type of like display piece.
You love old?
Oh God, no, that's your thing. I'll leave it alone.
I've got a lot of old posters and shit like this that Right Stuff has sent me over 20 years.
I was just gonna say quickly, back when GameStop changed from EB Games to GameStop during the whole moon stocks thing in Canada, I'm pretty okay with all the people that work at my local GameStop, and I called them, and one of the guys was like, "Oh, they're taking the sign down today," and I was like, "Oh yeah," and I was like, "Could I have that sign?" And then he said yes, basically, and then I was like, "How big is it?" And he told me how big it was. I was like, "Shit, that's probably too big. I can't take it." But I almost had an EB Games.
I've got
cool.
one that's not I don't know if I showed, but I have one of the ones. It's the Nintendo flyer for Kirby Superstar Ultra, and that son of a bitch is like 5 feet fucking tall. And Kirby on it is over 2 feet tall. So like, yeah, those flyers can get huge.
Lance, is that a Game of Thrones poster or
it's a display wall piece. It's actually
I was kidding. Motherfucker, I was joking, and it's
actually hard. Like it is on a piece of like hardened cardboard, and it's
wow. You got it hard. Congrats.
Yeah.
Totally. All 5 kings got hard for you.
Yeah.
The title of this podcast is "I'm the second hardest one here."
Clearly, Lance is the hardest tonight.
But yeah, no, that's definitely that's no just foldable flyer. Like I don't know what to do with it at the moment because all the space in my room is kind of taken up on the walls at the moment. So it's like it has to stay standing straight up, and it will stay standing straight up. But that's it. Like I can't fold it in any capacity or roll it.
So Weeaburger picked up the Book of Doom.
Oh, good.
They're all worshiping him like he's
doom.
And also the new Spider-Man. Is that what he said was the Amazing Spider-Man in here? His name, Coolsville. And then that shouldn't have been here, but it's okay. We'll forgive you. So where's this figure?
It's a statue. It's a statue of Yor from Spy Family.
Mm-hmm.
From the shop that you posted on I want to say like 2 months ago. You found it and was like, guys, we need to buy all these, and it's like it was like pics of like Vegeta and Goku and
nice. It actually looked. I thought it was going to be a scam site. You got something that's awesome.
No, it's not a scam site. You actually get stuff from it.
Nice. That was fucking.
They're not
I totally
licensed.
forgot about that.
Yeah. They're not licensed though, so it's that legal gray area.
So the leggings look like they're actual fabric, but the dress looks like it's not. Is that the case?
Dress is definitely plastic. See how it's staying up?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Are the leggings just plastic, or is it?
Yeah,
is
the
it
leggings are plastic.
That dress is right where Reese likes it.
It's all resin. So
yeah.
Okay. I don't know if it's just the weird compression on the stream thing, but like it looks like it has texture.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it has some texture to it, but I think that's uniform texture I'm seeing in other parts of the photo as well.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, you said it's not official, and I'm like, to quote Shakespeare, "A rose by any other name smells as sweet." Am I right?
Yeah.
And then Reese, you picked up
Lupin the Third versus Detective Conan, the special, finally, and Lupin the Third, Prisoner of the Past, and My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission, Standard Edition, and then Black Lagoon Volume 12 manga, Durara SH Volume 4, which is currently as far as Narita has gone with Durara. And then My Hero, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, volume 16 novel.
Okay, so
well, when did he get boobs?
That's not her. That's not Rimuru.
Oh,
okay.
Hold
on.
Random was super excited for a second.
I'm having trouble. That was random. I'm having trouble.
I know. I started off wrong. I corrected myself.
Is this a dragon head?
I don't know. I haven't. I'm like 8, 6, 7. 8.
I know this isn't what I'm looking at, but my brain is telling me that there is like a Shenron style dragon here, and his little rocket, his red rocket is poking out right here.
Oh Jesus!
I mean, what to me, just based off this picture, it looks like his face is in her crotch, and his little hand is like grabbing her thigh.
Well, hold on.
So I think that's a texture on her dress that just happens to be the same color.
Stop. Oh, click open original and zoom in on that.
Yeah, see, it's the same color.
That's Rimuru covered in blood.
Oh. Yeah, so the dress has a gold dragon of the same color on it. So that's why it looked weird. But
wait. Whoa, okay. So is Reamer covered in blood? Are we after the fact here? I don't know. Continue.
Anyway, thank you for sharing.
And I got the Arsene Lupin Kickstarter from Magnetic Press, so I got all 5 prints.
Yeah, tell them about how they sent it to the wrong house.
Oh yeah, okay. So first off, I'm going to explain what we're looking at here. We got all like the pre-registration print, the day 1 print, the 3 stretch goals print. Obviously we
what
got
are we
the
looking
book.
at here? What's this one? I'm going to go by them one by one. What's this one?
Okay, I think this is the pre-registration print, and then this one would be the day 1 print. I think I can't remember.
Know?
No, I used to know, but it was on like the pre-registration site, and then like all the images are like whatever. I'm not, and then like I can't. I think these are like 1, 2, and 3 for the stretch goal prints, and then obviously we got the book
with the fucking rounded edges.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. I mean it really the book's got a nice texture to it.
Pages are like almost exposed.
Oh, that's sad. That's worse than the Blu-rays.
What? Oh.
And then I got the Cipher edition, which came with a little notebook, a window sticker, a bookmark, which has a lot of gold on the back side. I should have taken a picture of that.
How many of these do you actually give a shit about?
None of them, but I thought the coin on the card were kind of cool.
So tell me about your laundry over here.
Those are socks and underwear. Hold on. I think there might be some shirts
Reese
under
is
there
like,
too.
I'm wearing that pair right now.
Actually, I think I am.
Garbage, what's in that bin?
What was that?
Jerk off tissues.
A bunch of crap and yeah.
All right, cool. Moving on.
What is up with that? What is that outlet on the wall?
It's been there for It's been there for 60 years. So
Reese, is your house haunted?
No, it was born. It was made in the 60s. It was built in the 60s.
It was born that way.
It was born that way.
It's a triple plug, but none of them have grounds.
Yeah. Is that so weird?
There's a reason nothing is plugged into it.
You're gonna burn your house down.
Okay, so the story about the that you wanted me to say about this. So I got the shipping notification on like a Friday, like a week, 2 weeks ago, whatever, and it said it was going to be delivered on Saturday, the next day, and I was like, I don't think so, and so, obviously when we came up here, and then I got it was like supposed to be delivered on like Thursday, and I was following the tracking on FedEx. They sent me a picture for delivery confirmation, like Amazon does, of them leaving it in front of the house. Not my house. And
so what did you do?
So at first, I contacted FedEx because again, I was 200 miles away. I couldn't, So I contacted FedEx and I said, "That's not my house." I say, "Okay, so we'll submit a case." And what you're gonna have to get in contact with the publisher and have them contact us. And so I was like, okay. So I emailed Magnetic Press or like the quartermaster warehouse who did all the shipping for them, because they would be the one to contact first, I think. And then they contacted Magnetic Press. But anyway, I tried contacting the neighbor who lives kitty corner behind us. Couldn't get a hold of them. So I contacted this other kid who I know, who lives farther down the street, and was like
some kid. Hey kid, I'll give you $20 if you go check out my house.
No, I've known him for a couple of years now. He's actually done this a couple times when we had stuff that like comes through FedEx or UPS that doesn't get held by the post office.
He does jobs for me. You see, like.
He drives the van for me.
I mean, I give him $50 for his birthday, and whatever.
How old is this child you employ?
He started college this year.
Jesus
so
Christ.
barely
Stop
legal.
it,
fast. So you're done grooming him then?
We have the same first name. It's kind of weird.
Oh, Reese.
No, Reese is not my first name.
Oh, that's right.
Would that be self-cessed?
So anyway, I had him go over. Like I messaged him on Discord because I didn't want to message him because he has a job. He's going to colleges next town, so I'm obviously super busy. But he was at home, luckily. And can you just check to see if it's even there? And apparently it was. And so I was like, can you hold on to that until I get back on Monday? I was like, obviously I got it.
So basically,
and then I got a freaking email like 2 days ago.
You're skipping a step. So basically, unlike Amazon, when FedEx sends you the email that says your package was delivered, the picture of the product at your house and the guy who's like posing with it is a stock image that they send to everybody and reset.
That's a stock
not my
image?
house.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Yeah, is it because who took the fucking photo of the guy standing there?
They're single driver trucks, and I was gonna ask that, but I was waiting.
I was like, what
he showed
fuck?
you the picture?
Yeah, Reese, forward me the email you got, and I'll share the image, just the image.
Just pull up the screen. I just pulled up the screenshot from our chat.
Which chat?
I think it was in the fast lane.
Oh God, that's got to be like years and years ago now.
It's not important. It's just funny. Okay.
Anyway,
okay, continue.
So basically, Reese has a second collector's edition coming.
So I got an email like 2 days ago. So I got a full another set of everything that I just said.
Hell yeah, dude!
And
Wow.
obviously it's gonna go to the other Lupin fan in the show.
Me?
Oh shit, that's me. Hold on, I'm pulling up the image.
Poor random's hopes are just crushed instantly. I knew better than to bring it up. I was like, they've already orchestrated this.
I just scrolled past the blow dogs.
Wow.
Did I tell you guys the time that Walmart randomly delivered a ton of food to my house?
That sounds like an anime. That time Walmart randomly delivered a bunch of food to my house.
It was in the winter, so it was cold outside, so it was okay that the food
Which
stayed
is what happens in wintertime, apparently.
Yeah.
Really
Well, no,
weird.
it's just because there was like meat and shit, and so I woke up and
Oh God.
it was like 12:30 in the afternoon, and I
Would you
just
like
woken
some
up. And I don't know what I was doing the night before. And I came downstairs and I seen out the window that there's a bunch of shit on our stoop.
You seen out the window?
Yeah, I seen it.
I just
Anyway,
love that Walmart sent shit to your house.
so I open the door and I look at all
Did
these
they bring you a pooper
Walmart
stripper?
bags. There's probably like $150 worth of food on my stoop. And I had no clue where it was from. I called Walmart. They were like, if no one comes to pick it up, keep it. So I got some free food.
Huh?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I don't know why would they send a stock image? That would fuck so many people up.
Who
Like,
took this image?
I don't fucking know. I don't. Maybe they had two. Maybe they had two drivers.
No, bro, it is a
It's
photo
the guy
of a guy
taking a
taking
picture.
a photo
Yeah.
of the product on your front step.
I was like, what the fuck? Why even bother having the damn thing then? If it's just
Now-
gonna be a
now,
freaking
Reese-
stock photo.
Reese,
I
was,
don't
was
think
the
this is tripping
Want
anyone
to
up
view a
except you.
delivery photo next time? Sign up for free. This is an ad, my friend.
Well,
Huh?
I don't care. Whatever. Anyway,
Oh, you don't care.
I don't care. I got a free thing out of it.
I got $40 worth of free merch from because
I will
I'm
love it
it pays
twice
to be
as
a
much.
retard. Okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, you know, I can't fight you on that, but here's a question. Oh. Guys, hold on. Did my camera just go on?
Yeah, your camera was on there.
Okay.
Right, you weren't on screen.
Okay, why the hell did that turn on?
I don't know. Nobody saw your dick out.
Yeah, totally. They saw me sitting here half naked.
I'm dying for this to end so I can just take this shirt off and put on the one I found under the seat because I'm so sweaty.
Reese,
Random
was
Eleven,
the
speak
package
up.
the same size as in the photo?
Lance seemed to say
The one sitting on top was just about right.
Whew. Anyway, since Lance is done talking, apparently,
I
somehow.
guess.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out why my camera cut on randomly.
Well, nobody's showing your thing, so
yeah, but that's not the point. There's still a concern there.
Get a sticker or a piece of tape and stick it over the lens.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Anyway, yeah, these are. So I went to Fan Expo, obviously, over the weekend, and
to see Mononoke Real. That's what
yeah,
you said,
specifically,
right?
just love seeing her. And I normally don't buy posters because I don't really have room for them on my wall. And generally, also, if you buy them at a con, they're like, by the time you get them home, they're fucking torn up,
destroyed. By the time you fucking get them to your damn car.
Yeah, so I generally don't
in an
buy
oversized bag.
yeah, I generally don't buy posters, but while I was there, they had these, and they are acrylic. Oh, I should upload a picture while I'm talking. I'm gonna upload a picture of the frame. You can get, you can get a frame with them. Although the whole scam. They had this big booth, and I'm like, oh, cool. And I'm talking to them about prices. First of all, they post the fucking prices in American. I'm like, in US dollars.
USD,
I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like,
AC, why don't you just take the one shot off? AC, why don't you just take the one shot off?
Because I'm listening with the headphones on.
Oh,
how dare you!
It's privacy.
Well, I mean, you can't talk about stuff that like no one else can see. Everyone's confused as shit.
How do you think I feel about every life transaction, you son of a bitch? You can't talk about stuff no one else can see. I know that feeling.
Lance is like, you should have put a piece of tape over it, you retard. All right.
I was about to tell the.
Fuck, I'm sweaty as shit. This shirt is ruined.
God, I picked like the best time to join this fucking podcast.
I was literally about to say, chat, donate $2. Donate $2.
Yes, donut. To get the uncensored.
Donate $2 for a preview of
If you'd like to see more,
OnlyFans.
join my OnlyFans.
Dude, I'm loving the reaction. I've talked to a couple of my friends. It's like they'll be asking people now. You will randomly, if you ask enough people, it will happen. But a friend of mine was at his local mall, and him and this girl started talking. He's like, "What do you do for a living?" And they got this awkward silence until she was like, "I'm an entertainer." She's like, "Where?" She's like, "On the internet." And he was just like, "Oh." He's like, OnlyFans. She looked at him and she's just like, "Yeah." I was like,
that's the joke. You're an account. You gotta say you're an account. No one asks questions. Just say you're an account.
I noticed that whatever this Pokemon is didn't get nearly as many flowers as Majora here.
Yeah.
Umbreon?
It's
wait, what?
One's
Umbreon.
at night, one's in the day.
Look, zoom in on the Umbreon.
So
it's one of my favorite Pokemon.
They post. So this company is V1 Tech. You can go online. They have a website. You can buy this shit online. They're from Texas.
Oh,
so that's why it's in USD.
That would be why it was in USD. Although you should have just by the next. So the first day I seen them, by the next day they had the Canadian prices there. I like having to tell people every time. Yeah, that's US dollars. Like not a good look.
God, that's got to be so much fun to be like Mononoke Real and getting paid in money you have to take to a exchanger.
And get charged an exchange fee.
Yeah. So I went there and I bought the two top posters there, the Skull Kid and Umbreon, and I wanted to get 3 because they both kind of look the same, and I wanted another one because a lot of them had like really bright colors, and the 2 I got didn't. So I was like, I'm gonna get another one. One of them is a gift, so that's why. So I said, oh, give me a deal for buy 3, and the guy's like, we can't do it, but there is a buy 4 get 1 free deal.
Oh.
So the next day I came back and I bought 2 more. I don't know what. So I bought the Deku one, and I don't know what this is, but it looked cool, so I was like,
I
okay,
love
I'll
it.
get that.
Well, you're just gonna find out that it's the next Boku no Pico.
Oh
yeah, I don't know if it's like an original character or if it's just some random
maybe from
anime that I don't know.
like the little horn thingy sticking out.
No,
Oh, is this the one you got Monica Rial to sign?
I should have got her to sign it. Should have.
You missed your chance, man.
Yeah. So.
Oh my god!
You're skipping. You're skipping.
Don't spoil the surprise.
Wait, is that Bulma?
Yeah, that's Bulma.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the designs that they had were like custom, like they're from an artist or whatever. And
I would hope so.
Some of them look really good, but
We're
they were a little bit
Dolly.
too risque for my wall. And then I'm
He
not like
bought
Greenline.
them all, Cat. Don't worry.
I'm not like Greenline. I can wreck or rep some girls' panties on my wall, but
I'm gonna say Greenline.
Pansy.
I'm gonna get the ones from that J-List sticks on their box, and I'm gonna send them to Greenline. Or I'll send you my Najika Blitz Tactics panties that I got 2 of.
No, not that I particularly wanted Bulma, but out of all the designs, hers was the best that had like color. So anyway, okay, now you can move on to the.
That's not black and white.
Thing. No, that's not black.
It is, Lance. Don't worry.
And so this, I got the Roxy figure in from Amazon Japan.
Okay. The one we've all been anticipating.
Yeah, I haven't opened it yet, but I got it.
Well, it's a good thing.
Okay, so on Reddit, I've seen the legends are in fact true.
Yes, I actually have.
The breakdown.
I just passed it when I was
Twitter
going through the fast
thread
lane.
ever.
Yeah. So you guys remember?
Did you get yours, Reese?
No,
I
Reese
canceled mine.
fucking
Remember?
cucked himself
you
off of
pussy.
it. Yeah, pussy.
I pre-ordered it, and you said that you would pre-order it too, and we would
made
compare.
a pact.
And we would compare who had to pay more in because I said Amy was too expensive.
All right.
And you were like, no, it's not. And I
guys-
said, yes, it is. And then you canceled. You're a bitch.
I don't know how much
Whoa,
of this
buddy!
I should show.
I think you've showed too much.
Everything's covered.
Fire Sister B tweeted out a review, and it's almost word for word exactly what is said in the show.
A little more extra added in, of course. But yeah.
It's like 3 figures in one. Anyway. So yeah, it is. You guys remember that Reese was all conjecture when we talked about this. Will they do it?
Well, it was because we saw the seam in the
yeah, we saw the seam in the clothes and just said it looks like if I was a Vetten man.
Yeah, and then at one point they deleted the like Ami removed the picture that actually showed the seam on the arm, but they still had
to do that. It sells you more.
Why'd you cancel it, Reese?
Because I didn't have anywhere to put it, and it was a lot of money anyway.
You're a pussy.
Yeah.
He's not like Green Line. He can't just have the panties on the wall.
This one comes to clothes. That's not a problem with this one.
I mean, his Reese might be like.
I mean, I could probably put it on my desk and have her fully clothed the entire time, and it would be perfectly fine. But I mean, it's just too much money. I mean, it would have to be on like my desk behind my computer, which is just asking to get knocked over at one point.
Look, he had his reasons.
Yes. My reasons.
So I also picked up this. manga, the 20th anniversary Bleach Volume 1,
Oh.
and 2 random One Punch volumes because I needed some filler for free shipping. So.
Good
choice. Are you gonna get all of One Punch Man now?
Probably not.
Then why buy them at all? Why not pick something else?
You picked this up as well?
No, this is sorry.
What is that?
While I was talking, this is an example. So this was their booth. This is an example of the frame that you could buy, but
it looks like ass.
Yeah. So they're like,
holy shit! How thick is that?
I don't know, 2 inches, maybe 1.5 inches.
God damn, for a poster?
It's not even lined up at the top.
Yeah, it was done very
risque,
shoddily.
AC. It's
risque. I assume if you buy it, you'll actually get it lined up a little bit better.
No, I mean, I don't know.
The one that they had, the one that they have on display is like.
Yeah,
why wouldn't they have the best one up for display?
Hold on. They want you to look avant-garde with this. So the whole idea is that
it looks like you went to a Walmart in the back alley and just took a pallet and cut it into a fucking frame. It looks disgusting.
Yeah, the reason, Lance, the reason it's so thick is because there's an LED strip behind it.
It's because the picture in it has nipples. Like what?
No, there's an LED strip behind it.
I don't care what it is. I was still making
fish do not have nipples.
My concern is why does the Gyarados have the white energies on the bottom right instead of the water energy?
How do you notice that?
That's a retreat cost. Although, why is it in Spanish? That one I didn't even pick up on until now.
No habla
español. Well, that explains the frame. Ouch. Did you notice that it's also askew?
Yeah. Well, I think that's done on purpose. That's part of the art. Yeah, so this was an example of the frame they had. They wanted, so it was I think it was $50 for the small posters. Hold on, for the small posters, which are most of them I got, and then it was $65 for the large poster. This is Canadian. And I only got Skull Kid as the large poster. And in American, I don't check what they were charging Canadian for it, but in American,
65 would be roughly $53.
I can't remember what it was. I think it was like 40 and 50 US. I don't remember, but anyway, so in American, they wanted $120 for the frame.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Bro, you should have just hired me to build you one that looks slightly better than that.
I'll build you one for $5.
Seriously, they go to IKEA and pick stuff up off of the warehouse floor and just repurpose it into a frame that doesn't even fit, and they charge you $120 for it. These are guys from Texas.
AC's onto something there. AC's
so
on
I asked
something
them
with the pallets and stuff. It's like people reuse that old material all the time for shit like this.
So I asked them, does the 120 include the picture? And they're like, no. So you have to buy. You have to buy the picture.
How much is the picture?
120. In American, I think it was 50 something like that. 45.
Oh, you got ripped off, bro.
God damn,
Display has better deals than that.
The reason I'm posting a picture of it at the convention because I don't have it.
I mean, the picture is too much for $50. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. Look. Here's
that's your
random.
He's saying the memory you put up on your phone wasn't worth it.
There's some girl in the background he's staring at. Here's a question.
That's the real reason for the photo.
Here's the thing. When you're buying a display piece, like, a wall frame or something, you're not wanting to spend a mint on the display. You want to spend the money on the picture because that's what matters. $120 for this. This better be like the picture going in. It better be the fucking Mona Lisa.
Racket than the fucking framing industry. Remember that podcast?
Yeah, they frame people all the time.
when I showed the one sheet for Castle of Cagliostro that I got framed. And I spent like 4 times more on the frame than the one sheet itself.
God,
like
damn.
the lady in line in front of me at Michael's spent over $1,000 for her.
What the hell is wrong with you guys?
Yeah, frames can get expensive.
And
But
it's like I could easily do it myself. This is
Yeah.
not hard to get some poster like foam core and just cut it at an angle to do the little shadow box thing. That's fucking easy. These people charge you like they make $1,000 an hour doing it.
Damn, maybe I should,
hey, Sia,
undercut them.
Let's start that business. I know how to do that shit. Let's go.
So while I was talking to him, and I'm clarifying 120 just for the frame, and he's like, yeah. And because I've gone to conventions a lot, I kind of know the racket. So I'm like, oh, okay. And then they say, sorry, they gave me a hint here. They say plus shipping. And I said, plus shipping? And they're like, yeah.
Buy it at the freaking booth?
No, we don't have any frames for sale at
we have to
booth.
drive to the redwoods, chop down an illegal tree, sand it down into just a 2x4, and structure it in a way where it'll connect at this weird.
Oh, he did himself.
Speaking of connecting, I think he needs to reconnect.
Oh, he's back.
Caught myself in the middle of my joke.
I mean, don't take me wrong, it made it funnier.
So, I'm like, okay, so I have to import this. And then I was originally thinking that they also meant I had to ship in the images, like the posters. And I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, and I was about to say, like, I'm done. I'm not shipping crap in from the States.
So where do I sign the mortgage? You know,
and they're like,
don't
it's
forget
only
tax too.
Yeah. It's only
import fees, taxes.
It's only $12 shipping, and I said $12 US shipping. They're like, oh yeah, $12 US shipping.
So roughly
like,
$20 Canadian.
That's ridiculous.
I'm like, does that cover shipping to Canada? And they're like, oh, I don't know. I think that might be just
ship to the US.
How the hell? Okay, I have a problem with this. How the hell are they running this booth in Canada?
They came to Fan Expo. Anyone can rent a
But they
booth.
don't know anything about the shipping or
Well,
anything.
they clearly don't.
Anyway,
I don't think they thought about this at all.
They went and figured it out.
Move on them.
They're like, it's $18 Canadian shipping to Canada. I'm like, okay, that. Fine.
Wait, what? You
But
said 12 earlier.
No, that was US.
12 US.
Oh, okay.
So it's 18 Canadian.
My bad.
To ship to Canada. I'm like, okay, fine.
Right.
Okay, great. And then I still said, well, I'm gonna wait on that. But do you sell the pictures here? And they're like, yeah. Okay, so I bought the pictures. But the frame.
I was zoomed in so much, all I got was AC slowly raising his like the upper torso. I was like, oh no, what are we doing?
The frame.
I don't know why you were looking in that quadrant of the screen.
I was moving my mouse
Basically
around with the zoom.
He was
2x2s, right, with the two screws holding in the thing, and then inside, it's got an RGB strip, and they're using like the most expensive RGB strip, the ones that are like individual, so like you can have it like the color like go around in a circle.
Okay.
Like they're individually programmable.
So realistically,
LEDs.
how much do you think it would cost you to do this yourself?
If I wanted to do it myself and make it look the same, I could probably do it for $30-$40.
Yeah, I was gonna say like $30, right? 30-40?
Probably including some of the tools
if you wanted to do it yourself and make it roughly look the same, you would actually have to endeavor to fuck it up as badly as they did. Like it would actually be harder to make it look this bad.
You know, I did a little project not that long ago when I redid this shelving unit, and a lot of contractor yards or places that you would, you know, like Lowe's and people they'll cut the wood for you if you have the measurements.
Mm-hmm.
So I got cutting machines.
Yeah, well, true, but I'm just like, I'm saving people money in the long run. Like $100 is way too much for that frame,
dude.
Well,
this had better be a fucking button and not a screw to turn on this quadrant of the LED. Why on earth would you put these on the side? I have to look at that shit. Put it on the top and the bottom.
When I looked at it, I'm like, oh, is this where the cable goes?
Yeah.
Because I seen the one on the bottom, not the one on the top. I seen the hole in the bottom first. I'm like, oh, is this where the cable goes?
They left
and
the
then they're
pilot
like, no,
hole
no, no. They grooved out this little bit in the back that the cable just like sits down.
You know, you're supposed to take a dowel and cut it to the size of that hole, and you're supposed to fill that in.
Yeah.
What the hell's wrong with these
Everything
people?
about this is the worst possible thing.
So,
So we're almost 5 hour ends and we're still at pickups.
because you keep interrupting me, I can't get up my fucking sentences.
I was just thinking.
So
of that.
anyway, the frames they didn't sell me on, but I might make my own.
All right.
You
And
should
now we're
hit me
done.
up, Randy.
And if you do like the art, you can go check them out, B1 Tech.
Right on.
Although they were more expensive on their website than at Fan Expo, like even doing the conversion and shit. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Cool.
Maybe wait for a sale.
So I can't remember if we showcased this already. Mononoke got funded. We already talked about this. Get out of here, Mononoke. Okay, did I talk about Pixels Forever? I think I did. This also got funded. It's been so long.
Yeah, I think you talked about it.
All right, moving on. Cool. Plantopia, an original figure and anime project, has been funded. I don't know what the fuck they think they're making. It's like an anime about plant girls, and they're selling you on getting the anime made, but also an expensive figure for some reason.
Well, they don't even have a tier for the movie itself.
Yeah, there is.
The clothes.
There is no DVD or Blu-ray.
Their tiers go from like what, 50 at the lowest or something to 500 or something for
$8 to back it because you believe in it. $36 for a digital reward, which is a high-resolution wallpaper.
It's not. You can't even get a digital copy
for
of
a wallpaper.
You can't
digital
even get
material
a digital
book
copy.
browsing rights, which means that they're going to let you log into their website to see digital material.
Wow.
Yeah, and then it goes from 36 to 54. And what do you get? Haru's book jacket, a copy of a keyframe. A copy, not the original Genga, a copy of a keyframe. Digital material book browsing rights. Let's see. Then it goes to $314. It's a pretty steep change. You get all these high resolution wallpapers. Name on the official website. Ooh, just like all the other tiers. Name on the special supporters list. Name on the suckers list. A copy of a keyframe. The book jacket, acrylic bookmark, material book, and the Flowerian Alpha figure with serial number. So yeah, basically this is for figures. I'm not going to back it. There's no DVD tier. I hope it fails, even though I think it's already reached its goal.
I mean, the credit where it's due is that it looks like there's actual production behind it. It's not like, was it Under the Dog or that other project that I've shown before where they're like, yeah, we're going to make the next Ruby.
The Abyssium Knights.
Yeah.
Do you know how I know that?
Because you just rewatched the podcast, and also because I brought up on
because
like,
I just so fucking happen to have the stupid teaser right here.
Wait, what? Why do you have it right here?
Because as I've been updating the docs, I got this one from our DMs from ages ago when you sent it to me, and I've just been sitting on it for whatever podcast that was from. Anyway, so yeah, I happen to have it right there. Anyway, so I've got another super special Kickstarter for you. Look who's back!
Oh, hell yeah.
So I'm gonna invite everybody.
Second chance.
To I think this is like the 10th or 11th chance. Crossroad X Chronicle, produced by Yoshihiro Nakamoto. Only one backer has pledged less than $1 worth because it pledged in yen. I'm going to invite every viewer here to go pledge some money to this guy. He's only asking for $142. It's his dream to be made into an anime on TV. Let's do it. Let's make dreams come true, everyone. If you get him halfway there, I will fund the rest. Yikes!
He's throwing money out.
That's a hell of an offer. If you get him halfway there, you'll do the rest.
Also, independent artist Gensho Yasuda launches his first theatrical anime project, Make a Girl.
Oh God, no! What the fuck?
Now, his previous work that was a short was called Make Love, and it's all right. It's full CG. It's not bad, but it's.
I'm
not
already
great.
getting AIDS, slowly but surely from this.
So, I don't know. I'd support it, I suppose. It looks kind of cool. So when the Kickstarter or whatever comes out, I'll make sure to show it. Anyway, moving on from Kickstarter news, going into live action news. Oh dear Lord, I have to talk about this shit. Canceled 90s live action Sailor Moon footage discovered. So yeah, a YouTube channel obtained from the Library of Congress the pilot episode of Sailor Moon that was like going to be basically when Power Rangers was starting to take hold in the United States and they were just repurposing Japanese properties. They thought of doing something similar with Sailor Moon, except for some reason it wasn't inclusive enough. So they needed to animate it themselves, right? Like, because all the characters were black or were not.
What?
Black. All the characters were seemingly white in Sailor Moon. So they had to add the black girl, and one of them needed to be crippled as well. Also, they windsurf through space.
And they also live in space, I guess.
So there's the live action segment, which is mostly what they do to save money. And then when she turns into Sailor Moon, it goes animated. This is the crippled one. And it's honestly funny as shit. Do I have I don't have that tweet, do I? Was it this one? I hope it's this one. So I've got a link to it. You guys can watch it. It's in the doc. And then what do I have here? So this person said, last time I'll say anything on this for now, but don't call yourself an archivist if you're going to slap your name on a file that's supposed to be for preservation purposes. I get wanting credit for this, but this is not the way to do it. It is an insult to actual archivists. So basically she watermarked it. And I've just, hold on, I have to stop screen sharing. Oh no, device.
My understanding was she got it from the Congress or the Library of
the Library of Congress.
The
Library of Congress. She put her own watermark over it.
But if they handed it out to her, in theory, can't anyone go get it?
Yeah, theoretically, yeah.
So who cares about if she put her watermark on her release of it?
So I would just like to show you this incredible moment
right now.
Watch out!
That's how they handle the crippled character.
See, she's just as capable as everyone else.
Just bitch slapped to the ground.
Good job, guys.
Oh no, I've fallen and I can't
get up.
Representation is important. But let's be realistic about it. Oh. Anyway. Anybody want to say anything about this Sailor Moon thing, or
it's great. I'm glad we get to see it finally. It's good for all the wrong reasons.
There were clips about it. There were clips of it.
Yeah.
Out.
Somebody showed it at a convention, and footage of that was recorded from somebody in the crowd, and then it made its way into a. No. I think at the convention it was shown in an AMV or something like that, and footage of it from that AMV or whatever got leaked online by somebody who recorded it, something like that.
Yeah, because I definitely seen.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it.
Clips.
Yeah. So we knew it existed. Anyway. So let me go back to screen sharing. Reese, I don't know what is going on with your inability to connect, but get with the program, bro. Yeah, the Cool 2T says this might as well be an original IP because it's so different in terms of how they handle it. It literally just steals the outfit kind of thing, and like generally just kind of steals how useless Tuxedo Mask actually is. So glad Saban Moon failed. Yeah, can you imagine if that was the legacy of Sailor Moon? Like, it's because that was so shit. They're like, you know what? Let's just dub and localize the real thing. You know, that's how we got anime, everyone. So anyway, Ghost of Tsushima director wants to film live action adaptation in Japanese with all Japanese cast. Quote, I'll read subtitles all day. So the director is actually the director of John Wick. And he said, quote, if you come into my offices in Manhattan Beach, I have entire walls, great job, and entire walls, good job, terrible, and hallways of frames from the best silent films of all time. Fatty Arbuckle to Buster Keaton to Charlie Chaplin to the Keystone Cops. Look, I believe in that. I believe that's why Jackie Chan was successful, is you didn't have to speak Cantonese or Mandarin to get him. You saw it on his face. So he's basically saying that I can win you over even if you hate subtitles, is what he's trying to say. The director insisted there's a way to direct actors. There's a way to do it where a look can mean, poorly phrased, where a look can mean a look, which can mean a look. Okay, which
I think it means a lot.
Oh, dear
a look
God.
can mean a lot.
There are a lot of ways to do it. So part of the challenge, not to jump over your question, but look, I think there's a way to do it. And a way to direct a cast and a way to melodramatically enhance facial performance. So if I turn the sound off, he proposed, I want you to know what the scene is about in whatever language. And to be fair, wow. I think Japanese has a way of doing this better than anywhere else because in Kabuki, it's over the top and like the performance and everything and the tableaus that they set up are designed to convey what's happening, right? This guy's evil. This guy's not evil. This guy's fighting for just, that they just like, they have a way of doing it. So anyway, that's the news on the live action Ghost of Tsushima. Live action Paprika series coming. So you back? Yeah. The late Satoshi Kon's Paprika is highly praised by many for its unnerving drama, and it seems those in the West are set to destroy anything and everything beloved in the anime community as a live-action film of it is coming. Serving as executive producer and director for the Amazon Studios and Hive Mind live-action series is Kathy Yan of Birds of Prey and Dead Pigs. Paprika is a movie about the misuse of a device that can enter into a person's dreams. I don't remember the movie that well, but that doesn't seem 100% right.
It sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I know they were like kind of entering into dreams, sort of. I don't remember it being like, oh, twirly mustache, I have the dream device. That's what it sounds like. I will rule the world with my dream device. The world of dreams can be an incredible window into the psyche, showing one's deepest desires, aspirations, and repressed memories. One helpful tech lab has been developing the DC Mini, a device with the power to delve into the dreams of others. Atsuko Chiba and Kosaku Tokita have been tirelessly working to develop this technology with the hopes of using it to deeply explore patients' minds and help cure them of their psychological disorders. However, having access to the deepest corners of a person's mind comes with a tremendous responsibility. In the wrong hands, the DC Mini could be used as a form of psychological terrorism and cause mental breakdowns in the minds of targets. When this technology is stolen and people around them start acting strangely, Atsuko and Kosaku know they have a serious problem on their hands. Enlisting the help of Officer Konakawa, who has been receiving his experimental therapy, they search both the real and dream worlds for their mental terrorists. It doesn't ring a bell at all to me from the Satoshi Kon movie, but whatever.
So when are we going to do Paprika Watch Club.
I don't know. We could get to it at some point. Have we done any Satoshi Kon except for we did Perfect Blue and
I think next was on the plate was Paranoia.
We've done Perfect Blue, Millennium
Tokyo
Actors,
Godfathers.
and Tokyo Godfathers. So
that's right. We did do Millennium Actors. That was the podcast where Joe Biden is sniffing me.
So Paprika's the last movie, and then we still have Paranoia Agent.
Yeah, I guess so. Paprika's also I think his best work. Or most fun.
It was the best. That's why I can't remember a moment of it. No.
Legitimately, that's how it works with me. I don't know. I just reached an age, and then all of a sudden, all my memories just shut off. I have a problem. Anyway, I'm not going to read the rest of this.
That's called Alzheimer's, isn't it?
Yeah, Joe Biden sexually transmitted it to me in podcast 124.
Transmitted it to you.
Whatever that was. So anyway, they said episodic adaptation of Paprika novel. The adaptation will be a TV series. So it seems like in the previous one they said series, but then they kind of acted like it was a movie, and now it's back to. It sounds like it's going to be a series on Amazon.
Where's it going to be coming from?
Amazon.
Oh, great.
Whoa, that's a picture.
If Saban Moon had succeeded, we might have had a Harmony Gold situation where we'd have never gotten the real Sailor Moon. That is actually seemingly possible. They also said Satoshi Kon's last film has still not been completed or released despite his wishes. Yeah, they can't find somebody who can direct it as well as Kon did. And they've gone through like 10 directors now. I really hope it will be released one day. I think it was about robots or something. Yeah,
it's like robots on a road trip or something.
Yeah, we've covered it a couple times on the podcast. I'm looking. I hope it comes out too. I think that it would be cool to have Christopher Nolan direct it. Right. Anyway, so PlayStation Productions is planning a Gravity Rush film. So Gravity Daze in Japan is set to receive its own film courtesy of PlayStation Productions and Scott Free Productions, immediately having critics skeptical of the quality as video game to film adaptations don't have the best track record. The movie, which will be seemingly live action, has Anna Mastro, Secret Society of Second Born Royals, directing, and Emily Jerome of Panopticon penning the script, and no producer has currently been specified. Gravity Rush revolves around Kat, who has the power to control gravity and is suffering from memory loss as she protects the floating community of Heaksville from danger. Nothing about the plot or actors was revealed, though many will surely have low expectations, especially taking into account the involvement of the censorious Sony and the disastrous performance of shows like Cowboy Bebop. I mean, that was Netflix. All right.
Whoa. I have a comment on that.
Okay.
Someone made a great tweet about it where it's like, yeah, we stopped support for this game, canceled support for this game, but we'll make a movie about it.
That's funny.
Or whatever it was.
The Cool 2T says Gravity Rush needs a PC release, not a dead on arrival film.
Yep.
Put see if you can find that tweet for me. So Sega is doing a live action Comic Zone, which is going to see a jaded comic book creator team up with a queer writer of color. That's what the kids want these days. So Sega has announced that a live-action film based on their Genesis-era beat-em-up game Comic Zone is now in production. Though, unfortunately for fans hoping to see Sketch Turner on the big screen, the adaptation will instead center on a queer writer of color. So, from what I recall, I think it is going to be Sketch Turner, but it's going to have two people in the comic instead of one. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. It's crazy to think that this is actually a Japanese property too, because I remember playing it when I was a kid, and it's got like Western comic art style, right? It's definitely not manga style.
Mm-hmm.
This looks so fucking cool with the backdrop like that. That's goddamn awesome. Anyway, in an August 15th exclusive, the Hollywood Reporter revealed that both Comic Zone and Sega's 2000s aesthetic-heavy rhythm game Space Channel 5, motherfucker, are you serious? Both Comic Zone and Space Channel 5 and Comic Zone will be receiving film adaptations courtesy of a partnership between the video game developer and Picture Start. Furthermore, like both of Sonic the Hedgehog's cinematic outings, these films will be making some changes to their respective source materials. Making its original debut on the Sega Dreamcast, Space Channel 5 followed a news anchor, Ulala, as she reported on the impending invasion of Earth by a group of aliens, the Morolians, who are forcing humans to dance. However, in addition to tracking the aliens' exploits, Ulala also takes an active role in fending them off, taking the fight to them by blasting them, as well as rival reporters from other channels away with their own fancy footwork. So basically, she out dances them, I guess. Though the retro-futuristic game may have had a surreal premise, it rather suited the rhythm game format. The film, which will reportedly be a comedy and dance flick, is said to feature an equally bizarre story. Rather than focusing on a bubbly reporter in the far-flung future of 2499, the live-action Space Channel 5 is said to focus on a fast food worker who was called upon by a freedom reporter from the future to save the Earth from an alien invasion using, in the Hollywood Reporter's own words, quote, "the one thing that unites all people on the planet, our love of silly viral dances." Well, it is how we defeated COVID. So I guess that's that. So
Fortnite hat right this whole time.
So Barry Battles and Nir Paneri are set to write with assistance from original series writer and director Takumi Yoshinaga. Guarantee he's going to have absolutely zero.
When you said $24.99 and the fast food worker, all I could think was in that year, that's probably how much a burger is going to cost.
Well, with inflation, that'll just be like, the same price as now.
That's how much a tub of barbecue sauce is going to cost.
Oh, no. Would you like an extra thing of sauce? All right, $24.99.
So meanwhile, the 16-bit Comic Zone told the story of the aforementioned Sketch Turner, who after one of his own villainous creations swaps their lives in order to become flesh and blood. Basically, as you can see here, his drawing pulls him in, and basically the drawing comes out and becomes flesh and blood in the real world, and the artist becomes a drawing, right? In order to become flesh and blood, must find a way back to the real world, all the while dodging whatever obstacle his adversary can draw. However, according to the Hollywood Reporter, the live-action Comic Zone will tell the story of, quote, a jaded comic book creator, possibly Sketch, and a, quote, queer writer of color who must learn to work together in order to stop a supervillain from wreaking havoc and destruction upon the real world around them. Calling it now, the supervillain is going to be a Trump stand-in. This is going to be a Comics Gate movie. Though the game was based on the eponymous comic book series' first issue, the film will see the pair into its final issue, wherein, as described by the trade news outlet, they wittily explored the ever-evolving art of storytelling itself. Anyway, these people are writing it, blah, blah, blah. The following is pure speculation, but it seems that Comic Zone's story may center around the trope of a disillusioned mentor, once considered an icon, but now bitter after years of having their ideals stamped out to thrive, who meets a bright-eyed DEI-compliant newbie. That's diversity, equity, and inclusion or whatever. So it'd be really funny if the movie stars Mark Zaid and your boy Zach as the queer. What did they call it? It doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, yeah. So that's it. That's all I gotta say. Anybody want to say anything about Space Channel 5 or Comic Zone? Did you ever play either of these games?
Nope.
I don't know. I haven't seen it in years, but I probably
the Comic Zone one sounds so silly.
How were you gonna do this in live action?
I played Space Channel 5, but I still don't have a comment on this. Yeah, live action.
If the villain wanted to take over, he would just set the comic on fire and just go his way.
Well, yeah, because what he does is the villain starts drawing obstacles for the hero in the comic.
Why even bother? Why don't you just throw it in the fire?
I don't know. Maybe that's how he gets out.
It was randomly included in the Sega Sonic the Hedgehog Mega Plus collection or something as a bonus game. That's the only time I played it.
Well, I owned it, but I don't think I ever got past the first level. And you had a rat companion that you could have do things, and I could never get him to do anything I wanted. So That's it. Oh shit! I just closed the doc. Netflix finds the cure. Cancels live-action Resident Evil series after 1 season. So there you have it.
And nothing of value was lost.
All right. So, though Resident Evil debuted in the wake of Stranger Things' 4th season, Netflix had hoped that word of mouth would help contribute to the eventual surge of viewership. Yeah, instead, it gave us Naya. For the fledgling.
There's a scene in this that I had saw. There's a scene I saw. Whatever.
There's a scene I seen.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. That sounds more grammatically correct. Anyway, where they're like dancing to like TikTok or something.
Beautiful 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was that the heartbreak changed me, baby. But look at where I ended up. If you wanna believe that anything.
You mean that scene?
That scene. Oh my lord. What the fuck were they thinking? Like, Jesus Christ.
So, in context.
You know, I was sitting here going, is there a Hooters having a sing-along down the street?
In context, it makes a little tiny bit more sense. But it's also worse because you're like, really? You wrote this into the story? But
well, you gotta keep that tension somehow.
I mean, you know how like cringe, you know, characters doing the fucking floss in movies is? That is you've exceeded the bar of like cringe shit. Like what? I just can't imagine what idiot would think that was what you needed to do. We're going to attract the new Gen Zs by putting.
Also,
go
back to that.
Studios nowadays, they have to appeal to the young kids.
How is that handcuff that's attached to the bar staying up? There's nothing holding it up.
I think it's just super tight.
Leverage?
No.
You know, if the circle, like.
Yeah, no,
you know,
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but the thing is that he's been there for like months, so it would have slid down eventually.
I mean, if maybe he likes his hand being up there, maybe he just likes resting it up there. I don't know.
It's his kink.
Anyway, yeah. So I just say I watched this entire season, and
you finished the entire season.
Yeah, you're still
I watched the whole thing, and I'll just say, first half of the show is very watchable. It's not great, but it's watchable. Then she gets back on the boat, and she takes her hair out of this like thing she's doing with it, and the entire rest of it is just like garbage. That thing we just watched at the dance. There is something even worse than that takes you out of the story. Even worse than that. Where a guy is like she gets trapped in a place where it's kind of like in Walking Dead, how they have the different factions and whatnot, and it's like, okay, we're in the crazy guys territory, the crazies, and they throw them in jail, and they're surrounded by zombies, and they've got the fucking chainsaw zombies, and everything is crazy, and then basically they have to fight their way out, and they have like a oneer that takes like 3 minutes of him just basically doing the gun kata from Equilibrium and taking out every zombie, and just like he's a fat guy. He's a fat guy with a beard, just like he's basically doing almost like an erotic dance with like the jerking motions and stuff, and just kind of like spinning around, and like it's like John Wick levels of stuff, and you're just watching it, and the whole time it looks so fucking choreographed. Like he shoots before looking and takes out, like blows the head off. It's the weirdest fucking thing. And then it ends and he's like, "Did you fucking see that?" And the girl left like an hour ago. Like, and it's just like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you just like in the middle of this show do that? It was Oh, it's so fucking stupid, and it totally takes you out of it. But yeah, the show is watchable for the first half, and then every decision, ever since she gets back on the boat, every decision in both the future and past storylines that the creators make is fucking garbage.
Well, I'm inclined to disagree that it's even watchable for that first half, but you know,
I don't know.
I'm
Did
just
you
going
watch
off
it?
of what. No, I'm just going off what literally everyone else says.
I
Except for
thought the
A2.
actresses who played Jade were beautiful, so I thought it was great. But other than that, that's really all it has.
She's
going for it.
sexy, so 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. So,
what'd your wife think of it?
She also thought she was beautiful. So there you go.
Oh, that wasn't
She
what I
also
was thinking.
thought-
I was talking about the show because I figured you. But all
No,
right,
I don't.
That is the show.
Three-way
though.
confirm?
Same thing, dude. Right? No. They build up a character, and there's only one character. This character that's got the gun pointed at her. You like her for being like a bitch. Like she's like the sassy, sarcastic, smug anime girl kind of, vibe going on in her younger form. And then her like boy toy is the only likable character in the entire show. And they fucking kill him at the last like ending of the like past arc, the stuff that takes place in the past. They fucking shoot him in the face and just kill him. And it's just unceremonious, and the way that they set up that he needs to be killed is stupid. And it's like, oh, this is why the sisters are at each other's throats now. And it's like, it actually is kind of like in Game of Thrones, where it's like, look, I understand Daenerys Targaryen being the descendant of the Mad King and all that, but you absolutely went from 0 to 60 in the last episode with the fucking the Red Keep and the bells. Just, oh no, I'm triggered by bells, burn everything, right? Like that's basically what they do, where it's like the way they handle it isn't earned at all, and they just kill the character just cause. And it's like, that's the only likable character on the whole show. I don't want to watch anymore. He's not going to be in season 2 anyway. So though it debuted in the wake of Stranger Things, they had hoped that word of mouth would contribute to an eventual surge of viewership for the fledgling action horror series. However, this was not to be, as the Lance Reddick cosplaying as Blade led series fell out of the streamer's top 10 rankings after just 3 weeks, never to return. So I'll say again, as a Resident Evil thing, it could have been really cool if they didn't name him Wesker. It is literally the one thing that, had you just tried to tell a different story with a new character, what they were doing could have worked. But they tried to just rope in stuff from the games just to shoehorn it in. And
well,
they're
they
like,
have to
we
mooch off of the
explain.
success.
You want to know how they explain Wesker dying in a volcano? Guess what? I'm going to spoil it. Clones. You heard me. There's like 5. Lance Reddick plays all 5 clones, and Blade Wesker, he must have died off screen.
How he became black?
No, they don't explain that. See, that's
he was black from the very beginning because his family is black.
Dude, they string you along with, you got to watch the show. We're gonna explain what happened to Wesker in the volcano. Oh, here's what happened. He blew up in a volcano. That was Wesker 5. Yeah, like fucking.
So him blowing up the volcano is what turned him black. Gotcha.
That's what I thought was going to happen.
It's like
that would have been a believable excuse. All right, so
you said Lance read it like 3 times, and that's all I heard until I realized, oh no, this.
Now,
yeah, you were in the movie.
Yeah, if you, I gotta share it with audio. If you share audio. If you wondered if there was any motive behind making Wesker black and hiring Lance Reddick, he is wearing a shirt letting you know that he is phenomenally black. Here's what his thoughts were on the cancellation.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is having a great weekend. So I want to do this video because I wanted to do some acknowledgments and some thank yous. As all of you are well aware by now, our show Resident Evil on Netflix has been covered. And the haters and the trolls notwithstanding, I want to give a special thank you to all the fans who watched the show, who got what we were doing, and who really loved it, because there are a hell of a lot of you. And I want to give a thank you to our fearless leaders, our showrunners, Mary Lee Sutton and Andrew Dabb, my castmates and co-stars, Ella Balinska, Sienna Agudong, Paula Nunez, Tamara Smart, Adeline Rudolph, Connor Gassetti. To the executives at Constantine and our executive producer, Colin Scully, and to the executives at Netflix who believed in the show and who really loved it, and once again, who got what we were doing. We worked our asses off, we had a great time, and we made a hell of a show. Thank you. Onward and upward. Y'all have a great weekend.
As one of those haters and trolls, I'll just say again that I did not think the show was as terrible as it could have been. But the problem, of course, is that they made Lance Reddick Wesker when his character could have literally just been named Mesker, right? And it could have been okay. Also, I've got something I want to bring up with the comments. Got it right here. Okay. Where in the fuck is my tab? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna wait to address it until after we address the next. Do you have anything you guys want to say about Resident Evil?
Nope.
Nobody else watched it. All right. In live action One Piece news. And that's a wrap. Nathan Barris, who is one of the stunt guys over there, put this on Instagram.
Stunt guy? Is your dad working on One Piece? No.
This is Emily Rudd, who is playing Nami. Emily's Tea Party, right? They tagged her in this. So they finished. This is the wrap party. They finished filming One Piece. And in other news, Makenyu, who's playing Zoro, updated his profile on Instagram to say Makenyu, Knights of the Zodiac 2023 and One Piece Netflix 2023. So it looks as though
that's the projected
it's going to be
date.
coming out next year. Probably, I'm going to guess in the middle of the year. If it comes out,
that summer vibe.
Well, I think it's going to come out in the summer because I sure hope that they spend some time CGing his fight scenes.
I'm betting March.
All right, that's a bet. I'm betting.
Write it down.
All right. Okay, so now I'd like to address. Charmy Sketches says the voice actress of Ulala hasn't been heard from in some years. Her stage name was Apollo Smile, and she was the live-action anime girl that hosted the Sci-Fi Channel anime. Well, I have got a treat for you because from Justin Savakis, watched Days of Thunder on my very long flight home yesterday. Did not expect to see this name in the credits. Thunderbox, written and produced by Miss Apollo Smile. So there you go. Isn't that weird? I just so happen to be able to pull that out of nowhere. So apparently she did music in Days of Thunder. So she has been heard of. I don't know if that's an old song she did ages ago though, but who knows?
Who is Ulala?
Ulala is the main character in Space Channel 5.
Oh, okay.
The game, the Sega game that's being made into live action movie. Charmy Sketches says, just checked the Twitter of the girl that found and released the Saban Moon stuff, and it looks like she's going to release the pilot and stuff without her watermark. She said that. She phrased it in a weird way. So far, she has not released it without the watermark. She has released it with the watermark. I was looking for that for a while. I could double check real quick.
The other thing that she released it in like
a 4-hour documentary.
Yeah.
And then people were bitching about that, so then she released it just as the episode alone.
Yeah, so this is it just as the episode alone. And it has the watermark. You can see the watermark here. It's actually harder to see. Those are some good looking boobs. Anyway, let's see. Let's see.
I'm imagining you drawn in Lupin style, looking at a TV, and those are some good-looking boobs.
Yeah, so she has since these all indicate I've watched a portion of it. She has not yet released the what she claimed. It was in her community tab where I saw her thing. So I don't know if this is similar to what you saw. Oh, is this it? Surprise story is now featured on the official Library of Congress website. Washington's only the beginning. Can't wait to uncover in my upcoming docs. So this is from 2 days ago. I wonder. I don't think it's probably not available there. So this, what did she say? I don't use TikTok, but that might change after. No, I don't want to follow you. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Here it is. I'm going to be posting the full episode today under the Tales of the Lost Found Footage playlist. We'll also be linking the file to the archives, right? This is what she says. She says, okay, so apparently Thunderbox is an old song. It's really good. Her music is catchy. Oh, I'll have to check it out. Apparently she has to pay to get the file from Congress. I don't know. She's fucking got it on her goddamn computer. Just turn off the layer with the watermark and render that shit out again. Or just take the source file you already got from them and throw that shit on YouTube. So apparently she has to pay to get the file from Congress. I don't know. I disagree with her putting her watermark on there in the first place. Right, totally agree. So, but yeah, she said, I'm going to be posting the full episode today under the Tales of the Lost Found Footage playlist. We'll also be linking to the file to the archives. Now, I saw that. I went to her videos. I looked at all of them.
What? Well, maybe it's unlisted and put into the playlist.
No.
I was just thinking too.
No, she said a link to the archive, meaning it would be in the description.
She said she was adding it to the Tales of the Lost playlist.
You're killing me.
That's what we're meant to do, bitch. I think your internet's killing you.
Sure is. Tales of the Lost Found Footage. Only 8 videos?
Should be easy to find if it's in there.
She's only done like 4-hour documentaries on them. So this is it. This is the one I already linked to.
Well, what's the other ones in the video, in the playlist?
Well, it's either going to be the first one.
It's the documentary and it's the actual full pilot. So this is like the 2 to 4 hour documentary about it. Oh no, this is the intro. Dear Lord, my internet. Okay, yeah, see, it's still here. So in the in here, it has a link to part 1 of the documentary and part 2 of the documentary. Those are the only links here, right? No pinned comment or anything with a link to the Library of Congress archive. This is the article that was written. Nothing in here about it. Like, why do I fucking care so much about Thank you for the ad. Oh my God, sponsorship. No.
Okay, so you came about it for the boobs.
Hold on, I can't make it stop.
Now watch we get copyright strike for this.
Oh dear God. What's up?
Now watch we get copyright strike.
Yeah, we're gonna get copyright for somebody else's sponsorship. Want an all-in-one hub to organize? That's the stupid sponsorship. If you'd like to support me, these are her socials. These are the chapters. Lost Media Dump. Okay, so I was like, all right, I found it. Guess what? This is just a fucking photo. It's a goddamn photo. Edited using DaVinci Resolve. Filmed with this camera. Thumbnail art by this person. So yeah, I couldn't find it. bottom line, I don't think she's released it. It can't be that expensive to just buy it from the Library of Congress. Anyway, closing all this shit. Getting back to top. All right. And streaming news.
By the way, I missed a pickup. It fell in the box.
Oh God, that hurt.
Careful.
That was regretful.
So Parasyte, the Parasyte manga. So it's so crazy. There's a couple things that we're going to be talking about tonight. Where
did he get knocked into Reese's Pieces?
That joke was too late to be funny.
I'm slightly behind for some reason.
Was FDM going to show his other?
I don't know.
He's waiting. He's waiting.
Moved on.
He's waiting for the timestamp to be not messed up. Thank you.
It wasn't messed up. We were just starting the streaming.
The Parasyte manga inspires a Korean live-action adaptation on Netflix. So it's kind of funny. The way that I found this was that I was trying to get the Parasyte affiliate stuff updated on the website for the doc for when we did the Parasyte Watch Clubs. And I just so happened to see at the top news that it was getting a live action adaptation. I click on it. It was like, oh, that's from just a couple of days ago. So anyway, that's getting made.
Doesn't it already have a Japanese
live action? Yes, but now it's going to be a series instead of movies. Romantic killer comedy manga gets Netflix anime adaptation on October 27th. So,
I know. Left Behind. Yep. That's an important one.
What's up?
Talking about
okay. Reese, I can't remember. Did we have something we wanted to share about this?
What was this? Romantic killer?
No, I don't think we do. Fuck, I remember we did the articles for this like a week ago, so I don't remember. Also, 3D CG martial arts anime Kengan Ashura returns for a second season in 2023. Fuck yeah! If you haven't seen Kengan Ashura, you should definitely check it out. First episode is weird and not really watchable. Second episode is awesome. Third episode is fucking awesome. Just keeps getting better and better.
Those are the only 3 episodes you watched so far. Is that correct?
No, I've seen like the first like 9 or 13 or something like that. Anyway, also, Housing Complex C is coming to Toonami this October. So this was one of the shows that Toonami funded or whatever, produced. Kind of an interesting concept of her dress that's like half cat. I hope it blinks.
Half cat, half ghost.
Also, fucking what was his name? Oh god. I'm gonna Dark. Oh shit, what was your name? Our friend in the comments. Shit, I lost your name. Our Middle Eastern friend, whose name I remember, and it is Dark Sharingan. We talked about this a while ago. Oh, goddamn. So this is the Saudi Arabia produced anime, The Journey. It's currently streaming on Crunchyroll. So it looked fucking cool when we covered it before. Basically, Saudi Arabia funded it, but it's completely animated in Japan. And it looked pretty awesome. So I think if you're looking for something with a change of pace to check out, that might be something to check out. Also, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the movie, Odd Taxi, In the Woods, and more movies are on Crunchyroll this September. So Reese, you have.
I like how the Thunder Drop news in this article doesn't even make the headline.
Is it Psycho-Pass?
Yeah, Psycho-Pass. The Sinners of the System movies. They've never been released over here in any form whatsoever.
Yeah,
They've been
that's why they didn't include it, because it's old news. No one cares about the thing that came out ages ago.
But we have never gotten it over here.
But guys,
Crunchyroll doesn't care.
Free movies are gonna be coming.
Yeah, the final stroke.
They are 1 hour movies.
The final nut. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's cool.
I hope that we get get these dubbed. We finally get 3.
Finally get them on disc. Yeah.
Get them
All
on
right, we're
disc.
coining.
Psychopaths 3, the Psychopaths 3 movie out from Amazon and onto.
Yeah, man. I'm so hyped to not watch them on Crunchyroll.
All right, guys, we are officially coining that Dragon Ball Z finishing move, the final nut.
Okay. Netflix is cutting a deal with Nippon TV to add the 1997 Berserk, Monster, and more anime. So this was reported by Otaku Magazine USA here, right? Or Otaku USA Magazine, I guess it is. And these are the things that they're going to be adding, right? Death Note Relight 1 and 2, From Me to You second season, 1997 Berserk, Parasyte the Maxim, Nana, and Hajime no Ippo, The Fighting, and Monster.
Hold up, is The Fighting the second season?
No, that's the whole series. To note that US Netflix has Death Note and Parasyte.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure that it had Death Note and Parasyte.
So we've got this. This is Nippon TV's presser on it, right? Their press release. Nippon TV finalized its first large-scale anime deal with Netflix. 13 of the company's popular anime titles will be streamed in numerous countries around the world.
Also, Hunter x Hunter is on Netflix too.
In September 2022, Hunter x
I don't
Hunter,
think all, or maybe they did finally add all the seasons.
All is on it.
Hunter x Hunter and 2 other major titles will be streamed in over 100 countries and territories. So this isn't just about the US Netflix or the Canadian Netflix. This is about all across the world. These things are going to be coming to over 100 countries and territories, right?
Good.
Now, having previously announced 2 prior deals with Netflix, Old Enough, which is that show about the kids who run their first errands when they're like 4, right? And the cameramen follow them to like the fish market and watch them as they struggle to be adults and like pick out the proper food for dinner and shit. That we read that one extremely long article about because I accidentally pasted a link over it and it kept the old link. And we actually read that whole thing and we're like, wow, I can't believe I shared this. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to. Anyway, so Nippon TV, so Old Enough is streaming globally and on Netflix in 190 countries. 30 of the company's biggest biggest drama series and entertainment shows airing on Netflix and its Asian countries. So Nippon TV, Japan's leading multi-platform entertainment powerhouse, has partnered once again with Netflix, the world's leading streaming service, and licensed 13 of its most popular anime titles to stream non-exclusively around the world. The first titles to start streaming on September 1st on Netflix are the ever-popular Hunter x Hunter's first 38 episodes. Slated to stream in 104 countries, including Spain, Italy, Finland, Turkey, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates during the license period. Also streaming on September 1st are the beloved Ouran High School Host Club in 190 countries. Or are they going to redub Vic? And Claymore in 136 countries. The 13 titles...
I'm pretty sure Netflix had a Host Club as well. For US. The 13 titles listed in order in which Netflix will be streaming are Hunter x Hunter, 148 episodes times 30 minutes. I think this is just telling you how long it is, not actually which episodes are getting, because they're saying here first ever 38, right? Anyway. Ouran High School Host Club, Claymore, Death Note Relights, From Me to You, Berserk, Parasyte the Maxim. It's the same list we already read. So the question is, if they do put Monster, so the alleged reason that Monster has not been fully released on disc was
They're gonna Fly Me to the Moon?
Yes. Because it wouldn't, they couldn't get the rights to Fly Me to the Moon. Now, so I wonder, it'll be really interesting if they don't have Monsters Fly Me to the Moon, or rather if they do have it, and they put that, but they wouldn't fucking splurge for goddamn Evangelion, you know? So yeah, that'll be interesting. And I really hope it gets a physical release because I'd love to do a watch club of Monster. All 74 episodes.
I do hope that unlocks it, yeah.
Because you will absolutely watch it in like 2 nights. Because it's one of those shows.
It Well, okay. Well, one, I
Don't
did
spoil!
watch it. It took fucking forever because
They didn't grab Random 11 by the gooch.
Well,
the
it does have kind of a slower.
yeah, in the middle
pace to
it slows the fuck down.
I have only seen what's on the first Viz box set.
FGM just got yeeted.
What?
So they only released the first
15
bit of it, like, but they dubbed the whole thing. So
yeah,
it was shown on TV on G4, I think.
Oh, okay.
So they dubbed the whole thing, but they only released physically the first volume.
It told me it crashed as soon as that happened.
All right. So interestingly, while I was buying my tickets for Bullet Train, because I saw it twice already, the second time I was buying tickets, I saw in the related section Root Letter, which came out the day after I went to see Bullet Train the second time. And I was like, what the fuck? Root Letter? How has this not been in our articles that this is coming out? Based on best-selling Japanese video game, right? So we have covered this twice before on the podcast. And it just like literally, yeah, it's coming out tomorrow, bitch. Just like, where the fuck were you, Crunchyroll? So anyway, I did grab an article Reese found for me from Anime News Network that has the trailer.
Yeah, but then there's also another article from when I hosted without AC that was about this movie changing like license holders.
Oh, license. Okay, so just to be clear, we covered it before. The point is that we didn't get a heads up that, hey, yeah, here's the release date. It's coming out, when we got this close. So anyway, the trailer looks kind of cringe in terms of like it just isn't. It feels to me like they're trying not to give away the twist, and in doing so, they aren't gripping you enough. But I'll still go see it.
What's the twist?
I don't know, but I know that there's like a twist to the game, because the game is like really popular, and we talked about it before about how like they're pen pals. I think what happens, if I remember correctly, is that he's her pen pal, and then all of a sudden she stops writing, so he goes to see what's up, and the entire town basically treats it like she never existed. And he starts to find clues that they're slipping up, that they are covering up whatever happened to her or something like that. And I don't know, it's a really bizarre premise like that. So
isn't that very similar to that Nick Cage movie where the bees? I forget what movie it's called, but where he did, like, the Wicker Man.
The Wicker Man.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold on.
Just not pen pals. He's just a detective looking for a girl.
Yeah. So I just want to open this and fucking take the advantage. Enraged Nicolas Cage trying to disengage from a magazine page while sitting in a bird cage. What the fuck is happening here? Anyway.
That's incredible.
So yeah, I'm still trying to convince myself we will be doing the Dolly thing at some point. So I've been holding off on those. Oh, the amount of tabs I have open on this other screen, I'm just randomly yanking in tonight. All right. Anyway, let's see. So moving on. Oh, fuck you. It's almost like I knew this was gonna fucking happen, so I archived it. Rebel news. Goddamn Canadian news.
Fucking Canadians.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All right. China censors Minions: The Rise of Gru with a new ending. In the original version of the film, Wild Knuckles pretends to fake his own death and gets away scot-free. Sorry, spoilers. So China, notorious for its censorship of entertainment media, has changed the ending to the hit CGI film Minions: The Rise of Gru. The animated children's movie had its finale altered by Chinese censors who showed the anti-hero star of the film, Wild Knuckles, arrested by the police and sentenced to 20 years in prison. So instead of escaping scot-free, the ending is now that he goes to prison for 20 years. In the original version of the film, Wild Knuckles fakes his own death and gets away scot-free. As detailed by screenshots and commentary on Chinese social media website Weibo, the main character gets his just desserts, and his co-conspirator, Gru, raises a family of 3 girls as his greatest accomplishment. Quote, "It's only us who need special guidance and care for fear that a cartoon will corrupt us," wrote the original poster on Weibo. Similar changes have been made to other Western movies, including Fight Club, which had its original dystopian ending changed to have the movie's protagonist caught by police.
Oh, really? Wow.
The new cut was not well received by Chinese audiences, which slammed media authorities for their egregious censorship. Even the original author, whose book this is about Fight Club still. Even the original author, whose book the David Fincher movie was based on, Chuck Palahniuk, had words for the censorship. In a post on his Substack newsletter, the author mocked the happy ending and called the changes super wonderful, mocking the change.
They don't get sarcasm in China, so they thought it was praise.
China has typically imposed its censorship demands on Western films and video games, usually by cutting out romantic scenes and depictions of skeletons and other supernatural beings. In more recent years, the authoritarian regime has come to alter movies' entire plots. I love this. Have you guys seen that episode of The Office where Kevin makes fun of somebody for believing that mummies are real? That's kind of what I got about the skeletons. Silly. Thinks mummies are real. Anyway, I just thought that was so funny. It's like the Chinese are like, why is it only us who need special guidance because of fear that a cartoon's gonna corrupt us? Anyway.
Well, I mean, they got buildings falling over there, so
you're saying they have more to worry about.
Yeah.
My wife just texted me that our neighbors are having a hot tub party outside my daughter's window, and they're speaking Japanese.
Oh, are they speaking to your daughter?
I hope not. She should be asleep.
That might be a problem.
Anyway, Dwayne Asher says, "I love the video." Well, thank you, Dwayne. We're happy to have you here.
Leave a like and subscribe.
Yeah.
And join our Discord and Patreon and all that good stuff.
Are you sure you're talking about our video?
I could be talking about. You could be talking about China's Minions of Gru. Anyway, all right. So Gridman and Dynazenon are coming together to form the Gridman Universe anime film in 2023. So Yuta and Rika are going to meet up with that other cast members whose names I didn't bother to learn. I only remember Yuta and Rika because it's literally the same name as the characters in Love Chunibyo and Other Delusions.
Huh.
So Trigun Stampede looks to the stars in new anime concept art. So here you go. Wow, I can't click on them. Great job. There you go. You can see both of them at once because they're so fucking tiny. Thanks a lot, Crunchyroll. All right, moving on. Supernatural comedy manga Undead Unlock gets a TV anime in 2023. Have you guys heard of this before?
No.
Name.
So when you look at this, like you just kind of picture in your head what you expect from this kind of show. Okay. Also, I want to point out how weird this fucking logo looks compared to
I have heard of this. This guy can't die, right? That's his whole thing. And she has really bad luck. Yeah. Okay, I have heard of this.
I don't.
Okay. So get this. So I this is what I see that Crunchyroll presents to me, right? Then I see what Sankaku Complex presents to me. And she's throwing his disembodied head. Yeah, so I guess he's just constantly getting dismembered.
That's a hell of a note. Hey, you want to hang out? Sure. Next thing you know, his head's off. Actually, makes the show kind of interesting.
Hey, we're going bowling. I forgot my ball at home.
Oh no, his giant balls are hanging down. What the fuck is going on in there?
Every time she swings her putter, you know what she's aiming for.
Anyway, it was like a manga-mation for the promo thing. They haven't done any actual animation. Anyway, moving on. I got a cheat skill in another world and became unrivaled in the real world. Gets an anime. I wonder what his cheat skill is.
Cheating.
That's a fucking name.
I can have multiple wives without getting penalties in the game. Ha!
That'd be hilarious. If his cheat skill is just how to 2-time women.
I literally just said that. Cheating.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Steampunk manga The Witch and the Beast is getting an anime adaptation as well. Is that Range Murata artwork I see? Kind of looks like it. Not quite. I don't know. Anyway, oh god. Kaiko Soreta Ankoku Heishi 30 Dai no Slow na Second Life TV anime unveils a teaser visual and main staff. The slow second life of the fired dark soldier in his 30s.
I thought the other one was bad. Jeez.
Dariel, a dark soldier in the Demon King's army who cannot use magic, has risen to the position of assistant to the 4 generals with his talent and energy, and has been wielding his skill, whatever that means. However, as soon as the 4 generals are replaced, Dariel is fired from the army. Dariel is devastated, but when he arrives in a human village, he finds that his adventuring skills, which are supposed to be useless to demons, have blossomed. I was human? Dariel decides to spend his second life in this village, and the requests start pouring in. Trouble, false charge, duel. With his natural skills and the adjusting power that he developed in his old place, the former Dark Soldier solves them all. I love all these things about I quit my former job as Elon Musk and started a farm. Just
reincarnated as Elon Musk.
I was literally thinking about this on drive today about the vending machine one. I was reincarnated as a dishwasher, and then I got sent back to the real world as a dishwasher. But I only work as magic, so now I live in a junkyard.
I got reincarnated as a fleshlight.
Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer anime is confirming a 2-cour run, so all 24 episodes will be released in 2 consecutive cours.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I? Okay, so the tweet goes on to say that a compilation episode separate from the 24 episodes will be aired right before the start of the second cour. So
literally a 12.5 recap episode.
Right. So fans are going to get a refresher of everything that's happened so far before diving into the new episodes. All right.
I was about to say, this is literally the show that I look forward to least watching this season.
Why?
It kind of sucks.
And the show you're looking forward to most, One Punch Man's coming to a 3rd season.
Yeah.
Which studio?
You don't know.
A new one.
Unknown.
A 3rd one.
I would take that House or Bones.
I'll take that one that did fucking
Let's
Golden
go,
Kamuy.
Studio Dean.
Wouldn't that be funny if it just keeps going down the line every season it comes out, it just goes down a peg until it's literally animated in the style of Way of the House Husband.
Yeah. Queen Bee's gonna take over season 4.
Okay, you know what would be really good? So I finally saw. I saw somebody tweeted. Hold on. I'm gonna see if I can just find it. Give me 1 second.
While you're looking that up,
God, I'm good. Go ahead.
I heard the news about the latest couple chapters of the manga. I guess some crazy stuff happens, but he's still fucking fighting Garo in the manga. Like they haven't even finished fighting Garo yet, and based off of what happened, like he's gone way off the reserve in terms of adapting the web comic.
Oh, really?
Like it's. I don't know if he plans on bringing it back to the web comic afterwards,
or diverging completely.
So I'm just going to showcase real quick One's announcement image for season 3. And then I'm going to propose to you who I think would be a great candidate for season 3's animation studio. Enter Ufotable.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing. But sadly,
am I right?
Is it fucking Ufotable? Great.
You are incorrect, sir.
You're incorrect for having an opinion. Wow, that's a statement.
Well, he said, "Am I right?" No, you're incorrect.
You don't want to see One Punch Man animated in this style?
No, I hate the CG shit.
What CG? Where's the
background
CG?
The background
that.
CG. That's
that
Ufotable's
entire
done
fucking
CG
scene is
backgrounds
CG.
only since like forever.
So out of spite, I hope that
Even more.
Ufotable gets it.
Well, I hope they don't, because Ufotable always goes to Aniplex for some reason.
I also hope we don't get copyright claims for that.
Out of spite, you want Studio Orange to get it.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Oh, yeah.
All right, in manga news,
I seen a picture. I have to still look into this, but Netflix got a new series they're doing weekly, called something Uncle.
Called what?
Isekai Uncle or something.
Yeah.
Uncle from Another World.
Yeah.
The one we've talked about a couple times.
I seen a little TikTok video of it, and the animation on that, if I'm assuming it was what I saw, looked pretty good. That whatever that studio is.
Just watch it's Ufotable.
So Carmi Sketches says One Punch Man season 3 animated by Gonzo. Oh wait.
Ooh. Yeah. That's a slippery slope.
It doesn't get much worse than Gonzo.
What about the one that did that Crunchyroll original anime?
Handshakers?
No. No, that's an actual
Tower of God
competent studio.
I thought Handshaker was done by hands, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Go Hands,
Go Hands.
which can do some good stuff. But no, I'm talking about the one that did what's the X Arm?
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
All right, so skipping right past all that stuff, Hunter x Hunter mangaka Yoshihiro Togashi's latest updates raised concerns over his ongoing health issues. So,
well, tell your friends like your plans for the future of it.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, but I can't highlight things easily on Bounding into Comics. Like literally, I have to trick it into letting me highlight. And I basically just, I'm not going to read this. I'm not going to read this. It's already it's almost 6 hours into the podcast. Basically, he says the pain has gotten to the point where he can't even draw the way that he was before, like where he's in this position. So he's not doing well. Anyway,
can't he like dictate to an artist, be like,
yeah, like his
art view.
His art has gotten shitty, and like he just scribbles stuff down because he's in so much pain. So he should just hire an artist to come in and.
I don't have an article, but I'm pretty sure I seen a TikTok that said he hired helpers now. So
isn't he married to Sailor Moon manga? What is she fucking doing? Honey, will you draw my Gon-kun for me? Hisoka becomes more Bishonen.
Every single the new season of Hunter x Hunter is just Sailor Moon art style.
Hold on.
To be fair, spoilers beyond the anime. If you want them or not, if you don't want them, mute for like 3 seconds.
Well, Frig, signal me back when you're done.
So, spoilers beyond the manga. Chrollo destroys Hisoka's face.
Oh, damn.
So it's going to be a little hard to make him look like a Bishonen.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Excuse me while I put in my password.
I got the bat signal.
I'm just making sure that that's not. You just did while I was putting in my password. And I was like, wait, can you guys see it?
Yeah.
All right. So which character? Hisoka?
Yeah.
Hisoka from Hunter.
It's almost the easier one to do.
Hunter in the Sailor Moon manga style. What do I have? Only like 3 of these a month or whatever? Like, I'm gonna waste it on stream for this. What the fuck?
I think they got rid of the first part of your query.
All right, well, we're gonna get rid of the Hisoka part. At least it saves all my shit over here. That's nice.
Oh, let's try the regular crayon.
This is worse than Saban Moon.
Oh! She looks like she's
Don't
wearing
get too close. Don't
her
get too
death
close.
metal makeup.
Oh, that's pretty good, actually. I don't see any Hunter characters.
From 6 feet back, it looks okay.
All right, we're gonna try this. Is it Hisoka? Is that how they localize it?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why, because I did it OUA or OUKA.
No wonder you failed that twice. Now you got 1 left for the month. Yeah.
Fuck, the second one I didn't even have Hisoka in there. I just put Hunter. Is this?
There he is. That's him.
That looks like that guy at the end of, was it Mob Psycho Season 1, where there's... Do you guys know who I'm talking about?
That seems accurate to Hisoka.
The kid you're talking about?
Yeah, it's like
This
the
is
younger
fucking
kid guy
incredible.
who's just like lurking on them as they do the final fight in the Season 1
Yeah.
Mob Psycho.
This is unbelievable for AI. Like,
Oh, what did you put in for that one?
Hisoka in the style of Sailor Moon. Wait, what
Okay.
did I put? Yeah, Sailor Moon manga style.
I
you
put
gotta save
Hisoka
that.
Sailor. I got Hisoka Sailor Moon style on crayon.
All right. Anyway, I'm gonna just throw this over here. I have to add this into the fucking doc later on my stupid image. All right. Anyway, so massive Berserk art exhibition conquers Ginza in September of 2022. So I just wanted to show you that you could get a hug from Zod. Oh, that's the big image there. Thanks, fucking Crunchyroll. Anyway, moving on. So, Lycoris Recoil anime spin-off novel is getting reprinted before publication due to high demand. Basically, they sold out in the pre-order phase. And I saw this interesting thing here. In addition to the fact that the pre-release reprint itself is rare, The number of copies is also at such an unprecedented level that even those involved in the project are shocked. Also featured on the Lycoris Recoil Original Days novel itself is an endorsement from video game creator Hideo Kojima, who stumbled across the TV anime as he was searching for a movie to watch on a streaming service. Since then, Kojima has moved to watch the original anime series weekly on TV rather than via streaming after the broadcast.
So this is a manga based off of an anime?
Yeah, it's an anime original series.
Is it? Wasn't this a novel based on?
No, it's anime. This is a spin-off novel.
It's a novel based on the anime.
Oh, no, so
not a manga.
AC Facebook chat.
I'll check it out in a second. Anyway, so yeah, Kojima's been tweeting about it. Lycoris Recoil. I've been watching it on stream, but tonight I watched the episode 8 on Tokyo MX. Come to think of it, I haven't had a parfait recently. I think I'll pass on that chocolate parfait. Also, I saw a Ebola gun as a non-lethal weapon. So in the show, the character makes a parfait and she's super proud of it, but it looks like a giant shit. I'll be controlling the recoil again next week. I found that all animation and app commercials are dominating these days. Anyway, so that's it. Okay. Anyway, and then Tokyo Pop tweeted this out: "Who's ready for the zombie apocalypse? Neither are we, but we are definitely ready to announce Resident Evil Infinite Darkness: The Beginning. We're excited to say this title will be out in late 2022. Stay tuned." So yeah, you know how Netflix gets the rights to something and then ruins it? So I just want to say, after I watched the live action Resident Evil on Netflix, I watched Resident Evil Infinite Darkness on Netflix. That's also a Netflix original. It's the full CG one. It is somehow worse than the other Resident Evil, the live action one. Okay. In fact, allow me to pull up my tweet on this. Twitter advanced search. Twitter.
Yeah, but at least Leon looks like Leon, right?
You mean Ken from Barbie and Ken? Yes, he does look like Ken. All right. So,
does Leon have 2 daughters as well?
did I quote tweet this motherfucker? I did. Okay. How do I see? Okay, I click on that. That's what I do. Got it. All right. Motherfucker, just open. Okay, got it. Jesus. I said this was somehow, referring to me completing Infinite Darkness, actually worse than the live action with Black Wesker. How did they manage to cast an actual, honest-to-God, literal goblin to play Claire? This goblin nose is so massive that it lights off like Rudolph's when it's tangentially close to a light source. Fucking look at how funny it is.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
I fucking downloaded this just to take this screenshot. Look at that fucking nose. Look at how fucking shiny this giant monster is. Oh, she's fucking hideous in the series. Oh, Lance, bless your blindness. You don't have any idea what you missed. Remember, he's like,
it can be a blessing.
She looks just like Aerith.
Oh God!
Biggest insult to Aerith ever.
Wow.
So yeah, that was that's a thing, and I'll show you the other images here. They look fucking off. It looks lazy as shit. Look at this drawing. They prominently feature the name of the colorist, and this is the lazy ass drawing he does. This looks like shit. How is this so awful? TMS animes? Why is TMS being tagged in this?
Do they fund Infinite Darkness?
Everything about this is got, dude. Okay, he's reaching behind. I thought that his hand went all the way around here because of how they drew this. Fucking horrible. Anyway, don't watch it. It's awful. In games news, so Sony is being sued for $5.9 billion, and they're accused of ripping off players by charging a 30% commission through the PlayStation Store purchases. Yeah, so Vic's lawsuit for not over 1 million, but not exceeding 5 million. That Sony wasn't going to feel that.
Oh boy!
Cannot contact reCAPTCHA. What? Okay, I'll just ignore it then. So after being accused of allegedly overcharging PlayStation gamers in digital purchases through their 30% commission, Sony has been sued for $5.9 billion US. Sky News reports that consumer rights activist Alex Neil claims 9 million gamers have been overcharged £5 billion in digital game purchases, including in-game items and possibly DLC, over the prior 6 years, and ripped people off. Advised by Milberg London LLP and with action funded by Woodsford, Neil argues Sony's 30% commission on every digital sale and large market influence forced developers and publishers to raise their sale price. She argues Sony breached competition law with this action. I'm just going to go ahead and mute.
Oh, sorry. I actually wanted to make... Hello?
Yes?
I'm guessing you were going to mute me because I moved that box. Thanks. I do have a comment on this, though.
Okay. Real quick, I want to address Mr. Big from Sex and the City says, I just want to say thank you, Vic, for all the good you've done in anime. I know you got done extremely good. Extremely, right? But at least you can finally move on and run your own dubbing studio and keep being the greatest of all time.
All right.
We wish him the best of luck. Where was I? Neil argues gamers could have been overcharged 5 billion Great British pound, or 5.9 billion US dollars, since 19th of August 2016, suing for the same amount. She opens Neil's a girl's name. She opens her claim to anyone who made any purchase on the PlayStation Store since that date. That means you guys you're entitled to money. Have you bought something on the PlayStation Store? You're entitled to money. And you may be entitled to damages. Estimated from £67 to £562 before interest. The game is up for Sony PlayStation, Neil boasted. I don't know how to pronounce your name. With this legal action, I am standing up for the millions of UK people who have been unwittingly overcharged. We believe Sony has abused its position and ripped off its customers. Gaming is now the biggest entertainment industry in the UK, ahead of TV, video, and music, and many vulnerable people rely on gaming for community and connection. Damn, you're so vulnerable. What the fuck? The actions of Sony is costing millions of people who can't afford it, particularly when we're in the midst of a cost of living crisis and the consumer purse is being squeezed like never before. He argued, who the fuck is this now? This is an enigma. I'm going to start having to they, them this person. Sony dominates the digital distribution of PlayStation games and in-game content. Natasha Pierman, a Milberg London LLP partner, notes, it has deployed an anti-competitive strategy which has resulted in excessive prices to consumers that are out of all proportion to the cost of Sony providing its services. This claim is only possible because of the opt-out collective action regime that was introduced by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, a regime which Alex, whoever the fuck Alex is, fought to introduce. Have I missed something? Like, Jesus. We are looking forward to working with Alex and making sure the regime achieves its aims of protecting and compensating consumers. VGC...
1 second. Hold on 1 sec. Go back up to that. Go back up. No. Back where yours were. Down below that one. The image next article or next paragraph down. Keep going. Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
Sorry. Okay. Sony dominates the digital distribution of PlayStation games. No fucking shit. Really? I'm surprised it's not Microsoft. What the fuck?
Maybe they mean the publisher, like because Sony.
That was a statement they felt like writing down. Like Sony owns PlayStation.
No, I think what they mean is that because Sony, you have to go through Sony for PlayStation. And Sony is taking a 30% commission on the sale.
So Sony dominates PlayStation distribution and games and in-game content. That's it. Who else would dominate on PlayStation content?
I think what they meant to say was their games, like from Sony Studios or whatever, Sony produced games are the highest seller, the most dominant ones that they sell. But I don't know with the way they word that. Who
Honestly,
knows?
I'm so tired right now that I'm barely retaining anything I read. So I'm gonna power through this. VGC report: the 30% commission is also employed by Steam, Xbox, and the App Store. Wow, it almost seems like it's the industry standard. Does that mean I'm entitled to damages from Steam, Xbox, and the App Store as well?
Would that not be a developer thing that they're suing for, not a consumer thing they're suing for?
Well, they're saying that because the commission is so fucking high, that the developer has to sell the game for way higher than is reasonable.
Oh, so you're saying that we have the quote-unquote $60 game price, which is actually like $80 in Canada.
Because Sony
should be lowered.
30%.
I'm gonna cut in because I actually want to make my comment here. As you completely forgot me. The thing is that one, this is happening in the UK, so I'm incredibly curious how this is going to affect the US market. More than likely not, because in US stores generally, if you buy anything from the PlayStation Store, it's generally going to be MSRP. Doesn't matter if you could find a sale on it or anything, physical or on another, platform. PlayStation is going to generally have it as MSRP. So $60 game is going to be a $60 game, and it's generally never going to go down from that, other than very special situations. But since this is all happening in the UK, has there been anything to understand? Hey, the gouging and the insanity of this game's been out for 5 years, but you can still get it digitally for $60 on the PlayStation Store. I'm just curious if anything will actually help the US market.
And if they do win, that'll set some precedent for the other countries to pursue it. But I don't know.
Hope. But
they'd have to sue across the board, because Sony clearly isn't the only one who's participating in this cut.
Fair.
Los Angeles-based rock band Mr. Big says, actually, it's Mr. Big from King of the Hill. But I don't mind. Damn it. Sorry. Like obviously I picked the one thing I knew it wasn't gonna be the Sex and the City one. All right. Right on. Okay, so Seb says I buy their first party games in the bargain bin for $5. That's why you don't hashtag buy physical, bitch. Right? Don't Apple and Google charge 30% too? Yeah, apparently. I mean, Google takes 30% of my my super chat
Your
revenue.
super cut, yeah.
Yeah, so I want a class action lawsuit. I want at least 25% of all my super chats back, please.
You didn't get.
I would like to get a super chat. I would like to order one super chat, please.
These game developers, though, they agree to that when they list their stuff on all of these marketplaces. So I don't see how they can, like, be able to justify
Amazon
that.
GOG. Okay, nobody knows. Moving on. I don't know what they charge, but digital PS5 games are $79 over here. Lol.
Wow, that's the Canadian price.
Well, the developers agree, but as they said, it's like Steam, Xbox, the App Store all do it. So it's like you're fucked. You have to raise the rates. So yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that you can't just go and try and sue them for something you agreed to universally.
Well, I love it. It's going to be like, well, it is shitty, but you don't have standing because everybody else does it too, and you didn't also sue them. Fuckers. So yeah, Epic. The latter gained infamy last year as Epic Games sued Apple and Google over their respective smartphone stores, arguing they had a monopoly over their own stores and restricted gamers' ability to purchase Fortnite V-Bucks directly from themselves. This came after Epic submitted an app to allow players to buy V-Bucks directly with no commission to Apple and Google, leading up to to both the application and the popular Battle Royale title being removed from the online stores. Fortnite is still unavailable on the App Store. And nothing of value was lost. While initially trying to distance themselves from the suit, Google would later countersue Epic for breaching the terms of their store in October last year, the aforementioned direct payment app. Apple argued the similar in court, and a judge ruled Apple would have to allow external payment methods on the App Store, but also that Epic's games had breached their contract with their shenanigans. Neil's case does share some comparisons. It's a she again, as she is arguing Sony's 30% commission doesn't give developers or publishers a choice, and the buck is passed to the customer. Whether Xbox and other owners of digital stores will be called in at a later stage is unknown.
Even if they win this suit or whatever, it's like, what are you going to reduce to zero? So the problem with that is that the platform has no incentive. Like, they're not making anything off of it at that point. Like, it's fair enough to say that they should get at least some cut. What that number is, I don't know, but
well, in other
that's why
news,
it's so hard to argue.
Sony is raising the price of the PlayStation 5.
Yep.
It's like, oh fuck.
Well,
that thing that's already impossible to get at an exorbitant price. We need more money. So I will say this, though. Announced via a post on the official PlayStation blog, price increases are coming for several regions around the globe. In Japan, the price of the digital edition PlayStation 5 will raise by $41. If you're a physical media loyalist who's interested in the version that comes with the disc drive, you're looking at an additional $41 jump, right? It's going to be same increase.
I firmly believe that this is the consumer's fault due to the fact that people went ahead and bought these scalpers PS5s instead of just letting them rot until Sony.
No, I think it's just the recession's fault.
Dude, how do you know a scalper didn't buy the scalped product so that he could just wait and sell it again for even higher?
That's probably what's happened. It's like Sony sees easily that people are willing to shell out this retarded level of money for a system instead of letting the market wait and punishing these assholes for what they do. So, hey, I mean, it going up, I'm not surprised. Because now it's going to be 500, 550, or 400, 450. Well, no, it's 500, 550, 600, 650. Isn't this disk drive 600? I'm not wrong. But either way, it's still the consumer's fault. We should have set a precedent, and no one bought the damn thing.
No,
I didn't
don't
buy
know
one.
about that.
That would be a good way to punish them for it. We need a whole Xbox announcing the bullshit price of their system moment.
Seb says PS5 isn't going up in the US because people give a crap about Xbox in the US.
Right. We forgot. It's actually region exclusive, but Canada's one of the countries, so I have more of a reason to buy one now.
No, look at this. So this is what Sony Interactive Entertainment President and CEO Jim Ryan said in a statement. Quote, "The global economic environment is a challenge that many of you around the world are no doubt experiencing. We're seeing high global inflation rates, as well as adverse currency trends, impacting consumers and creating pressure on many industries. Based on these challenging economic conditions, Sony Interactive Entertainment has made the difficult decision to increase the recommended retail price of PlayStation 5 in select markets. Aside from Japan, the PS5 prices are going to be rising in the UK, in Canada, in Australia, Europe, China, and Mexico. There will be no price increase in the United States." Yay! I'm still not going to buy
So
mine.
Xbox and Nintendo. Oh, or is that an upcoming article? I was going to say, they made a statement in response, basically saying we're not doing that. Basically, it's basically what PlayStation did with the whole. What do you call it? This is how you share games on PlayStation. Back when Xbox had the DRM thing, they're just being like, yeah, we're not doing that, so buy our product.
Mr. Big said, "Hey, Sony, this is what you get for betraying Japan, your homeland." Down with Sony. No, I agree. The Cool 2T says, "Can you buy direct from devs? That'd be interesting. Cut out the middleman and buy the digital content straight from the developers." That's usually called PC master racing it, though.
Now, so what is it in regards to what is it? So Sony, I think, like I watched a whole video about this, but they're basically doing it because I can't remember. It was, I think it has to do with the stupid the global crisis and shortages. Like back when it first launched, there were shortages because like silicon was like in short supply, and I'm sure it still is, but yeah, they're basically just whatever. They're increasing the price to make up for that because they're idiots.
Also, they can probably make it more transparent what the charges are if they were able to sell it.
They did
directly.
somewhere, but apparently, I guess it's not in this article.
Anyway, in further news here, Nintendo confirms Splatoon 3's Shiver isn't non-binary because that needed to be done for some reason. Utter heartbreak and melancholy has likely swept over the West's less than mentally stable contingent of activists, as Nintendo has confirmed that new character Shiver from Splatoon 3 is in fact not non-binary, though the ruckus caused will likely bring about the creation of such a nonsensical character in the future. Upon the airing of the Nintendo Direct that introduced Shiver and her wide four-headed accomplished Fry, or however that's supposed to be pronounced, a select few delusional Twitter addicts were convinced Shiver was non-binary simply because her and her deep-cut hype group simply because she and her deep-cut hype group use a lot of purple, yellow, black, and white, which are apparently colors of the non-binary flag used to represent those with self-esteem issues. The group's remark, "We're not supposed to be anything," also had many developing their own headcanon in desperation. Website The Verge confronted Nintendo Senior Vice President of Development and Publishing Nate Bildorf. He sounds like a wizard in Lord of the Rings. Who clarified that Shiver is a woman and not some made-up identity. And while it is said Shiver's pronouns didn't appear in the Nintendo Direct, they do feature in in-game dialogue. Splatoon follows in the footsteps of other games, trying to push the corrupt narrative that there being no concept as gender, by having players not select whether they're male or female, but from one or two different styles. Marvelous expunges the sexy Senran Kagura from the English website. So to give you a speed read on this, they paid a company, UK marketing agency Pixel Kicks, created and unveiled the new English version of Marvelous's website, and that updated all the aesthetics and graphics. But the website seemingly made an effort pretending Senran Kagura doesn't exist, as the search engine of the website turns out no results when Senran Kagura is entered. A catalog listings don't show any titles of the franchise either, such as under the action game section, where it should be. PlayStation 4 games category also has no games. The official Japanese website at least still acknowledges the existence of the profitable series. So yeah, it's been completely erased from the Western facing website for it. And the Japanese are also still managing an entire website for Senran Kagura. The ridiculous censorship follows the departure of Senran Kagura creator Kenichiro Takaki in 2019, who had concerns regarding the restrictions on sexual expression that were growing within the company. Many believe Sony's censorious crackdown on sexual content in its games, spurred on by the Me Too movement, had an impact on Takaki's decision to leave the company. So there's some news, I suppose. It seemed like an obvious outcome down the line. And best outcome, even though I don't think this is what's happening because it's still on the Japanese site, is that the original creator of Senran Kagura has wrestled the rights back the way that Studio Kara did from Gainax regarding Eva. But who knows?
That would be a really good spin on this. I didn't even think of that.
So in release news, I just wanted to point out Brady Hartel had asked for help. Load, damn you. So here's an interesting question. Does anyone recognize this shot from either Project A-ko 1 or 2? And if so, do you know where in either of those movies it appears? I like how he just basically said, yeah, I'm just not going to sit down and watch the movie again. But he says, we found it. Thanks everyone for their help. If you're curious for the reasoning, A-ko 3 reuses some scenes from A-ko 1, and in the negative for A-ko 3, they're low quality dupes. So we're pulling the high quality scenes from A-ko 1 Master, so the quality is better. So basically, it's like taking a shot from another movie, but you used an upscale, but then, the HD native format exists, so you cut it back in, and now it's perfect. So just showcasing Discotech's dedication to us. So I salute you, Brady. Thank you for doing that. And an update. You guys remember that? Great job. Thanks for sending me the I guess I didn't actually talk about it yet. There's our Sailor Moon. Oh God, no. Don't go to Facebook. Fucking kill me. Just give me a second. All right. Back to Dawn of the Discs. All right. So you guys remember we previously talked about this. So Guyver is getting the R-rated cut that has never been released on disc, was coming to Blu-ray. Well, now that cut is being upgraded, so now it's coming to 4K UHD Blu-ray. So Stephen Byro from Unearthed Films has confirmed that their upcoming release of the R-rated cut of Guyver will now be coming to 4K UHD. He also indicated that Vinegar Syndrome will be helping them with the release. Vinegar Syndrome is not releasing the title, only helping them to produce it. Don't know how that's going to happen, but hype. Also, if you haven't seen this, this is the one with Mark Hamill right here, who is not the Guyver, but you would think he is based on the stupid cover. Anyway, in Right Stuff, we've got Ip Man 2, skipping Ip Man 4K, The Witch 2. Okay, we'll look at that one, I guess. Bleach 4 film collection.
That's the Blu-ray one. Grab the Blu-ray one.
Oh, how did I skip past it? Internet is AIDS lately.
I've been waiting for that fucking Blu-ray version of that Bleach 4 film. I plan to pick that shit up. What?
Shark. Summer Ghost. Bell Steelbook. What?
This is a general release one now.
Yeah, not the exclusive.
What was the exclusive? The Target exclusive or something?
Yeah.
Best Buy?
And now it's just getting a general release anyway.
What the fuck is different about it?
Nothing. It's just that now you can get it from elsewhere.
Motherfucker! It's just it's not exclusive to Target anymore. Like,
It's like those exclusive
disc
games
and
that
everything.
are those exclusive games that are timed exclusives.
Motherfucker! God, there's a lot here.
Well, we have been gone for a while.
Oh my god!
Oh Jesus! We got to that yet. Well, page 2.
This is not supposed to happen. Charming Sketches says, I heard more Japanese console gamers are starting to buy Xbox.
Yeah, Xbox and Switch.
I have heard that as well. I think, was it Xbox who was, like, Microsoft was trying to buy Japanese game developer companies?
That was a while ago, yeah. And they had some, like, world premiere promos for multi-plat games, but they're, like, from Japan. So that was kind of new a few years ago.
All right. It's taking forever to load, so I want to close some of these. So, The Witch 2, the other one. Wow.
What a name.
Wow. What a name.
Never heard of it.
Stunning and brave. Let's move on. Not that witch, the other one. Just like... Mommy, can I watch The Witch tonight? No, the other one. All right, here's the DVD for the Bleach 4 film collection.
Are they re-releasing the 4 film collection? Or
What do you mean re-release? This is the first one.
This is the first time.
Oh, I thought I had a 4 film collection for the on the DVD version.
Nope.
I don't know.
Okay, never mind.
I have the 4 films on DVD.
But the Blu-ray, I was anticipating for so long because the first 2 were on DVD only, and I was just sitting there like, kill me, please. And I was considering importing the UK Blu-rays, but now I don't have to, and it's all in one space, and it'll match the other Bleach Blu-ray. So now you can get the whole thing on Blu-ray. Yeah.
I guess I don't have to hide all adult anymore.
That was always fun. Did we cover these already?
I don't think so. I don't even remember when the last time I had a podcast was. We definitely covered Given. So we'll stop there. Yeah, we've definitely covered that. Okay, closing this. All right. So here's the Bleach 4 film collection Blu-ray. By the way, everybody.
That looks like AIDS still.
I want to remind you.
Hey, they can't do any better.
Oh, where is it? Where's the ticker? There you go. There's our Right Stuff affiliate link. If you guys would like to buy anything that catches your fancy.
Green Line, the only thing they could do to make it better is hire original art. And we know how well that went over for the Naruto 3 film.
Just stick Ichigo. Yeah, no, just stick Ichigo from one of these sets and shove him like with a black background or a white background and say Bleach 4 movie film collection. Call it a day.
All right. I'm just gonna go ahead.
One on the top right with the black background or a red background even.
Yeah, a red background.
Yeah, they could have easily just stuck with that and looked better.
I just care about what's on the discs. Otherwise, I'm happy enough. Whatever. I'll live.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, we're just going to look at the spines 90% of the time anyways.
Yep.
But I'm just saying, for the sake of argument, they could have made something better.
Next.
I think Daddy fell asleep at the wheel.
Oh, he's still moving.
Yeah,
I feel bad for missing out on Random and Kevin Riley's Bleach discussion. I was like 3 days late to it. I was like, oh, well, shit, damn, I didn't realize.
You mean Kevin Ridley?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Kevin Ridley.
What?
It's so fun.
You should go from what?
4 film collection DVD.
Well, that's our new protagonist.
Here's my new avatar.
You need to save all of these.
Oh, they're all right here. Look, I can just click on them at any time.
Have you tried putting on
And here I thought you were laughing at me for getting Kevin's name wrong. I'm like, dude, what?
I was
I'm
like,
sorry,
is
I've
it that
never-
funny? What?
All right. Anyway, okay. So Cat's Eye Season 2 Blu-ray.
Yay.
This girl's getting shafted all the way up here. She's not even as big as this tiny guy in front of the big girl.
This girl's got a shaft up here.
Oh no. Sherlock Hound complete and unabridged. So I don't fucking understand. Has anybody been following what's going on with this?
Well, basically, I thought we were over this.
You're getting 2 sets of discs in this set.
So it just has the English and the Japanese?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't understand this because for anybody who's not heard this before, because I know some people have, so I apologize for repeating myself. But this was a joint production between Italy, Japan, and America. And Japan, or maybe it was actually just Italy and Japan, but Japan decided that rather than animate it and record it in Japanese and translate it to English and Italian, it was actually easier to dub it in English first and then redub it from the English animation, like to the lip flaps and everything from the English script into Japanese and into Italian than it was to go from Japanese to English and Italian or Italian to Japanese and English. So the like original version
it's the English
is the English version. And I don't quite understand what's the complete and unabridged about it because the Geneon DVDs have the English and Japanese on
because the English one is longer, has more footage.
Yeah, so it's like
they couldn't put them together properly.
So so the reason that this is unabridged is that they are now including the extra scenes that were perhaps cut from the Geneon sets. Gotcha.
So that they could match up the Japanese and English together.
Well, I guess I'm rebuying it. Soundtrack for this is fucking awesome. In like it's a relaxing Britishy theme kind of way. Not like it's hard, like you can rock out to it, but it just, I actually physically bought the soundtrack for it because it's like just kind of, it's got that
so
British.
Is the show good? I mean, so it's actually worth owning to watch multiple times?
No, but it's it was directed by Hayao Miyazaki, right?
I mean, it might turn you into a furry, so maybe it's not worth getting.
No, it's a fun show. I would check it out, but I wouldn't necessarily, I definitely wouldn't sit down and watch it like 3-4 times over the next 10 years.
AC wouldn't masturbate to this, apparently.
Well, I'm not a furry.
No, he would. That's why he's saying it is worth buying.
So you say it probably wouldn't be worth it to buy it just to watch it, to check it out.
No, probably not. Urusei Yatsura, Always My Darling Blu-ray. I wish this show was better than it was.
Yeah, the first time I heard about the show was when I saw this DVD listed online for this movie, and I'm like, oh, I really like that cover and all that. What does it mean? What does that name mean? Always My Darling. And and then found out that, apparently this is like 200 episodes.
Yeah. Well, I think the only part that's probably good is the second movie that was directed by Mamoru Oshii.
The first movie was also directed by Mamoru Oshii, so I guess he screwed that one up.
I haven't seen it.
You.
I've only watched the series so far, and it has been
selectively watched the second one.
It has been I just know that it's regarded as the best movie. Anyway, I've only seen
just spreading that propaganda.
All right, moving on. Legend of the Dinosaurs and Monster Birds. The fuck? It is. It's a woman. It's a woman. Like, was this dead baby duck in his mouth? It's a fucking woman.
Wow.
She's being. I thought that was like her. I thought these are her big old titties, and like she's got like a bikini top, but I think she's actually being bitten in half right now.
You thought it was something kind of sexy, but now it's just morbid.
I like it. It's like, this is a battle of life and death, and he chose to go for the titties. While you were distracted by the titties, nothing personal, kid.
I don't think we need to linger on this title of all things.
It just looks so dumb. All right, moving on. Okay, that's it. Moving on. Okay. Tales of Symphonia, the animation Blu-ray. Something
like
about this
coming.
art I hate. It just feels like shit.
Well, guess what? Your favorite Ufotable made it, bitch.
Well, I'm glad they've improved.
I'm always happy to hear that any of the Tales of series is getting a Blu-ray or DVD.
I'm just happy that I'm presumably able to complete the collection.
Wasn't there also Tales of Fantasia in the
There's
lineup?
Tales of to me the best one is Tales of Vesperia. There's a movie.
That one came out before like all of them over here. But what is it?
There was the best one?
Fantasia's already been released, I think.
Yeah. But I thought it was recent, so I thought I might have had it in the lineup.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll pick it up because Symphonia, was that released before? I don't think it was.
No,
this is
it's
the
the
first
first
time.
This?
Can't wait to have to upgrade them all to Blu-ray. Also, Symphogear AXZ Season 4 Blu-ray. So there's that. This would be a great one for AM Studios to dub. Nighthead Genesis, the complete psychic saga.
Oh, Mia Blasters?
Yeah, but what is Mia Blaster? Okay, yeah. So you're getting quality when they
Is that in that cover? It looks like a yaoi, and the other cover, it could be anything.
I mean, what do you get for the title Nighthead?
Oh, you're right. Oh god, it's the genesis of the Nighthead. Nighthead Origins.
Nighthead completion. Shark, the beginning.
Wow. Moving on.
Okay. Well, how about that? Summer Ghost, the debut feature from Loundraw. Oh.
I feel like this is a chanime.
Only 40 minutes.
Inspired by one of his own drawings, the directorial debut from a celebrated illustrator, Loundraw, brings his lush visual sensibility to a supernatural drama about the pains of growing up and the importance of living life to the fullest. Is it animated by what's Shinkai's thing called again?
Comix Wave.
Comix Wave. Is it a Comix Wave?
I don't think so.
Oh, then they aren't going to do a good job.
It looks like they're trying to mix Fireworks and Comix Wave.
So that was Shaft that did Fireworks.
Yeah, Shaft did Fireworks.
They really shafted you there. No.
Yeah, did you watch my review?
I did actually.
Yeah, remember when I said I noticed it was animated by Studio Shaft? I don't know about you guys, but I felt Shaft.
I thought you liked Monogatari.
I haven't.
That's like the only thing that I've seen that seems to be decent that Shaft has done.
I've only seen Nisei Monogatari. It's the story of.
Much comes in like a line as Shaft.
Okay, hold on. It's the story.
I have yet to complete it, Reese.
It's the story of Fireworks that sucks. All right, so I'm looking at a listing on my other monitor here of the Target exclusive, and it's literally the exact same thing.
Which is what
we kind of established that.
Yeah. So I want to. Can I sue Target for false advertising? I literally only bought it because it was an exclusive, and I fucking paid more.
Rip. Have you opened it yet?
Yeah.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
Well, he's past the statute of limitations, I'd assume.
Yeah, Target's going to let me return it. Yeah, totally.
Well, you can't reach like.
I'm looking at the back of the box on this eBay listing to see if it says anything on it.
And that, kids, is why you should get the 4K release, because totally every time that means you're not going to get hosed.
How are you going to try to sell this at full price? Let me show you this listing. Ow!
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Ow!
That hurts.
Oh yeah.
Just in your eBay listing, put a picture of this and be like, better than this guy.
So, literally, the only thing exclusive about this is this
sticker.
Goddamn sticker. And guess what? When you open it, like I told my wife we shouldn't, that sticker is on the fucking shrink wrap. Goddamn waste.
Well, you don't need the sticker anymore. It's worthless.
Sure is. All right, so moving on from here.
Where do we go from here? No.
Pokemon Celebration.
Stop making these. Kill me, please.
Over 2 hours of winter fun you could just get off YouTube.
Yay!
Yeah.
But they'll probably still cuck you on the Jinx episode because it's problematic.
Was it a Christmas episode?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, we've
Can
got
they
nice
just
price.
Holiday hijinks.
Nice price. Baby.
I remember that episode. I also remember the episode where James had inflatable breasts.
The drifting snow runt, as cold as price.
Oh god.
Freeze frame, naval maneuvers, snow way out. Oh god, I just died a little.
That's
Okay.
that's like right after holiday hijinks. That one. I usually watch both those back to back on.
Whoa.
During the holidays.
Like, listen to me, girls. I'm your father. Now smile for the camera. It's like, wait a second.
Scroll
this is
down.
a woman.
Scroll down. I swear they've already re-released this, so this better have a dub now.
It does not, as far
Kill
as
me. Kill me. I swear they've already re-released this. What happened? Did they have to change the cover a second time?
Now it looks problematic.
I
what?
think it's adorable. Anyway, moving on. Princess Principal Crown Handler Chapter 2 Blu-ray.
Manhandler.
Anyway, moving on. Sakura Trick.
Is this one dubbed?
Is this one Yuri? No, it's not.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure it is Yuri.
No, it's not dubbed.
Oh.
Theme, School Life Yuri. Comes out on my birthday.
It's fate.
Hooray.
Stay night.
Keen Moza. Thank you, movie.
You did it out of order. There's the re-release of like season 1 and 2.
Oh, cry about it. I did it in their order. Keen Moza season 1 and 2 complete collection Blu-ray.
I take it no dub added.
This is the one that takes place in that like bed and breakfast in Europe, isn't it? The one that made it super popular for like tourists.
I don't know. That's Yuri as well? What?
If it's all girls, they're just going to start tagging them as Yuri just to get.
I guess so. Well, they got rid of their adult section, so now they have to bait people into thinking things are adult.
All right, and then we've got, not listed as an import for some reason, Royal Space Force Wings of Hone Anise Memorial Box 4K HDR 2K Blu-ray. That's it. We talked about it already. I don't even care. Moving on.
Yeah.
Jeez, Fate Collide Liner Prisma Ilia Cuties Edition.
Oh God. Are they still following their latest trend of not dubbing? What? They're going back to dub? What?
They dubbed this from the beginning. I mean,
Yeah, isn't it season 1 and season 2? So that means Greenlight tucked himself on buying the DVD.
Oh, there we go. Dungeon of Black Company. We might have already talked about this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we covered this. We covered Given, so this was all from that slate.
All right. Closing everything. Don't even care. Moving on. Okay. Now, what you've all been waiting for. I'm about to get cucked so hard when this opens up and the website actually exists.
The website does exist.
I know. You guys remember arrowanime.com? Well, that URL redirects you to buyanime.com.
You want to shut off that stuff.
Anyway, so that website exists. It's like a 90s dial-up porn downloading. Mommy Susan is here. So Buy Anime Support says, hello. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. I archived that shit. All right, so first of all, let's turn off the ticker. I disengaged that shit like 20 seconds ago. Charming Sketcher says, I've heard a lot of good things about Princess Principal. Well, I'll just say that the
series is pretty good. I watched it when it aired. I haven't touched Crown Handler yet.
Honestly, I'm just tired and have to go to work in the morning, and I'm trying to get through this. Is the internet 90s as well? Yes. Oh, speaking of eBay, okay. Remind me to come back to. I'm starring it. I got to come back to this. I still have to let you do your final pickup as well.
Oh, wait, what? Right now?
Also, Dolly Geeky says, I just recently watched Reese2753's video of him reviewing his DVDs from March 2013. It was good. Right on.
You got a 10 out of 10 review. Oh, yeah. Your Yelp page is sparkling right now.
Joined by OnlyFans. All right. So welcome to the Arrow Anime Store. Right. So this is, remember we talked about this last time. This is what Right Stuff is going to unload all their porn to.
Unload.
Their erotica content. Yeah, unload. All right. So Buy Anime Support on Twitter said, hello, and thanks so much for all the love and support this week, anime lovers. In the meantime, before our shiny new site goes live, we'd like to invite you to ask us all of your questions below. Reese and I have both asked a question they chose not to answer.
I did get an answer to mine, at least.
So this person said, is Arrow Anime Store and Buy Anime the same site? Thank you for your question. Simply put, Arrow Anime is the name of our company, whereas Buy Anime is the name of the store owned by our company. Once the site is all set up, it will automatically redirect people from Arrow Anime Store to our Buy Anime storefront.
As I put it, the reason they actually renamed it is so that when people get a package from not Arrow Anime Store, they won't be questioned.
I mean, Arrow Anime Store, like, no normie looks at the word arrow and just assumes erotic, right? That's a fucking weeb thing to do. So this person said, will you still sell and ship Blu-rays that were once sold to Right Stuff Anime? Especially shows like Redo of Healer and Interspecies Reviewers? Yes, we will sell all erotic Blu-rays and DVDs that were previously sold on Right Stuff, just like Interspecies Reviewers.
I can't trust them if they spell Blu-ray with an E.
I can't trust them when I can't find Ladies versus Butlers.
Oh, thanks.
Reese, would you like to share your
Penis
woman
with the
disorder.
I'm 31. I am not a woman. The end.
You cut out when you said that.
I stopped growing when I was about 14 years old. My voice didn't crack. The end.
Can you masturbate for us briefly? Wow. Reese has a very rare genetic disorder, and he's our 9,000-year-old vampire lolly.
Shota,
my mistake.
You misgendered him.
So this person said, will shipping quality be the same? Because I don't need $200 of merch sent to me in a bubble mailer like Crunchy and Amazon. Yeah, fuck those guys. Hi, thanks a bunch for your question. We're just like you, a dragon. We wouldn't want our merch to arrive damaged or unsecure either. We plan to ensure packages are not only sent discreetly, but securely packaged. Rest assured, your anime goods will be sent out well protected. Sorry, I can't. I need to make sure you know that this is the fucking mascot for this thing. This is the voice I hear when I look at it.
Oh, geez.
I mean, remember
this screams hentai to me
right?
when I look at it.
Yeah.
Remember, Right Stuff had Ritsu.
It doesn't breathe fire. It breathes semen.
I guess that's what the white is. Yeah.
Oh God, I'm gonna pass out. Oh fuck! I'm literally lightheaded. That joke. Oh, so my question is: do you think they're gonna sell dragon dildos?
I mean, it would be on brand.
So Reese asked, will there be some kind of free shipping threshold? One thing I liked about getting Arrow from Right Stuff is that I could have it just be a cart topper.
Yes, and the answer is yes, and it's $75. It's like, fuck that.
I'm afraid
Did you
to
tweet
scroll
that
down.
to them?
Yeah, so they didn't reply. These fuckers.
I got it from the FAQ from the actual site.
Yeah, I know. And then my question was, will you have affiliate programs like Right Stuff? And also, cucked royally, no reply. Oh, and then the funniest thing. Oh no, not this. Hold on. So also, there's another account called Buy Anime Support,
which is what we were just on.
No. Wait, was it?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you're right. This is the one we were looking at. Good morning, everyone. We're so excited to share that product is coming in, and we're working hard to unpack so we can fulfill your orders. We thank you all for your patience with us as we work to have this site up. We hope you're as excited about our launch as we are. What I don't understand is why you didn't have all this done before you yanked everything off of Right Stuff and announced that they've been purchased by Crunchyroll / Sony.
Because they're probably hoping no one would fucking care, and that's never going to be the case with anything.
Is that they needed to stop orders coming at some point so that people's shipping labels could be printed for the Las Vegas location. Like, that's all I can think of. So anyway, there's all the porn on pallets. All right, so now this is the Buy Anime Store account, right? Yeah. Not the Buy Anime Store support account. Right. This is the gay dragon on this account. And an absolute legend snagged the @Arrow Anime Store Twitter so that they couldn't even have it. Oh, legend. All right, and then what is this? Oh yeah. So this was the buyanime.com. It used to say, "Hi friend, it's Wendy, and I'm sure you're ready to see the store live just as much as I am. It's been a steady progress, and I'm happy to report that we are almost ready. I just want it perfect. May I please have your username? Why is it 6:06 p.m.?
This chick sounds like she's just a phone sex line to keep you busy until the site
launches. But it's actually a phone sex dragon. Oh my god, Dolly phone sex dragon.
Oh.
Will sex work or will it be yeeted?
Oh no! Wait, phone sex is one word. Maybe I can get through.
How about phone sex bot dragon?
There's no way.
Phone sex dragon. Come on! No! It looks like this request may not follow our content policy. Fine.
Let's see what regular crayon will do.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. Don't embarrass me in front of my friends.
Let's see who's done first. Mine or yours?
Who
Let it be
completes
erased then.
quicker?
Should not take long, only up to 2 minutes. Anyway, so that's everything for Buy Anime / Arrow Anime Store.
Yeah, which they still have yet to have their figures up, and
Well,
Greenland
they
still
took
needs to
them
check
down
if his
because
figures. I mean,
they had them up this afternoon, but they took them down because they weren't working properly.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to the tablet thing. Footnum, do you want to do your finale pickup?
Yeah, I can do my pickups to completion in just a sec.
All right.
What?
Mine are terrible.
I got one good one.
I didn't
Robot Carnival 4K. Woohoo! Now I have like 90% of the 4Ks released in North America for 4K anime. Woohoo!
All
right. So unfortunately, mine are no good.
Not one is funny, and only because of the conversation we had previously.
Okay, hold on. I have to
I
change
love
this.
the giant phone right in front of the dragon.
Scroll to the top ones. I can't see them.
I have to save it.
Well, put something like flirting dragon or something.
No. I think it should be dragon on OnlyFans.
Oh.
All right. So you see them, Reese?
Mm-hmm.
Where the fuck is the face?
I think that's just the dragon penis.
He's got like a he's got like a leopard or whatever head. This one is the best. Just like sitting in front of a fucking smartphone.
Now check out the one I sent in the Facebook chat.
Okay, hold on. Facebook chat. Oh fuck! I'm still looking at your FedEx guy.
More like Fed sex.
I wonder how many FedEx deliveries have had what you did come. Wait, I don't see it. Did you send it? You just sent it. Oh, you sent it in 2.0?
Yeah, 2.0.
I'd imagine that number is 0.
Oh, Random 11's alive again.
Oh,
it's not here, bro. All I'm looking at is the Hisoka one.
I swear I sent it. I hit send.
Maybe my internet is just AIDS. Anyway, so
let me try again.
So real quick,
send.
Fuck, it's heavy. No, before I get to that,
it went through this time.
All right, here's my dragon on OnlyFans. If you're getting hot and bothered, just remember that's against YouTube's terms. What do they think OnlyFans is?
That looks like an OnlyFans-esque shot of a dragon.
It does, kind of. It's the ass shot. The dragon butthole.
What the fuck?
The dragon wing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, in other news, since computers clearly can't take over my job, here's tablet. Here's the tablet from the total crypto guy / real estate guy who did not take good care of it at all, and sent it to me with a fucking Johnny Cash shirt in it because it was wrapped up in a fucking shirt and a couple of rags. And then, so you saw the size of that one. Let me take out these headphones real quick. And this fucker is the 24-inch. And it weighs a goddamn ton. So there you go. I did in fact get the tablets. I have only used them for like a grand total of like 5 or 10 minutes. And haven't done anything worthwhile with them. But I did rebuy Autodesk Sketchbook Pro so I can try to use that. So I can avoid using Clip Studio Paint and having to learn something new. Even though
learn something new. It's like virtually the same shortcuts and everything.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. Anyway, so there's my dragon. Anyway, so back to the show.
Check the Facebook one. I said set this time.
Motherfucker! You lost your chance.
Okay, fine.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
You lost your privileges, Reese.
Your what privileges?
Wow, how are these so much better than mine? This dragon is literally using a phone as a portal to suck its own dick.
Well, that's the only good one out of all of those.
I hope that was enough for you to smack off to. Oh, yes, Reese 2753 is real life Detective Conan. Yes. Logan Edogawa. What are you wearing, Wendy, for the Arrow anime store question?
That would have been so great if they actually had some kind of stupid response to something they asked.
All right.
Did you cover the Splatoon 3 thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I accidentally clicked on the link that Sonokaku Complex had on there.
Mm-hmm.
For Shiver.
Shiver?
Don't click on whatever.
I don't know.
Don't
click
now
on I
that
don't
link.
even know. Don't click on it. All right, I won't. I'm sure it took you to some porn. Speaking of porn, on the Media Blaster storefront, somebody noticed it says in the 18 plus anime section, 18 plus anime for adults only, restricted shipping. At this time, we are unable to send any adult animation to some addresses. These communities have been considered sexually conservative, and our lawyers have advised us against it. Keep in mind that this is not a matter of legislation, and that both the billing and shipping addresses must be in non-conservative areas. Porn is for liberals only. We are unable to ship to you if you live in any of the following states due to laws dating back to the 70s and 80s. Doing so has been declared illegal.
What?
Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Utah.
Wait, hold on. Didn't they just fucking say this is not based on legal shit?
Not based on legislation. These is determined to be illegal. So products featured in this collection are for adults only. By entering and viewing this section, you certify that you are of legal age in the country, province, city, or state which you reside, and you're a liberal. Right? And that you may legally view such material. To help prevent the purchase of these items by minors, all items in this section may only be paid for through credit card or PayPal only. If you are not of legal age, you must return to the store's homepage. Anyway, so
This is Media Blasters again?
Yeah. So George J.
Jesus
Horvath
Christ.
of Land of Obscusion said, okay, so now I have to wonder how the hell Right Stuff actually manages to get away with selling hentai for so long without apparently having to deal with potentially breaking laws from the listed states. So Media Blaster said, I am sure they followed rules that were advised to or supposed to. Or they followed the rules they were advised to or supposed to. We were told this from our lawyers and actually still working on it, as we also need to deal with how it is packaged as well.
They also thought a fucking screenshot or a photo was widescreen stretched.
Right.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Maybe that super well done and protective packaging also had an ulterior benefit. Now for the funny part, we have gotten a nice start in orders and only 2 were adult. That's hilarious. Again, only 2 days really, and building more features, but 2. All right, so I don't know how Media Blasters is still around. Like, I love you, Media Blasters, but everything you do is ass backwards. Anyway, so there's that.
I think Media Blasters blasted that out of their ass. That doesn't make any sense. Says Charmy Sketches.
Oh, okay. All right. So, reminder, if you would like to support us, you can shop on Stealth Weeb and pick up any of these. Oh, I got my download for any of these fine items. And also, I will advise you once again to watch Kengan Ashura. It's fucking great. Or you can shop at OCApodcast.com, where I will hopefully be putting out more products soon. We've got the Lizard Conspiracy shirt commemorating Jamie and Monica's podcast, where they said, and I quote, "We're not fucking lizards, y'all." They also said, "Don't fuck M&Ms." So that's one of the things you can... Motherfucker, this internet is so goddamn slow. My sales pitch is ruined. So you can get it with the text saying, "Don't fuck M&Ms," or "I want his head and balls." Those are the current options. And the purpose of buying the tablet was to finish this and get it colored for you. So in the future,
needed it to help you finish?
Yes.
That's rough.
Anyway, in other news, McDonald's is bringing back the Pokemon Happy Meal with match battle version of the trading card game. So McDonald's took to Twitter to tease the return of the Pokemon Happy Meal, one of the most popular Happy Meal promotions owing to the typical inclusion of exclusive collectibles and booster packs for the evergreen card game. The Pokemon Company released more details on the contents of this version of the Happy Meal, which features a cut-down version of the trading card game that it calls Match Battle. Each Happy Meal will be bundled with the following for instant one-on-one play with no additional purchase necessary. A 4-card booster. Each booster pack contains 1 foil card, 1 instruction sheet, 1 coin, 1 spinner, and 1 card box. So literally, how do you play one-on-one if you've only got 4 cards?
The rules are they created a whole new game basically, where they have this little spinner thing and you
oh my
spin
god.
it.
The latest
Dumb.
Pokemon Happy Meal will be available until mid-September at participating U.S. McDonald's locations. So
Canada has had this since like the beginning of July.
Well, let me just say,
and forever.
I just, this article's from August 19th, and I was gonna, I put it in the doc so you could cover it. Yesterday, well, actually the day before yesterday now for me, when I was at work, and for those of you who don't know, I'm currently working for my neighbor's trash can cleaning business, and it's fucking hot in California right now, so there are lots of bugs trying to get into these cans that smell rancid because it's so hot. And I get to this tiny can, and it has, I shit you not, this stupid Pikachu thing in there. And the guy I'm working with reaches in with the grabber and pulls it out. And fucking the thing tears open. And 4 pounds of maggots just fall out of it. It was easily the most maggots, and I have worked this job now for almost 2 years. I've seen some shit, but that is the most maggots I have ever seen in my entire life.
All in one place.
So I don't have any desire to go to McDonald's. All right. So here's a bunny girl figure for Green Line.
Meh. I mean, I like
that. Too tiny.
The garter belt. No, I'm not. I'm not much of a boob guy. It
Sorry, what's wrong with the garter belt?
No, I don't mind it. It looks. That's probably my.
Who's the character?
That's the only good part.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Kanado Okarisha.
Mommy
I think
from,
it's
no, that's Rent-A-Cuck.
Yeah, Rent-A-Cuck, right?
I like the yellow. I mean, the yellow and black is good. I just wish the stockings were. Honestly, I wish the stockings were all the way up. I don't like when they go halfway.
You basically commit to all or none, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. All right. So I would just like to point out that every figure that I have ever looked at, they have done us the service of what is it? This shot right here. Every single one of them has it.
They're being unbiased with the angle. They're giving you every angle. Like, what can you say?
Now, this is Best Girl in Rent-A-Cuck, but this is the worst fucking outfit with the goddamn, like, disgusting...
The white whatevers?
Oof. No. Denied.
Yeah, no, that one's worse. And then the color is mid, too.
How about Azure Lane Shimakaze figure?
Oh, Azure Lane's probably going to be bomb, because Azure Lane always fucking gets the better ones anyways.
It's not full. It's not the full length.
I love her hair with the little skull motif going on or whatever with the red eyes.
I'm not really feeling it.
I thought those were her eyebrows.
Right. That's what they kind of look like as well. Anyway, there's that one. And then, Lance, you recently shared a comic about this on our Facebook chat. Unique Nishiza-san figurine comes to life. I guess it's not.
I'm pretty sure I was the one who shared that.
Oh, were you? Okay, my mistake. So it's not technically, but this is where I was going to bring up the tablet, and I totally forgot. Because I'm pretty sure she's stepping through. Like it says Maycom instead of Wacom, and she's like coming through a screen.
Oh yeah. No, Reese was definitely the one who shared where the character's trying to come through the TV. I was like, get a bigger screen.
Yeah,
she's just huge.
Tits are too big. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's that shot again. So that's a thing. All right, let's. Is Japan's lowest rated Shiba Inu tissue cover a good boy? All right. So I haven't read this one. I think we'll just scroll through it.
The box of clean. That's cute. I want one.
It looks so creepy.
Maybe not. I see why you're here.
How warped it looks from this angle.
Now tell me, is that better or worse? Furious Monster Hunter monster wants to sleep next to you in your home. Furious, how do you pronounce it? Rajang? Rajang?
Right.
Players of Monster Hunter, help me out here.
I haven't. He wasn't in the game I played.
Okay, the Monster Hunter video game franchise. So yeah, he's okay. I'm not gonna skip. Okay, so he's angry all the time apparently. Sleeping Furious Rajang cushion measuring 90 centimeters. 35.4 inches long. The monster has a contented look on his face, hand on his stomach. Yes, thank you for describing what I can see. Thanks. In addition to a black rest or lap pillow, it's plenty big enough to curl up with as a huggy pillow. I would not want to be anywhere near this thing when I'm sleeping. Anyway, it's only 190. Low much tissues. Wow, so face.
Look,
all right, so B fan 21. Sorry, I didn't or 221. I didn't address this yet. Yeah, we started off pretty late. Well, actually, no, we started off 7 hours ago. As I've already told you, I guess. Somebody else said that. By the way, you did watch the 201 episode Bridget segment. Kudos on it. Thank you. I have another segment on it happening next podcast because I put it off for tonight. Maggots, aren't we supposed to start eating? No. You'll notice you should really be reading the ingredients in your food because they're starting to put cricket powder and shit to replace like flour or something. Yeah, they're sneaking it in. Anyway, moving on from here.
My dad's very serious about freaking soybean powder, soy flour.
Your dad's not a cook.
Hold on. Are you telling us that instead of getting the organic hippie crap, we should get the processed crap because they won't put healthy stuff in?
No, you want whole wheat, no soy stuff.
Kumamoto governor erects more One Piece statues after complaints about the Luffy statue. Oh, you don't like this? Well, here, have another one.
And another one.
So the Kumamoto, I love this article. The Kumamoto Prefecture Governor Ikuo Kabashima earned himself the nickname Governor Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo? How do you pronounce it in One Piece? Thank you, One Piece listeners.
I can't quite remember. I thought it was Bartholomew, but I could
Bartolomeo.
No, it's Bartolomeo.
Bartolomeo. Okay. So he's been nicknamed Governor Bartolomeo after responding to complaints about a bronze Luffy statue by erecting even more bronze statues of the One Piece pirates' companions across the prefecture. For those unfamiliar with One Piece, Bartolomeo is a character that acts like a fanboy obsessed with Luffy and his crew and will do absolutely anything to help their cause. After receiving 800 million yen from the One Piece creator Eiichiro Oda as donations for the 2016 Kumamoto earthquake, the governor erected a bronze Luffy statue by the prefectural office. Oda, who sent 300 million yen under his own name and another 500 million yen under the name Luffy, asked for his donations to not be made public until a few years later. The One Piece obsessed governor used a part of the donation for a series of initiatives, which included the Luffy statue. However, the unknowing citizens of Kumamoto criticized the initiative and questioned why their governor would spend donation money on a manga statue and why they kept it by their own offices. Governor Kabashima responded to the complaints about the prefectural office hogging the Luffy statue only to further spread his love of One Piece by erecting additional statues, one for each member of the Straw Hat Pirates across Kumamoto. Internet denizens from Kumamoto provided additional photos of the Straw Hat Pirates. So here's Luffy. Here's Chopper. This is the image we have of Nami.
You gotta Google it for the better image.
They chose correctly.
Here's Sanji, Zoro.
Again, backside. They're not even. What the fuck? Why?
Is that Luffy again?
I think so. Yeah.
Is this Robin?
I think so.
God, those eyes are creepy in bronze. Oh, at least we got another ass crack. And Jinbei.
And they also have one of Frankie, too.
Now, Reese included this for us so that we could see the front half of Nami. There you go.
Then,
Who's this?
Those are some long legs.
Yeah.
What's the fourth one? Oh no, I thought there was more pictures like of Frankie. Maybe gotta go down farther.
Nope.
Maybe not. Never mind. Whatever.
That's it. I wonder if there are any people who would consider stealing it for home pleasure. All right, 27 Chinese officials have been reprimanded over ugly art of children in a math textbook. This kid is my new spirit animal over here. So 27 Chinese officials were disciplined over artwork in math textbooks that depicted, quote, ugly children, with action being taken as a result of online reactions describing the illustrations as ugly, sexually inappropriate, and that the clothing style was secretly pro-American.
If only we could get...
What the fuck?
If only we could get...
It's pro-American?
Publishers to get rid of the ugly corporate illustrations and over here.
Yeah, I love this. Like, it's sexually inappropriate, not sexy enough.
How the hell? Well, there's a topic. How the hell does an outfit become pro-American? Do Americans always all dress the same? I'm curious.
This one is like the American flag, kind of, maybe.
Maybe, huh?
China's education ministry announced that among those dismissed were Guo Gay, nice name, the editor-in-chief of the state-owned People's Education Press, which is said to be one of the most well-known publishers of textbooks in China. Huang Quang, a Communist Party secretary and a publisher at the aforementioned People's Education Press, was handed a warning and a demerit alongside Tian Husheng, the director of the ministry's textbook department. 2 other officials in charge of the textbook were removed from their positions, and another 17 from the publisher, along with 5 from the ministry, were also punished.
Social credit deducted.
This does seem kind of sexual in nature.
It's halfway to an ahegao, so that's why they did it.
We just gotta get the nice cross pointing upwards, and we got it.
Oh. The People's Education Press issued an apology after the illustrations were harshly criticized as ugly and sexually suggestive on social media. Complaints also described the children depicted as having too small of eyes, which could be deemed racist, and that the children's genitals were allegedly showing, and the clothing worn had stars and stripes, making them secretly pro-American. Yeah, there you go.
I think whoever looked at this was really trying to get off or something.
They were so fucking high. This is what happens when you fucking keep sticking things in your dick, China.
I don't see any genitals.
Dude, it's that whole thing of you see it because you want to. It's like,
well, I mean, they have
pictured this in their mind's eye for so long.
Are there any links? Oh God, there's more. Okay.
It's like a paranoid. It's like a paranoid person. It doesn't matter what they're doing and where they're at. They're gonna see exactly what they're afraid of and jump at everything. They see an ugly picture. They see an ugly picture of some kid. Oh God! All of a sudden, there's an American flag.
I don't know why, but this particular picture right here. Do you guys remember the movie Taken?
No.
Sadly,
Liam Neeson. Do you remember when he's looking for his daughter and he goes through the brothel and the woman just kind of like motions like, come on, right? She's like all drugged up. That's what I get out of this guy's face.
I see where
is that
I remember that.
That scene from Taken where the girl kind of like motions him like, I'm ready for you, big boy. But she's like doped out of her mind. No. That's what I see there.
You see this guy giving you the bedroom eyes. Oh God.
So hold on. The education minister described the art as problematic, not uplifting, and that it lacks in regards to the basic requirements of moral education.
It wasn't all about the regime and China's end all be all determination to, rule the world. So
it doesn't worship oh dear leader enough.
Zinny the Pooh.
The overall style does not meet the public's aesthetic taste. Some characters in the illustrations are ugly and in bad spirits, not properly displaying positive image of the children in our country. I love this. Like in the West, currently, we have this desexualizing going on where women are made to be extra ugly in fucking Mass Effect Andromeda and shit. But meanwhile, in China, they're like, no, this doesn't reach the government set bar for how attractive the children must be.
Oh, God.
New illustrations are being made for the books, which will be handled by the Central Academy of Fine Arts in Beijing and have so far been positively received. Is this the new image? I guess it's better, yeah. I thought this was finally the one where his dick was out or something, but no. Apparently not. Well then, that was some shit. So I've got 3 more. Oh, did they delete this article that I archived? Wow. Australian nightclub forbids non-consensual staring.
What the fuck?
So a nightclub is attempting to enforce a rather ludicrous rule that is typical of the current generation of oversensitivity, as non-consensual staring is now banned, and the police will be called should such an offensive act be carried out, and bound to have many unsurprised that the nightclub in question is in Australia.
How the fuck do you put a report for that? It was non-consensual staring. I looked over 1 minute. They were looking at me. 5 minutes later, they were still looking at me. By the way, they were blind. Wait. It's like, how do you determine this?
Like that guy over there with the sunglasses has been looking at me for 5 minutes.
Are they going to be able to
walk away with a cane?
Are they going to be able to sue the bouncer? Or to arrest the bouncer because he's sitting there, he's kind of staring you down. It's not consensual, by the way.
It's like literally, it's almost as if right now governments are putting forth and like kind of promoting the most absurd and ridiculous rules so that the public is fighting the absurdity of these rules instead of overthrowing their governments that are doing everything, kind of behind the scenes, so to speak.
You know what they say, give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And this is all, in my opinion, which, might be conspiracy theory.
I think we're beyond the inch part of that.
Yeah, true. But it's the whole,
that inch was 100 2 weeks to slow the spreads ago.
That hymen was broke so long the baby's done been born. But the problem is our governments keep doing this crap all over the world because they're slowly desensitizing people to this bullshit, and people are see, our world gets used to this. And they're like, oh, well, it's normal. No, there needs to be, people voted out of office if it's even if it's even possible. Because if they're going to make this shit.
Just to be clear, this nightclub is not being, there's no government mandate telling the nightclub they have to have a, quote, zero tolerance policy.
No, but our fucking cops, they're cops.
Yeah, but I'm just saying what I'm suggesting is that, like, this is such an absurd policy that it's almost as if the powers that be are encouraging ridiculousness like this in order to divert attention away from the shit they're trying to pull.
I mean, yeah, anyway, that's fair too.
So Sydney's Club 77 has put, quote, unwanted attention from strangers in its new version of their zero tolerance policy and will work toward kicking out people who stare at others without their consent. An absolutely blasphemous rule that will be impossible to enforce. Literally what they've done is they're like, you know what? There's a bunch of weirdos that I just don't want them in the bar anymore. So let's write something into the handbook that says we can toss out whoever we want because they looked at us funny.
It's that whole thing that our society is doing that's really getting on my nerves, is that we have a million rules, but you don't have to follow any of them. So it's just going to be sitting there until they feel like they can abuse it.
And rules you don't enforce effectively don't exist.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like it'll be there only when it's convenient to be abused. It's not there to actually do anything helpful.
Yeah, so it says a statement was issued regarding this rule on the club's Instagram page, which clarified that the party location was, quote, not a place to come if your sole purpose is to pick up. Well, shit. Yeah, my sole purpose of going to some fucking club is definitely to
stare at the ceiling.
Spend money, I guess. Like drink. What? Yeah, stare at the ceiling. Thanks to the support of our community and amazing patrons, Club 77 has been busier than ever. Unfortunately, this has also attracted some people who do not share our values and ethics when it comes to club culture, consent, and harassment. No Oxford comma. In response to this, we've updated our safety and harassment policy, see below, and introduced the new measures to make sure this venue continues to remain a safe space. Immediately lost all cool points and nobody came back. At Club 77, we are continuously... So what are you doing about the giant spiders in Australia? Safe space, my ass. There's like 77 things that can kill you in this club. So at Club 77, we are continuously striving to create a safer and truly open space for our patrons, artists, and employees. Again, no Oxford comma. We operate a zero tolerance policy on harassment of any kind. Creating a safe space goes beyond implementing practices to deal with incidents after they have happened. We also another gassable offense, have an obligation to educate new club goers and help them understand what is considered unacceptable behavior inside the venue and on the dance floor. As a nightclub, we encourage you to interact with strangers. However, any engagement must begin with verbal consent. Like, excuse me, may I stare at you from across the bar?
Australian, not English. Come on.
I can't do an Australian accent. I'm sorry. This also applies if you are.
I was going to give AC credit for calling back because they came from England.
What's up?
Australia. It was a lot of English. Never mind.
Yeah,
I give up.
It's where the British exiled their prisoners to be killed by the elements and giant spiders. And wait, oh no, some of them were somehow strong enough to survive. What have we done? A superhuman race that can survive giant spiders. All right. Anyway, so this also applies if you are, for example, staring at someone from afar. If the attention you are giving someone is unwanted, that is considered harassment. You know what else? That is considered something you could literally just get up and walk away from. Each night, one of our security guards inside the club will be designated a safety officer. Please, dear God, tell me he's a plain clothes going around checking for unwanted starers and recognizable by his pink high-vis vest. No!
Has anyone ever been around a drunk person? And how they're so fucking wasted, they're really not seeing what's in front of them.
Yeah, they're just like dazed.
And like, are they just going to arrest them for that? Loopholes in your fucking ideas.
All right, buddy. You've had enough staring at that girl. I'll tell you when I've had enough. They have been trained to handle complaints and concerns. If you're being harassed by another person or receiving unwanted attention, please seek them out or tell our staff. Why don't you just hand out rape whistles at the door? Like,
I can't wait till that court case comes up, and it's like, yep. Someone goes to jail for visually for raping someone with their eyes. I've heard of undressing people with your eyes, but now we have visual rape.
That's how you get the visual aids.
Oh, no.
Visually transmitted disease.
So maybe this whole eye condition thing is a blessing.
Each night, one of our security guard, I already read that. If we receive reports of any behavior that has made someone feel uncomfortable, the reported individual will be removed from the venue and the police will be called. Motherfucker, are you kidding me? You looked in her direction for a second too long, Buster. You're going to
I was
talk to
trying
the
to see
police.
the clock behind her. Come on.
We do this to make everyone feel safe. You know who doesn't feel safe? The ugly guy who thinks, oh, fuck, I can't even look at the wrong direction and I'm going to have the cops called on me now.
Imagine being shorter than everybody else in the room and there's nowhere to run.
Imagine the lawsuit you could have, Reese, if you could brave the giant spiders long enough to get to this club. So we do this to make everyone feel safe and to
Depending on
ensure
the size, it could probably mount one right.
No.
King of spiders.
You'd be my hero, buddy, if you pulled that off.
We do this to make everyone feel safe and to ensure our patrons are comfortable approaching staff if anything has made them uncomfortable or feel unsafe. Club 77. What's up?
I would hope someone would be embarrassed walking up to the bouncer and being like, hey, yo, this person over here, they've been staring at me for like 30 minutes. They have blacked out with their eyes open.
Club 77 is committed to developing and nurturing a strong culture of consent. We encourage feedback on how we can continue to improve and ask all our community to please help us improve our space. Respect the DJ's personal space. All caps. Why? Verbal consent comes first. Look out for your friends. Enjoy the moment. Oh my God. What cringe. So-called safety officers were hired to contend with the inevitable amount of complaints that will surface, and these individuals will be wearing a pink high visibility vest. The hypocrisy of the rule was pointed out by one commenter who was quoted as saying, don't you have to stare at someone first to see them staring? Whoa, shit! That's... It's like somebody calls, hey, excuse me, I'd like to report that woman behind you, the one who was pointing at me, she's been staring. You know? Anyway. An old man was arrested for shoving feces into a schoolgirl's backpack. 51-year-old man whose mental faculties might be on the decline was arrested after he made the decision to stuff what seemed like human excrement into a high school girl's backpack, with there currently being no motive behind the man's odd actions. Chiba police at Matsudo Station arrested the unemployed man from Tokyo on allegations that he defaced the girl's belongings. The 18-year-old high school girl was riding an elevator when the suspect in question stuffed something resembling human excrement into the pocket of her backpack. The girl noticed the disgusting material and informed her mother at home, who then subsequently called emergency services. The culprit was caught red-handed via security footage. The strange old man admits to the charges against him, and police are currently searching for his motive.
Now, I'm not the best.
Well, if you
colors,
find it, you let me know.
I'm not the best with colors, but I'd really like to fucking know when he got brown-handed because he put shit in the backpack instead of red.
I don't know. Maybe it was bloody.
I guess the bloody stool.
It was a cry for help. All right. Man who hasn't stopped farting since eating a ham roll in 2017 is suing for $250.
There's no way he's alive. He's been constantly farting for 6 fucking years.
A British man who claims he's been dealing with uncomfortable flatulence since eating a ham roll from a Christmas market in 2017 is suing for nearly $250,000.
5 years.
Tyrone Prades, 46. Of course, it's Tyrone. I love it.
Oh my God.
Tyrone Prades, 46, says he's never been the same. He's never been the same since.
That hoagie, man. It changed me.
Tyrone Paredes, 46, says he's never been the same since, and his wind is so bad it often wakes him up in the night now.
It blows his roommate out of the room.
Well, more than
just
anything,
a One Punch Man level farce.
Have you guys seen that video where somebody hooks up Bluetooth speakers to this microphone, and they put the speakers, like these big ass speakers, right next to some kid who's sleeping, and they like stick the microphone like practically up his ass, and then he farts himself awake. It blows out the speakers.
Oh my god. That's amazing.
I gotta see if I can find that real quick.
I just feel bad for the lawyers who have to like be in the same room with that guy. Apparently,
Jesus.
Who's the victim here? The sleeping person, the poor mic, or the fact those speakers just exploded? I mean, don't take me wrong. Someone breaking your room instead of, if you're sleeping that hard for someone to be able to set all this shit up, how did your own fart not wake you up?
That's not it. Apparently, there's been a lot of people have done this prank. I got
a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands.
The one I found,
most of them are fake.
Oh yeah, they're not even that good. The one I just saw off screen here, I don't even want to share it. It's so terrible in quality, not in, well, you know, whatever. Oh, I found it. I found it. I can found. I think it's this one. Hold on. What tab am I on? Jeez. Okay, hold on. Oh, jeez. Okay, hold on. All right, here it comes.
oh gosh.
It says at the top, this is the highest level of madness.
Well, no one blew the speakers. It's going to make a feedback loop.
Yeah. Oh, here it comes. All right, here it comes.
It just cycles through.
All right. Everybody ready? I'm going to turn it all the way up.
It blows our speakers.
I have an attenuator on mine, so I'm safe. It sounded like someone failing to blow a bullhorn.
I've seen one. The one I originally saw, I don't know if they upped the sound quality or whatever, and they like added camera shake. Anyway, all right, that was perhaps not worth the time it took.
Perhaps.
I'll find a better.
It depends on what your fetish is.
All right.
Do you want to be farted on? Here's the videos for you.
No, I just buy fart jar NFTs.
Okay.
The trick is
Brad, you've already bought what is it, that audio ASMR. You're good. You're set for life.
I still, in the brief moment I listened to that, I did not find a single fart.
You want your money back? You got ripped off?
I'm sure it's in there. For those who haven't been with the podcast a long time, we covered a fart ASMR Japanese voice Dojin voice actor fart ASMR thing, and I'm trying to turn it into a podcast clip. Anyway, so
you can tell how well it's going.
Paredes is suing the company that operated the stall. They sold him the ham roll, so Paredes believes they're liable for the physical damage he's experienced since. He believes that damage is worth nearly $250,000. He says he got sick within hours after eating the sandwich. After buying the roll at the Christmas market in Birmingham, he felt ill within a few hours. He said it got progressively worse after a few days, leaving Paredes with high-grade fever and severe diarrhea. Paredes was apparently in bed for 5 weeks afterward. This wasn't your normal case of food poisoning. In fact, his lawyer, Robert Parkin, claims he was laid up for more than a month after contracting salmonella from the stall. He goes on to say that others were also affected, though it's unclear whether or not there are other suits. The man claims his ongoing gas is a serious problem. Parkin said on Prady's behalf, quote, "The claimant continues to suffer from excessive flatulence, which causes him a great deal of embarrassment." I just want to hear him like in the court. "Well, Your Honor, can I take the stand?" You know, like just like every step he takes up to the stand.
It's like a donkey. It's like a donkey running.
That's what the defense should do. They should be like, "Your Honor, he is not. He is
Look,
not
man.
farted
Look, man. If
since
he
making
shit
his
himself on the way to the
If
stand,
it's such a
the judge will
prominent
have so
problem,
much
how come we
evidence.
haven't encountered it yet?"
They just, dude, what they do is they give him a bunch of X-Lax before the, you know, he like eats a big meal before the trial, and they just give him a bunch of that candy X-Lax.
No, they just
you know.
crush some Beano into the water they give him.
Oh God! And you know what? His meal is nothing but fucking butt fucking. No, not in this case.
Gas X?
Well, no, not gas X. Beans and then X-Lax.
Oh, we're talking about the defense, not the prosecution. We're saying that the things the defense would do to sabotage him so that they could say, "Your Honor, haven't you noticed he hasn't farted once since we started the trial?"
Oh God! I can only imagine. You know that I would say that trial is a bunch of shit, but that would be kind of right.
I love this. Parkin said on Prady's behalf, "The claimant continues to suffer from excessive flatulence, which causes him a great deal of embarrassment. The symptoms are primarily fatigue and altered bowel function associated with churning within his abdomen and flatulence. The claimant's stomach continues to make frequent churning noises to the extent his sleep can become disrupted." So they're just saying the churning noises, like the sound of his stomach rumbling is waking him up. Okay, that's enough. Jesus. The extent of the symptoms has been life-changing. You got to eat this hammer, bro. It'll change your life. There was allegedly a Public Health England investigation that led to the stall being closed. Parkin said that a total of 16 people in 3 groups complained of similar symptoms after eating at the stall. The company is said to be disputing the size of the claim. The case is due to go to court at a later date. Well, I wanted more. You got to give me the. I wanted more out of these. I want to see, documented evidence of the ham roll causing all this. It's an uphill battle in court. Anyway, so did anybody besides me and Random 11 finish Land of the Lustrous?
I did.
I did not.
Oh, I just noticed that I didn't put the stream in the doc yet.
I mean, if you have
I'm already at 7:55. Can we do this through the Watch Club next week or next podcast?
Well, since Greenline hasn't watched it yet, Greenline, are you interested in us postponing so you can finish?
He is. You don't have to whatsoever. I mean, if you do postpone it out of just necessity for somebody else, then sure, I'll see if I can watch it. But if you have no interest in doing so, then by all means, just talk about it now.
All right. Let's
do it now if you feel like you have time. But if you don't, then by all means push it.
I don't want this to be the longest stream we've ever done, and I feel like if we started a watch club, that would happen. And Random 11, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you want to postpone, or what do you think?
I mean, every time we postpone is one roll of the dice of whether or not I'll pass out.
We've only had 1 week on it, so we're still in record time.
I mean, technically it's been 2 weeks, but yes.
Yeah, whatever.
One podcast on it. Let the record show I finished it.
I finished it too.
And Random 11 finished it, I believe. So
yeah,
he finished it.
Well,
you guys all finished the record time.
I gotta go to bed anyway. I'm gonna take a handful of melatonin and hope I fall asleep. I had 4 energy drinks today. So
Good luck, Mike.
4?
My God, man!
So let me see: melatonin, alcohol, and energy drinks.
Yeah.
Do you have problems with gas and/or acid reflux?
No, I do have a problem with sleeping and staying awake, though. What you think with all the stuff I take, that wouldn't be an issue.
I'm glad I saved one screenshot or one screen cap from Land of Illustrious still on my computer.
Oh, you mean the one from the opening?
No, not the one from the opening.
Do you mean the one with the broken back?
No.
The
You know what
bath
I'm
scene.
talking about?
Let me upload it real quick.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was like looking for my tweets. Like I could just upload it.
Where's the fuck the brand?
I'm gonna upload it to the VIC brand.
There's the background.
Nope, don't put it in background. Put it in overlay.
Oh, well,
So we can see
fine.
it.
Why are we still in Vic Mignogna?
Because that's the one that doesn't have all of the here, this is the one.
I'm already uploading it to Vic Mignogna.
Who wants to explain this spine?
No, I was actually gonna pick out a different one.
It's like human centipede levels length. This one?
Who says that's not connected to the blue hair?
That'd be great. Okay, I like that one. I've got another one. Hold on.
Yo, they just like pissed off, eh? I thought they'd come back.
What?
Those people in the anime.
Oh,
they just pissed off.
We got a major goatsy happening here.
Oh, Jesus.
Interdimensional goatsy is the next title of the podcast.
Oh.
All right.
Yo, what is happening with her skirt?
That's a. I don't really want to have this conversation right now, but it was incredibly difficult to discover what gender people consider themselves because they would not be consistent with the she's and he's.
I thought they were consistent with all saying he.
I didn't notice the he, she's at all, actually.
Well, this character is Bolts or whatever. Was it? What was the character?
They're technically genderless, so canonically.
Yeah, they are rocks after all, I guess.
But I mean, that's
so you're telling me the character who said "I am the second hardest one here" is in fact a guy?
No, it would be genderless, so not a guy or a girl.
They look like cute girls, but they don't have, cute girl bits.
You're telling me that this is not a cute girl with cute girl bits?
Oh, we just got yeeted from Facebook.
Oh no!
Well, yeah, we just passed 8 hours.
We just passed 8 hours, yeah. Well, at least we got the stream to Facebook tonight after not being able to do it for like 4 podcasts or whatever it's been. Anyway, so Diamond is best girl, and see you guys next podcast. Hopefully, I'm planning to try to do it next week, if I can.
Best rock.
He says, but we all know it's going to be.
Yeah, because it's always like all right, I got a show tonight again. Oh, you just did one, like kind of thing. So,
yeah, honey. Yeah, they're every week.
But the thing is, the thing is that I want to do the next one like on Tuesday or something, so that I can just knock out the because we had 2 weeks worth of articles, and I tried to not go overboard this podcast, so that next podcast we can catch up. So we'll see. Anyway.
To go through.
Anyway, another 8-hour podcast, 0 donations. So we're definitely doing something wrong. Take it easy, guys. I'll catch you next time.
Bye. Later.